Everything you just did, and Lord knows it isn't obvious, was for Agathon's sake. Your desire is more secret still than all the unveiling you have just given yourself over to. It now aims at yet another. And I will designate that other, it is Agathon. Paradoxically, what Socrates' interpretation reveals, what it puts in the place of what is manifested, is not something phantasmatic, arising out of the depths of the past, but which no longer has any existence. If we are to believe Socrates, it is quite clearly reality itself that, in the process of the search for truth, serves as what we could call a transference. So that you will understand me clearly, I will provide an analogy. It is as if someone came forward during Oedipus' trial to say, Oedipus is pursuing his search for truth, which must lead to his own perdition, so breathlessly because he has but one goal, and that is to run away with Antigone. Such is the paradoxical situation in which Socrates' interpretation places us. There are, of course, myriad shimmering details. It is easy to see how pulling off such a brilliant act, showing what one is capable of, could serve to dazzle the ignorant. But nothing in all of that, Socrates tells us, holds up in the final analysis. One can certainly wonder to what extent Socrates knows what he is doing when he says so. For in responding to Alcibiades, doesn't he seem to deserve Polycrate's accusation? Socrates, who is knowledgeable or learned in matters of love, designates to Alcibiades where his desire lies, and goes much further than simply designating it, as he, in some sense, vicariously plays this desire's game. Indeed, immediately afterward, Socrates is preparing to eulogize Agathon when suddenly, through a freezing of the camera, he is hidden, and we understand nothing due to the effect of the entrance of still more party crashers. Thanks to which the question remains unanswered. The dialogue can indefinitely go back over the same ground, we will never know what Socrates knew about what he was doing. Or is it rather Plato who replaces him here? No doubt, since Plato wrote the dialogue, knowing a bit more about what Socrates knew, allowing centuries of readers to be misled concerning what he, Plato, designates to us as the true reason for love, believing instead that it lies in leading the subject to ladders which allow him to ascend toward a beauty that is ever more confounded with supreme beauty. That being said, this is not at all what, in following the text, we sense we are obliged to conclude. Insofar as we are analysts, we can say the following. If, as seems to be indicated by his words, Socrates' desire is nothing other than to lead his interlocutors to gamma nu theta iota sigma epsilon alpha upsilon tau nu, nothesiouton, know thyself, which is translated in an extreme manner, in another register, by concern yourself with your soul, then we can imagine that this is to be taken seriously. On the one hand, in effect, and I will explain to you by what mechanism, Socrates is one of those to whom we owe it that we have a soul, I mean, he gave consistency to a certain point designated by Socratic questioning, with what it engenders by way of transference. But if it is true that what Socrates designates thusly is, unbeknown to him, the desire of the subject as I define it, and as Socrates effectively shows us that he makes himself into its accomplice, if this is so, and if he does so unbeknown to himself, we thus see Socrates in a place that we can understand completely, and we can understand at the same time how, in the end, he set Alcibiades ablaze. For in its root and essence, desire is the other's desire, and this is, strictly speaking, the mainspring of the birth of love, if love is what occurs in the object toward which we extend our hand owing to our own desire, and which, when our desire makes it burst into flames, allows a response to appear for a moment, the other hand that reaches toward us as its desire. This desire always manifests itself inasmuch as we do not know. And Ruth did not know what God wanted from her. But in order not to know what God wanted of her, it must still have been clear that God wanted something of her. If she knows nothing about it, it is not because no one knows what God wants of her, but because, owing to this mystery, God is eclipsed, yet he is always there. To the extent to which Socrates does not know what he himself desires, it being the other's desire, Alcibiades is possessed by what? By a love about which one can say that Socrates' only merit is to designate it as transference love, and to redirect him to his true desire. These are the points that I wanted to establish anew today, in order to continue next time with what I think I can substantiate, namely, how the final articulation of the symposium, this apology or scenario verging on myth, allows us to structure the situation of the analysand in the presence of the analyst around the position of two desires. We can thus truly restore it to its veritable sense of a situation involving two people, a real situation with two people. We can at the same time precisely situate the often extremely precocious love phenomena that occur therein, which are so disconcerting for those who broach them, as well as the phenomena that become even more complicated insofar as they come later, in short, all the content of what occurs at the imaginary level. It is at this level that modern theorists thought, not groundlessly, they had to construct the whole theory of object relations, as well as that of projection, a term which is far from adequate, and, in short, the whole theory of what the analyst is to the analysand during analysis. This cannot be conceptualized without correctly situating the position that the analyst himself occupies in relation to the analysand's constitutive desire, which is that with which the subject engages in the analysis, namely, what does he want? March 13. A critique of countertransference. The unconscious is, at first, the other's desire in the case of the analyst. The analytic game of bridge. Paula Hyman and Money Curl. The latent effect linked to inscience. Last time I ended, to your satisfaction so it seems, on a point regarding what constitutes one of the elements, and perhaps the fundamental element, of the subject's position in analysis. It was the question, which intersects for us the definition of desire as the other's desire, a question that is, in short, marginal, but that thereby signals that it is fundamental to the position of the analysand in relation to the analyst, even if he does not formulate it to himself. What does he the analyst want? After having gone that far, we are going to take a step back today, as I announced at the beginning of my talk last time, and start examining the ways other theorists generally manifest, in the evidence they provide of their praxis, the same topology as the one I am trying to ground here, inasmuch as it makes transference possible. Attesting to it in their own way, they are not, in effect, obliged to formulate it in the same way I do. That seems obvious enough. As wrote somewhere, one has no need for the blueprints of an apartment to bang one's head on the walls. I would go even further, for this operation, one can normally do perfectly well without the blueprints. But it's not true the other way around. As opposed to a primitive schema of reality testing, it is not enough to bang one's head on the walls to reconstruct the blueprints of an apartment, especially if one has this experience in the dark. An example dear to me is that of Théodore Church de la Metz, a play which illustrates it for you quite amply. This is perhaps a bit forced as a metaphor, though perhaps not as forced as it may still seem to you. It is what we are going to see put to the test of what occurs in our times when analysts speak of transference. When analysts speak about transference nowadays, what are they talking about? Let us go right to what is foremost in their minds today on this topic. The topic arises at the precise point around which you no doubt sense that I am centering it this year, namely, around the analyst. And to be quite frank, what the most advanced and most lucid theorists articulate best when they discuss it is countertransference, as they call it. I would like to remind you of some basic facts about it. It is not because they are basic that they are always expressed, and, while they go without saying, they go even better with saying. Concerning countertransference, there is first of all the commonly held view. It is the view held by each of us who has at least considered the problem a little bit. It is the first idea that one comes up with about it, the first in the sense of the most common idea, but it is also the oldest approach to the topic, for the notion of countertransference has always been around in psychoanalysis. Since very early on, since the beginning of the development of the notion of transference, everything in an analyst that represents his unconscious insofar as it is, I would say, unanalyzed, has been considered detrimental to his functioning and operating as an analyst. In the commonly accepted view, it is inasmuch as something has remained in the dark that this something becomes the source of uncontrolled and above all blind responses. This is what leads to an emphasis on the need for a training analysis to be taken quite far. I am using vague terms to begin with, because, as one author wrote somewhere, were one to neglect some corner of the analyst's unconscious, veritable blind spots would result therefrom. This could lead in practice to more or less serious or unfortunate events, non-recognition, missed opportunities, badly timed interventions, and perhaps even mistakes. Such a view is, in fact, proposed, though I would place it in the conditional tense, in quotes, indicating my reservations. It is a view to which I do not immediately subscribe, but which is widely endorsed. Yet one cannot but relate this view to another, which is that one must, in the end, have faith in the communication of unconsciouses to best provide the analyst with decisive insights. Thus it would not be owing as much to one's long experience as an analyst, or to extensive knowledge of what one is likely to encounter in patients' structures, that we could expect the most relevant interventions, the lion's spring that Freud mentions, which only happens once in the best of cases. No, it would be owing to the communication of unconsciouses. This purportedly gives rise to what, in analysis as it is currently practiced, goes furthest and deepest and has the greatest effect. There would be no analysis at all were any of the elements that supposedly attest to it to be lacking. The analyst is, in other words, presumed to be directly informed of what is going on in his patient's unconscious. The pathway by which this transmission occurs remains, nevertheless, quite problematic in the tradition. How can we conceptualize such a communication between unconsciouses? I am not here to polarize antinomies or fabricate artificial impasses, even from a heuristic or critical standpoint. I am not saying that there is something unthinkable about this, or that it would be antinomical to define the model analyst both as he who, ideally, no longer has anything that is unconscious, but who at the same time has preserved a good deal of it. This would be to postulate an unfounded opposition. To take things as far as they can go, one might theorize a reserve unconscious. It must be admitted that no one ever undergoes an exhaustive elucidation of the unconscious, regardless of how far his analysis is taken. If we accept the idea of an unconscious reserve, we can quite easily imagine that someone who is alerted to its existence by having undergone training analysis, knows, in some sense, how to play it like an instrument, like the shell of a violin whose strings he also possesses. It is certainly not a raw unconscious we find in him, but rather a supple unconscious, an unconscious plus experience of that unconscious. After enumerating these reservations, we must still sense the legitimate necessity of elucidating the point of transition by which this qualification is acquired, and by which what psychoanalytic doctrine claims to be fundamentally inaccessible to consciousness can be reached. Indeed, it is this very inaccessibility that we must always posit as the foundation of the unconscious. For it is not the case that it is accessible to men of goodwill, it is not. It is under strictly limited conditions that one can reach it, through a detour, the detour via the other, and this makes analysis necessary and infrangibly eliminates the possibility of self-analysis. How can we situate the point of transition by which what is thus defined as inaccessible can nevertheless be used as a source of information included in a directive praxis? To raise this question is not to erect a pointless antinomy. What tells us that the problem can be validly raised in this way, I mean in a way that it becomes solvable, is that things really and truly do present themselves like this. To you who at least have the keys, something immediately makes the point of access recognizable, which is that there is a logical prior ity in what you hear, namely, that it is first of all in the form of the other's unconscious that all experience of the unconscious is gained. It was through his patients that Freud first encountered the unconscious. And for each of us, even if this fact is elided, it is first of all as the other's unconscious that the idea presents itself that such a thing might exist. Every discovery of one's own unconscious presents itself as a stage of ongoing translation of an unconscious that is first of all the others. The upshot being that one should not be so surprised that one can admit that, even in the case of an analyst who has gone very far in this stage of translation, translation can always begin anew at the level of the other. This obviously reduces much of the import of the possible antinomy I mentioned earlier, while simultaneously indicating that the antinomy can only be proposed illegitimately. What I am telling you about the relation with the other is designed to exorcise, in part, the fear we may feel of not knowing enough about ourselves. We shall come back to this, for I do not intend to absolve you of all concern on this score, that is quite far from my intent. But once we have accepted the function served by the other, the fact remains that we encounter here the same obstacle we encounter in ourselves in our own analysis when the unconscious is involved. Namely, the highly essential, not to say historically original, element of my teaching, the positive power of misrecognition in the illusions of the ego, in the widest sense of the term, that is, in imaginary capture. It is important to note here that this domain, which is thoroughly mixed together with the deciphering of the unconscious in our experience of our personal analysis, occupies a position that must be said to be different when it comes to our relation to the other. Here appears what I would call the Stoic ideal people have of analysis. People first identified the feelings, roughly speaking, negative or positive, that the analyst may have about his patient, which give rise in him to effects that are due to an incomplete reduction of the themes of his own unconscious. But if this is true for him as concerns his self-regard amour propre in relation to the other with a lowercase o within him, the latter being that by which he sees himself as something other than what he is, and this was glimpsed and discovered well before psychoanalysis came on the scene, it in no wise exhausts the question of what legitimately occurs when he deals with this other with a lowercase o, the imaginary other, outside of himself. Let me spell this out. The path of Stoic apathy demands that we remain unmoved by the attempts at seduction, as well as by the punishments that may be meted out, by this other with a lowercase o found outside of us, insofar as he always has some power over us, whether great or small, if nothing else the power to burden us with his sheer presence. If the analyst deviates from the path of Stoic apathy, does this in and of itself mean that it is owing to some inadequacy in his training as an analyst? Absolutely not, at least in theory. Accept this stage of my argument. That is not to say it is the place I will end up. Let me simply offer the following remark: we have no reason to posit that, in and of itself, the recognition of the unconscious places the analyst out of passion's range. This would be to imply that the total, overall effect, the entire impact of the sexual object, or of another object capable of producing some sort of physical aversion, always and essentially derives from the unconscious. Why, I ask, would that be necessary to anyone other than those who make the serious mistake of identifying the unconscious as such with the total powers of the Lebenstrieb life drives? This is what radically distinguishes the import of the doctrine I am trying to articulate before you. There is, of course, a relationship between the two. The point is to elucidate why this relationship can be established, why it is the tendencies of the life instinct that are thus offered up in this relationship to the unconscious. Note that it is not just any of those tendencies, but specifically those that Freud always and tenaciously designated as sexual tendencies. There must certainly be a reason why they are especially privileged, captivated, or captured by the mainspring of the signifying chain, insofar as it is the signifying chain that constitutes the subject of the unconscious. That being said, at this stage of our investigation it is worth asking why an analyst, just because he is well analyzed, should be unaffected by the appearance of a hostile thought in the other presence there, and one must of course assume, in order for something of this kind to occur, that the presence not be that of a patient, but rather of a being who takes up space. The more we assume him to be imposing, full, and normal, the more legitimately all kinds of possible reactions can occur in his presence. Similarly, when the two are of opposite sexes, for example, why should love or hate reactions be excluded in and of themselves? Why should they disqualify the analyst from serving his function? Formulating the question in this way, there is no other answer than the following: why indeed? Or better still, the better the analyst is analyzed, the more it will be possible for him to be frankly in love with, or frankly averse to or repulsed by, his partner, according to the most elementary modes of relations between bodies. What I am saying may seem a bit excessive, in that it bothers us. If we feel that there must, all the same, be something to the requirement of analytic apathy, it must clearly be rooted elsewhere. But in that case it must be stated. And I am equipped to state it. If I could state it for you right away, if the path we have already traced out allowed me to convey it to you, I would of course do so. But part of the path remains to be traced out before I can give you a strict, precise formulation. Nevertheless, something can already be said about it, which might satisfy you up to a certain point. The only thing I ask of you is not to be too satisfied with it. It is as follows: if the analyst achieves apathy, as in the general public's conception of him and in accordance with his deontological image, it is to the extent that he is possessed by a desire that is stronger than the other desires that may be involved, for example, the desire to get down to it and venir au fait with his patient, to take him in his arms or throw him out the window. It happens. I dare say that I wouldn't expect much from someone who has never felt such desires. But apart from the very possibility of it happening, it should not become a regular thing. Why not? Is it for the negative reason that one must avoid a type of total imaginary discharge of the analysis? No, and we need not develop that hypothesis any further, although it would be interesting. It is for the following reason, which am bringing out here this year. The analyst says, I am possessed by a stronger desire. He is grounded in saying so as an analyst, insofar as a change has occurred in the economy of his desire. And it is in this regard that Plato's texts can be mentioned. Every now and then something encouraging comes my way. I have given you this year a long discourse or commentary on the Symposium, with which I am not dissatisfied, I must say, and it turns out that someone in my circle surprised me, and you should understand this surprise in the sense the word has in analysis, as something which is basically related to the unconscious, by pointing out that, in one of his footnotes, Freud quotes part of Alcibiades' speech to Socrates Pound X, pn. Freud could have sought out 1,000 other examples to illustrate what he was interested in at that precise moment, which was the death wish involved in love. He had but to bend over to scoop up piles of such examples. Someone once hurled at me an ejaculation, like a heartfelt cry, "Oh, how would love it if you were dead for 2 years." One need not look to the Symposium to find such examples. Thus feel it is not inconsequential that, at an essential moment in his discovery of the ambivalence involved in love, Freud referred to Plato's Symposium. It's not a bad sign. It is certainly not a sign that we were barking up the wrong tree. In Plato's Philebus, Socrates says that the strongest of all desires must be the desire for death, since the souls that are in Erebus remain there. The argument is worth whatever it is worth, but it takes on illustrative value here in relation to what I have already indicated to you concerning the direction in which the reorganization or restructuring of the analyst's desire can be conceptualized. It is at least one of the moorings or anchoring points of the question. Surely we cannot confine our attention to that alone. Nevertheless, we can go further in the same vein, regarding the analyst's detachment from repetition compulsion, which a good personal analysis is supposed to bring about. There is something that must surpass what I will call the particularity of its detour, go a bit beyond, and involve the specific detour Freud articulates when he posits that it is conceivable that the fundamental repetition of the development of life may be nothing other than the long detour of a compact, abyssal drive. He calls the latter the death drive, it being a level at which there is no longer anything but alpha nu gamma kappa eta, amk, the necessity of the return to the initial state of inanimate matter. This is no doubt a metaphor. A metaphor that is expressed only by extrapolation, at which certain people balk, on the basis of what is brought out by our practice, namely, the action of the unconscious signifying chain insofar as it leaves its mark on every manifestation of life in subjects who speak. But it is nevertheless a metaphor or an extrapolation that is not without its why and wherefore. At least it allows us to imagine that it contains a grain of truth, and that there may in fact be some relation between the analyst and Hades, death, as one of my students wrote in the first issue of our journal, adopting a beautifully haughty tone. Does he or doesn't he play with death? I myself have written that, in the game of analysis, which certainly cannot be understood as involving only two players, the analyst plays with a dummy unmoored. Thus we find again the common requirement that there be in the other with a lowercase o something that is capable of playing the part of a dead man unmoored. In his position in the game of bridge, the analyst as S has across from him his own other with a lowercase o for autre in French, by which he is in a specular relationship with himself, insofar as he is constituted as an ego. If we locate here the designated place of the other who speaks and that the analyst hears, that is, the patient insofar as he is represented by the barred subject S, the subject as unknown to him, the patient turns out to occupy the place of the image of his own little a. Let us call the set of them as follows, the image of little a squared, a dash. We will then have here the image, or rather the position, of the other with a capital O insofar as it is the analyst who occupies it. In other words, the analysand has a partner. You should not be surprised to discover that the analysand's own ego is attached to the same place. He must discover the truth of this other, the analyst as other with a capital O. The paradox of the game of analytic bridge is the abnegation which, unlike what happens in an ordinary game of bridge, is such that the analyst must help the subject figure out what is in his partner's hand. In order to direct this bridge game of loser wins, in theory the analyst should not have to make his life more complicated by having a partner. This is why it is said that the analyst as must act as a dummy. Which means that the analyst must always know which cards were dealt to whom. I think that you will appreciate the relative simplicity of this solution to the problem. It is a common, exoteric, explanation for the outside world. It is simply a way of talking about what everyone believes, and someone who showed up here for the first time would find plenty of reasons to be satisfied with it and could go back to sleep soundly, reassured about what he had always heard, for example, that the analyst is a superior being. Unfortunately, it doesn't hold water. It doesn't hold water, and this is attested to by analysts themselves. Not simply by deploring the situation, tears in their eyes, and saying, "We are never equal to the task." While such declamations still exist, we have, thank God, been spared them for some time now, that's a fact. I am not personally responsible for this. I am simply noting it for the record. Indeed, for some time now, people have accepted the idea that in analytic practice the analyst must take into account, in his information and his maneuvering, the feelings, not that he inspires, but that he himself feels in the course of an analysis, namely, what is known as his counter-transference. It is to the best of analytic circles that I am alluding, and to the Kleinian circle to be specific. You can easily get a hold of what Melanie Klein wrote on the subject, or what Paula Hyman wrote in an article entitled On Counter-Transference. But you need not seek out this conception, that everyone currently takes for granted, in any one particular article. People articulate it quite openly, and above all they basically understand what they are articulating. It is nevertheless taken for granted. What is involved? Counter-transference is no longer considered in our time to be in essence an imperfection. Which does not, however, mean that it cannot ever be one. While it is no longer considered to be an imperfection, the fact remains that something makes it warrant the name counter-transference, as you will see. Apparently, counter-transference is exactly of the same nature as the other phase of transference, around which I tried to center the question last time by contrasting it with transference conceptualized as repetition compulsion, namely, transference insofar as it is said to be positive or negative, which everyone takes to imply the analysand's feelings for the analyst. Well, the counter-transference in question, concerning which it is agreed that we must take it into account, even if it is a matter of some debate what we must do with it, and you will see at what level, consists of the analyst's feelings in analysis, which are determined at every instant by his relations with the analysand. Of all the articles that I have read, I am selecting one almost at random, though it is never completely at random that we select anything, and there is probably a reason why I want to tell you the title of this one. It is a good article, whose title contains the very topic we are talking about today, normal countertransference and some deviations, which came out in the International Journal of Psychoanalysis in. The author, Roger Moneycurl, apparently belongs to the Kleinian circle, and is associated with Melanie Klein through Paula Hyman. Before turning to this article, let me say a word about the article by Paula Hyman, who tells us about certain states of dissatisfaction and worry she felt. According to her, they even involved a certain premonition. She found herself in a situation which one need not be an old experienced analyst to have experienced, for it is only too frequently encountered during the initial stages of an analysis. The fact that a patient may precipitously, in a way patently determined by his analysis, though he may not be aware of it, make premature decisions, enter into a long-term relationship, and perhaps even get married, Hyman is cognizant that this must be analyzed, interpreted, and, to a certain extent, countered. But in this particular case, she mentions an altogether bothersome feeling she has, which she takes to be, in and of itself, a sign that she is right to be especially worried. She shows in her article how it is this feeling that allows her to better understand things and make headway. Many other sorts of feelings can arise. Moneycurl's article mentions, for example, feelings of depression, a general decline in interest in things, listlessness, and even a listlessness the analyst may feel about everything he comes into contact with. Moneycurl describes, for example, what resulted from a session in which it seemed to him that he was unable to adequately live up to what he calls a demanding superego*. It is not because the word demand is contained therein that you should remain at that level in understanding the particularly English emphasis. Demand is more than demanda in French, which is often no stronger than request in English, it is a pressing exigency. The article is a good one to read because the author does not confine himself to description, but calls into question in this regard the role of the analytic superego. He does it in a way that will seem to you to present some kind of gap asterisk which only truly takes on its full importance if you refer to the graph of desire. It is beyond the locus of the other that the bottom line represents the superego, a dotted line insofar as you dot it. I am putting the rest of the graph on the board so that you will realize in this regard how it can serve you, and in particular in understanding that everything should not always be attributed to the superego's severity, which is, in the final analysis, opaque. Such and such a demand can give rise to depressive effects and even more. This occurs in the analyst insofar as there is continuity between the other's demand and the structure known as the superego. You should understand that we indeed find the strongest effects of what is called the superego's hyperseverity when the subject's demand is introjected, passing as an articulated demand into he who is its recipient in such a way that this demand represents his own demand in an inverted form, for example, when a demand for love coming from the mother encounters in he who must respond to it his own demand for love addressed to his mother. But I am merely indicating this here, as our path does not lead in that direction. It is but a tangential remark. Let us turn to Moneycurl, an analyst who seems particularly agile and clever in recognizing his own experience. He highlights something that happened in his practice and presents it to us as an example. It seems to him to warrant communication, not as an example of an accidental blunder that was more or less well corrected, but as a procedure that can be integrated into analytic technique. He underscores a feeling he detected in himself that he considered to be related to the trouble he was having analyzing one of his patients. It occurred during the picturesque break in English life known as the weekend, and what he had done with his patient the week prior seemed problematic to him and left him unsatisfied. He tells us that he fell prey, without at first seeing the link at all, to a kind of exhaustion, let us call a spade a spade. During the second half of his weekend, he found himself in a state he could only recognize when he formulated it to himself in the exact same terms his patient had used, a state of disgust bordering on depersonalization. The patient was, in effect, at times subject to phases verging on depression and paranoid phenomena, which were nothing new to either the patient or the analyst. It was one of those states that had given rise to the whole dialectic of the week, accompanied by a dream that the analyst had lit up in responding to. Rightly or wrongly, he had the feeling that he had not given the right answer, his feeling being based in any case on the fact that his answer had made the patient complain bitterly. Starting at that point, the patient had become exceedingly mean to him. Thus the analyst wound up recognizing in what he himself felt, exactly what, at the outset, his patient had described about the patient's own state. The analyst in question, like the other members of his circle, which I am referring to on this occasion as the Kleinian circle, immediately conceptualizes what is going on as representative of the effect of projection of the bad object, insofar as the subject, whether in analysis or not, is likely to project it into the other. It is not taken to be problematic, in a certain analytic milieu, to provide such explanations, despite the almost magical degree of belief they presuppose. It must not, nevertheless, be for no reason whatsoever that people slip into them so easily. This projected bad object must be understood as having quite naturally an effect, at least when it is a question of he who is coupled with the subject in a relationship as tight and coherent as that of a long-standing analysis. Having an effect, to what extent? The article tells you, to the extent that it stems here from the analyst's failure to understand his patient. Thus it constitutes a deviation from normal countertransference, and the article focuses on the possible utilization of such deviations. As the beginning of the article tells us, normal countertransference occurs through the cyclical rhythm of introjection by the analyst of the analysand's discourse, and projection onto the analy sand of what is produced by way of imaginary effects in response to this introjection. The author considers these effects to be normal, and you will see just how far he goes. Countertransference is said to be normal when the introjected demand is completely understood. The analyst then has no problem situating himself in what clearly arises in his own introjection. He simply sees its consequences and has no need to even use them. What happens in this case, which is actually situated at the level of I, A, is completely under control. The analyst is not surprised by what occurs in the patient, namely, that the patient projects onto him, and is not affected by it. It is only when the analyst does not understand the patient that he is affected and that a deviation from normal countertransference occurs. Things can even go so far that the analyst effectively becomes the patient of the bad object that is projected into him by his partner. That is what happens in this case. Monicurl experiences something altogether unexpected, and it is only a thought which comes to him outside of the analytic setting that allows him, and this is perhaps only because the occasion is favorable, to recognize the very state described to him by his patient. I am simply repeating it to you, without taking responsibility for the explanation given. I am not denying it either. I am provisionally bracketing it in order to go step by step, in order to lead you to the precise perspective to which I need to lead you in order to articulate something. According to this experienced analyst, if the analyst does not understand, he nevertheless becomes the receptacle of the projection in question. He senses these projections like foreign objects in himself, which places him in the odd position of being a garbage dump. If such things occurred with many patients, you see what this could lead to. When one is unable to situate what gives rise to such events, which are presented in a disconnected manner in Monicurl's description, problems can arise. This direction in analysis wasn't born yesterday. Ferenczi had already raised the question of knowing to what extent the analyst should reveal to his patient what the analyst really feels. It would be, according to him, in certain cases, a means of giving the patient access to that particular reality. No one dares to go that far today, especially not in the school to which I am referring. Paula Hyman says, for example, that the analyst must be very severe in his log and everyday hygiene, always being ready to analyze what he himself may feel in that register, but that, in the end, it is his own business, his aim being to try to race against the clock, in other words, to catch up for having perhaps gotten behind in understanding his patient. Be that as it may, I am taking the following step with our author, Money Curl, who, while not Ferenczi, is not as reserved as Paula Hyman. On the basis of this localized point, the identicalness of the state he felt to that recounted by his patient at the beginning of the session, he goes so far as to talk about it with his patient. And he notes the effect thereof, an immediate effect, for he tells us nothing of the later effects, which is obvious jubilation on the part of the patient. The latter deduces nothing else therefrom than, "Oh, so you admit it? Well, I'm very happy to hear it, for when you interpret that state to me the other day," and indeed, the analyst had interpreted it, in a rather vague and fuzzy way, as the analyst himself realized, "I thought that what you were saying was all about you and not in the least about me." We thus find ourselves in the midst of a complete misunderstanding, and we are content with it. In any case, the author is content with it, for he drops the subject there. The analysis, he tells us, begins anew, providing him, and we can but take his word for it here, every subsequent possibility to interpret. This was the precise point of the talk he gave in at the Geneva Congress, the text of which is contained in his article. What is presented to us here as a deviation from normal counter-transference is simultaneously posited as an instrumental procedure that can be codified. In similar cases, we should at least attempt to correct the situation as quickly as possible by recognizing the effects on the analyst and, by means of qualified statements, offer the patient something which certainly unveils, in some respect, the analytic situation as a whole. People expect a new departure to result therefrom, which will undo what had hitherto seemed to be an impasse in the analysis. I am not saying that I think this is an appropriate way to proceed. Am simply remarking that if something like a new departure can be brought about in this manner, it is certainly not due to some privileged position. What I would say is that, to the extent that there is any legitimacy to this approach, it is our categories that in every case allow us to understand it. Am of the opinion that it is not possible to understand it outside of the register of what I have pointed to as the place of the partial object, tgalma, in desire, insofar as desire is itself determined within a broader relationship, that of the demand exigence for love. It is only through this topology that we can understand such an approach. Indeed, this topology allows us to say that, even if the subject is unaware of it, by the very presupposition, I would even say, the objective presupposition, of the analytic situation, a, agalma, is already functioning in the other. It follows that what is presented to us here as counter-transference, whether normal or not, in fact has no reason to be specially qualified as such. What is at work is but an irreducible effect of the transference situation itself. By the sole fact of transference, the analyst is situated in the position of he who contains a galrana, the fundamental object involved in the subject's analysis, as linked and conditioned by the subject's vacillating relationship that I characterize as constituting the fundamental fantasy, inaugurating the locus in which the subject can be fixated as desire. This is a legitimate effect of transference. There is no need to bring in counter-transference, as if some aspect of the analyst himself were involved, and a faulty aspect to boot. But in order to recognize it, the analyst must know certain things. He must, in particular, know that his occupying the correct position is not contingent on the criterion that he understand or not understand. It is not absolutely essential that he understand. I would even say that, up to a certain point, his lack of comprehension can be preferable to an overly great confidence in his understanding. In other words, he must always call into question what he understands and remind himself that what he is trying to attain is precisely what in theory he does not understand. It is certainly only insofar as he knows what desire is, but does not know what the particular subject with whom he is engaged in the analytic adventure desires, that he is well situated to contain within himself the object of that desire. This alone can explain certain of its effects that are, it seems, still so oddly frightening. I read an article that I will reference more precisely next time, in which a guy who, despite a great deal of experience, wonders what one should do when, right from the very first dreams, and sometimes even before the analysis begins, the analysand himself clearly takes the analyst to be a love object. The response given by the author in question is a bit more reserved than that given by another who comes right out and says that, when things get off on that foot, there is no point going any further because there are too many reality elements. Must we formulate things in such a way? If I allow myself to be guided by the categories we have produced, the very crux of the analytic situation is that the subject is introduced as worthy of interest and love, eromenos. The analyst is there for him. This is the manifest effect, so to speak. But there is a latent effect, which is related to his non-science or inscience. Inscience regarding what? Regarding the latent, I mean objective or structural, object of his desire. This object is already in the other, and it is inasmuch as this is the case that, whether he knows it or not, he is virtually constituted as eurists. By virtue of this sole fact, he fulfills the condition for the metaphor or substitution of eurists for eromenos, which in and of itself constitutes the phenomenon of love. It is no surprise that we see its blazing effects right from the beginning of analysis in the form of transference love. There is not, however, any reason to consider this to be a contraindication against analysis. It is here that the question of the analyst's desire, and to a certain extent, the analyst's responsibility, arises. In truth, for the situation to be, as lawyers say regarding contracts, perfect, it is enough to assume that the analyst, unbeknown to himself, places for a moment his own partial object, agalma, in the patient with whom he is dealing. This is, in effect, contraindicated, but it is impossible, as you see, to situate, at least as long as the situation of the analyst's desire has not been precisely spelled out. It will suffice that you read the paper by the author to whom I am alluding to see that he is forced, by the logic of his own discourse, to raise the question of what interests the analyst. And what does he tell us? That two things are involved in the analyst when he conducts an analysis, two drives *. It is quite strange to see qualified as passive drives the two that I will mention to you, the reparative drive * which, he tells us verbatim, runs counter to the latent destructiveness in each of us, and, second, the parental drive *. This is how an analyst in a school as well developed as the Kleinian school formulates the position the analyst must adopt. I am not going to avert my gaze or protest loudly. I think that those of you who are regulars at my seminar can easily see the scandalous nature thereof. But, after all, it is a scandal in which we essentially participate, for we constantly speak as if that is what is at work, even if we are well aware of the fact that we must not act as parents to the analysand. It suffices to hear what we say when we speak of the field of the psychoses. The reparative drive *. What does that mean? A whole raft of things. It has myriad implications for our practice. But wouldn't it be worthwhile articulating, in this regard, in what sense this reparative drive must be distinguished from the abuses of therapeutic ambition, for example? In short, what I am challenging is not the absurdity of such a notion, but on the contrary what justifies it. I give the author and the whole school he represents credit for aiming at something that effectively has a place in our topology. But it must for once be articulated, situated, and explained otherwise. How can experienced authors speak of parental and reparative drives in analysis, and at the same time say something which, on the one hand, must have a justification, but which, on the other, imperiously requires a veritable justification? This is why, next time, I will rapidly summarize what I wound up presenting, in an apologetic manner, since the last time, to a philosophical group concerning the position of desire. March 14. Dem and desire. In the oral and anal stages. Psychoanalysts and drives. The gaping maw of life. From the pole to the partner. Bout design. Counter demand. For those of you showing up here out of the blue today, I will provide a brief road map. In this year's seminar, I first attempted to reformulate, in more rigorous terms than have hitherto been employed, what one might call the theory of love, by commenting on Plato's Symposium. It is in the context of what I managed to situate thanks to this commentary that I am now beginning to articulate the nature position of transference, in the sense in which I announced it this year, in other words, in what I called its subjective disparity. By which I mean that the positions of the two subjects present are in no way equivalent. This is why one cannot speak of the analytic situation, but merely of a pseudo-situation. In the last two classes, I broached the topic of transference as regards the analyst. This does not mean that I grant the term counter-transference the meaning it is usually given, which is that of a sort of imperfection in the analyst's purification in relation to the analysand. On the contrary, by counter-transference I mean the analyst's necessary involvement in the transferential situation, which is precisely why we must distrust this unsuitable term. For, in fact, counter-transference simply concerns the necessary consequences of the phenomenon of transference itself, assuming we analyze it correctly. I introduced the topic by highlighting the fact that counter-transference is currently conceptualized rather broadly in analytic practice. Indeed, people think that what we might call a certain number of affects, insofar as the analyst feels them in analysis, constitute an if not normal, at least normative, way of situating things in the analytic setting, and constitute part not only of the knowledge base at the analyst's disposal, but even of his possible interventions, in that he may communicate his feelings to the analysand. Never said that I find this method legitimate. I noted that it has been introduced and promoted in practice, and that it has been received and accepted by a very broad swath of the analytic community. This alone is sufficiently indicative. We shall endeavor for the time being to analyze how theorists who view the use of counter-transference in this way legitimate it. Theorists legitimate the use of counter-transference by relating it to moments when the analyst does not understand incomprehension. It is as if his failure to understand the patient were in and of itself the criterion, watershed mark, or aspect that defines what obliges the analyst to shift to another mode of communication and to another instrument in order to get his bearings in the analysis. It is around the term understanding comprehension that what I intend to show you today revolves, in order to allow you to hone in on what one might call, in our terms, the relation between the subject's demand and his desire. Let me remind you that I have foregrounded the following as the crux of the matter, whose repercussions, retour I have shown to be necessary, namely, that what is at stake in analysis is nothing other than bringing to light manifestations of the subject's desire. Where is understanding when we understand, when we think we understand? I posit that, in its surest and, I dare say, elementary form, our understanding of anything the subject tells us can be defined, at the conscious level, by the fact that we know how to respond to what he l'autre demands. It is insofar as we think we can respond to his demand that we have the sense that we understand. Concerning demand, however, we know a bit more than this first approximation. We know, for example, that demand is not explicit. It is even far more than implicit, it is hidden from the subject as if it had to be interpreted. Therein lies the ambiguity. Indeed, we who interpret it respond to unconscious demand at the level of a discourse that to us is a concrete discourse. Therein lies the dodge / or trap. We have always tended to slide toward an assumption that captivates us, which is that the subject should, in some sense, be content with what we bring to light through our response, he should be satisfied with our response. We know, nevertheless, that some resistance is always produced at this point. All the stages of the analytic theory of the subject, namely, the theory of the various agencies in him that we deal with, have stemmed from the situation of this resistance, from the way we can qualify it, and from the agencies to which we attribute it. Yet, without denying the role played by the subject's various agencies in resistance, isn't it possible to go further? The difficulty of the relations between the subject's demand and the response made to him is situated farther along, at an altogether original point to which I tried to bring you by showing you what results in the subject who speaks from the fact, this is how I expressed myself, that his needs must pass through the defile of demand. At this early point, it turns out that everything that is a natural tendency in the subject who speaks must be situated both in a beyond and shy of demand. In a beyond that is the demand for love. And in a shy of that we call desire, with what characterizes it as a condition, which we call its absolute condition owing to the specificity of the object it involves, a, the partial object. I tried to show you that the latter is included right from the outset in the fundamental text on the theory of love, the Symposium, in the guise of agalma, inasmuch as I also identified agalma with the partial object in psychoanalytic theory. Today we will put our finger on it again by briefly retracing what comes first in analytic theory, namely, Trieb, drives and their vicissitudes. We can then deduce what stems from them concerning what is important to us, the drive asterisk involved in the analyst's position. You recall that it is on this problematic point that I left you last time, insofar as an author Money Curl, the one who addresses the topic of counter-transference, calls the drives involved in the analyst's position the parental drive asterisk the need to be a parent, and the reparative drive asterisk the need to go against the natural destructiveness assumed to reside in every subject insofar as he is analyzable. You immediately grasp the brazenness and audacity of propounding such notions. It suffices to dwell upon them for but a moment to perceive the paradox therein. If the parental drive asterisk must be present in the analytic situation, how can one even dare speak of transference since the analysand truly has a parent sitting across from him? What could be more legitimate than the fact that he falls into the very same position in relation to the analyst as the one he occupied during his whole upbringing in relation to people around whom were constructed the fundamental situations that constitute for him the signifying chain and repetition automatisms? In other words, how can we fail to perceive that we are heading straight for an obstacle which will allow us to find our bearings? For we have here a direct contradiction, since we also say that the transference situation, as it is established in analysis, is at odds with the reality of the analytic situation. Certain people imprudently qualify the latter as a situation that is exceedingly simple, related to the hic et nunc of the relationship to the doctor. How can we fail to see that, if the doctor here is armed with the parental drive asterisk, however evolved we may assume him to be in terms of his educative position, there is absolutely nothing that differentiates the subject's normal response to the situation from what could be considered the repetition of a past situation. There is no way to even articulate the analytic situation without positing, at least to some extent, the exact opposite requirement. See, for example, the third chapter of Beyond the Pleasure Principle. Freud, in taking up anew the kind of articulation at work in analysis, distinguishes there between remembering and reproducing, repetition compulsion, Wiederholungszwang. He considers the latter to be a partial failure of the aim of remembering in analysis, indeed, a necessary failure. He even goes so far as to chalk up the function of repetition to the structure of the ego, sensing at this stage of his elaboration a need to characterize the ego as largely unconscious, certainly not the whole of the function of repetition, since the entire work is designed to show that there is something more, but the majority nonetheless. Repetition is chalked up to ego defense, while the remembering of the repressed is considered to be the true or ultimate endpoint of the analytic operation, even though it is perhaps considered to be inaccessible at that precise moment. Remembering, as the ultimate aim, encounters a resistance situated in the unconscious function of the ego. Following out this line of thinking, Freud tells us that we must tread this path. The physician cannot, as a rule, spare the analysand this phase, but must let him relieve anew a bit of his forgotten life. He must see to it that a certain dose of Überlegenheit, superiority, be preserved, thanks to which the apparent reality, die anscheinende Realität, can always nevertheless be recognized anew by the subject as a reflection, a mirror effect of a forgotten past. God knows to what misguided interpretations this indication of Überlegenheit has lent itself. The whole theory of the alliance with the so-called healthy part of the ego was built around it. Yet there is nothing of the kind in these pages. I can highlight what must have struck you in passing, namely, the in some sense neutral character of this Überlegenheit, which is situated neither on the one side nor the other. Where is this superiority? Is it on the part of the doctor who, let's hope, doesn't lose his head? Or on the part of the patient? In the French translation, which is just as bad as those that were done in other languages, it is oddly translated, he must simply ensure that the patient preserve a certain degree of serene superiority. There is nothing like that in the text, which nevertheless allows him to note that the reality of what he reproduces is merely apparent. This Überlegenheit, which can no doubt be required, must be situated in an infinitely more precise way than all the elaborations that claim to compare the current action of what is repeated in treatment with a situation that is made out to be perfectly well known. Let us thus begin with an examination of the stages, and the demands or requirements of the subject as we broach them in our interpretations. And let us start, following the diachrony known as the stages of the libido, with the simplest demand, the one to which we refer so frequently, oral demand. What is an oral demand? It is the demand to be fed. To whom or what is it addressed? It is addressed to the other who hears entend, and who, at this primal level of the enunciation of demand, can truly be designated as what I call the locus of the other on elotron or otron, I would say, to make it rhyme with those designations familiar to us from physics. Thus we see that the demand to be fed is addressed by the subject, more or less unbeknown to himself, to this abstract otron. I have stated that every demand, due to the fact that it is articulated in speech, tends to be structured in the following way: it calls for an inverted response from the other. Owing to its very structure, demand evokes its own form transposed according to a certain inversion. Due to its signifying structure, the demand to be fed is thus responded to, in a way that one can state to be logically contemporaneous with that demand, in the locus of the other, that is, at the level of the otron, with the demand to let oneself be fed. We are very familiar with this in our practice. It is not a refined elaboration on a fictitious dialogue. It is what is at work every time the least little conflict breaks out in the relationship between a child and its mother, which seems to be designed to form a circle. $e-buckler in a strictly complementary way. What could, on the face of it, respond better to a demand to be fed than a demand to let oneself be fed? Yet we know that it is in the very way in which these two demands meet that lies the tiny gap or tier into which discord ants, the preformed failure of the meeting, usually creeps. This failure consists in the fact that it is not a meeting up of tendencies, but rather a meeting up of demands. In the first conflict that breaks out in the nursing relationship, in the encounter between the demand to be fed and the demand to let oneself be fed, the following become clear: a desire goes beyond aboard this demand, the demand cannot be satisfied without the desire being extinguished. It is so that the desire which goes beyond demand not be extinguished that the subject who is hungry does not let himself be fed, owing to the fact that a demand to let himself be fed responds to his demand to be fed, and refuses in some sense to disappear qua desire by being satisfied qua demand. The extinction or crushing of demand through satisfaction cannot happen without killing desire. All sorts of discordances derive therefrom, the most intriguing of which is the refusal to let oneself be fed in the form of anorexia that is said, with more or less good reason, to be nervosa. We find here a situation that I cannot better translate than by playing off the equivocations authorized by sounds in French phone mics. One cannot admit to the other what is most primordial, namely, you are what I desire to esle desire, without at the same time saying to him, desire has been killed Tuesday le desire, in other words, without conceding to him that he kills desire, without abandoning desire as such to him. The primal ambivalence characteristic of all demand is that it is equally implied in every demand that the subject does not want the demand to be satisfied. The subject aims at safeguarding desire in and of itself, and attests to the presence of unnamed, blind desire. What is this desire? We know, and can respond in the most classic and elementary way. Oral demand has another meaning beyond that of the satisfaction of hunger. It is a sexual demand. It is cannibalism at its root, as Freud tells us right from the 3 essays on the theory of sexuality, and cannibalism has a sexual meaning. He reminds us, although this is veiled in his first formulation, that to feed oneself is, for man, linked to the goodwill of the other, and linked to it by a polar relationship. The fact, too, is that it is not on the bread alone of the other's goodwill that the primitive subject must feed, but on the body of the person who feeds him. We must call a spade a spade. A sexual relationship is that by which the relationship with the other gives rise to a union of bodies. And the most radical union is that of the earliest absorption, in which we can glimpse the outlines of cannibalism, which characterizes the oral stage as it is presented in analytic theory. Let us note what is at stake here. I approached things from the most difficult angle by starting at the beginning, whereas it is always by backing up, by proceeding retroactively, that we must figure out how things are constructed during real development. There is a theory of the libido that I get up in arms about, even though it was proposed by one of my friends, Franz Alexander. Indeed, he makes libido into the surplus energy manifest in a living being once its needs related to self-preservation have been satisfied. It is a convenient theory, but nonetheless false. That is not sexual libido. Sexual libido is indeed a surplus, but a surplus that renders vain any satisfaction of need wherever libido is situated. And if need be, that's the word for it. Libido refuses the satisfaction of need to preserve the function of desire. All of this is self-evident and confirmed in every quarter, as you will see by backing up and starting anew with the demand to be fed. You can immediately put your finger on it in that, owing to the very fact that the tendency of a hungry mouth is expressed in a signifying chain by the very same mouth, this mouth becomes able to designate the food it desires. Which food? The first thing that results therefrom is that the mouth can say, not that kind. Desire's negation or gap, it's I like this and nothing else, already enters into the picture here, the specificity of the dimension of desire bursting onto the scene. Hence the extreme care we must take in our interpretations at the level of the oral register. For, as I have said, oral demand forms at the same point, at the level of the same organ, at which the tendency arises. This is precisely where the problem lies. It is possible to produce all sorts of equivocations in responding to this demand. Of course, the response made to demand nevertheless leads to the preservation of the field of speech, and thus to the possibility of ever finding anew the place of desire in this field, but it is also the possibility of all subject ions. One attempts to force the subject, his need being satisfied, to simply be content with that. And on this basis one turns compensated frustration into the end-all term of analytic intervention. I am going to go further, and I truly have, as you will see, my reasons for doing so today. I'm going to move on to the so-called anal libido stage. For it is concerning the latter that I think I can touch on and refute a certain number of confusions that are very often made in analytic interpretation. What sort of demand is made in the anal stage? I think you all have enough experience that I need not illustrate any further what I will call the demand to hold in excrement, insofar as it no doubt founds something, the desire to evacuate. But it is not as simple as all that, for evacuation is also demanded exege at a certain point by the educating parent. The subject is demanded to give something that satisfies the expectation of the educator, in this case, the mother. What results from the complexity of this demand warrants that we dwell upon it, for it is essential. Let us note that it is no longer a question here of the simple relationship of a need to its demanded form, linked to surplus sexuality excedent sexual. Something else is at work. It is a matter of disciplining need, and sexualization is produced only in the movement of a return to need. It is this movement which, so to speak, legitimates need as a gift to the mother, who expects the child to satisfy his functions and make something come out or appear that is worthy of everyone's approval. The gift-like character excrement takes on has been well known and situated since the beginning of analytic practice. It is so clearly in the gift register that an object is experienced here that the child, in his occasional excesses, naturally uses it, one might say, as a means of expression. The excremental gift is part and parcel of psychoanalysis' oldest theme. I would like, in this regard, to take as far as possible the extermination I am always trying to carry out of the myth of ablativity, by showing you what it is really related to here. The true field of ablativity is the field of the anal dialectic, and once you have perceived it, you will no longer be able to see it in any other way. I have long been trying, in many different ways, to show you this road map. In particular, I mentioned to you that the very term ablativity is an obsessive fantasy. Everything for the other person, the obsessive neurotic says, and this is indeed what he does, for being caught up in the perpetual giddiness vertige of destroying the other, he can never do enough to ensure that the other continue to exist. Here we see its root. The anal stage is characterized by the fact that the subject satisfies a need only in order to satisfy the other. He has been taught to defer this need, so that it may be founded or instituted solely as an occasion for satisfying the other as educator. The satisfaction of playing the doting parent poponage, which involves the wiping of tushies, is first and foremost the other's satisfaction. It is insofar as it is a gift that is demanded of the subject that one can say that ablativity is linked to the sphere of anal stage relations. Note the consequence thereof, the room that remains for the subject, in other words, desire, is symbolized in this situation by what is flushed away in the process. Desire, literally, goes down the tubes. The symbolization of the subject as that which disappears into the chamber pot or down the hole is encountered in our practice as related most profoundly to the nature position of anal desire. This is what makes for both its attraction and also, in many cases, its avoidance. We are not always able to get the patient to see this. You can nevertheless tell yourself that, insofar as the anal stage is involved, you would be wrong not to distrust the relevance of your analysis if you have not encountered this on every occasion. As long as you have not located at this point the basic, fundamental relationship of the subject as desire with the most disagreeable object, I assure you that you will not have made great strides in the analysis of the conditions of desire. This precise point is key. It is certainly as important, given the weight it has in analytic practice, as all the primitive oral objects, whether good or bad, that people comment on so much. You cannot deny that we are constantly being reminded of them in the analytic literature. If you have remained deaf to this key point for so long, it is because things are not indicated in the literature in their fundamental topology, as I am attempting to do for you here. But then, you will ask me, what of sexuality and the infamous sadistic drive that, thanks to a dash, is conjugated to the term anal, as if it were quite simply self-evident? An effort is necessary here, an effort that we can call understanding only insofar as it involves a liminal understanding. Sexuality can only come into the picture violently. This indeed is what happens, since it is sadistic violence that is involved. Yet it harbors within itself more than one enigma, and it makes sense for us to dwell on it. It is in the anal relationship that the other as such becomes truly dominant. This is precisely why sexuality is manifested in the register characteristic of this stage. We can catch a glimpse of it by recalling its antecedent, which is qualified as oral sadistic. In effect, to speak of the oral sadistic stage is, on the whole, to recall that, at its very foundations, life is devouring assimilation as such. In the oral stage, it is the theme of devouring that is situated in the bit of room marge occupied by desire, it is the presence of the gaping maw of life. This fantasy is somehow reflected in the anal stage. The imaginary other, being posited as the second term, must appear as an existence offered up to this gap bead /. Will we go so far as to say that suffering is implied therein? If so, it is a very peculiar kind of suffering. To mention a sort of fundamental schema that will situate for you the structure of sadomasochistic fantasy as well as possible, I will say that what is involved is suffering that is expected attended by the other. Suspending the imaginary other over a chasm gopher of suffering forms the apex and axis of sadomasochistic eroticization. What is no longer merely the sexual pole, but what is going to be the sexual partner, is instituted at the anal level in this relationship. We can thus say that there is already a sort of reappearance of sexuality here. What constitutes something like sadistic or sadomasochistic structure in the anal stage marks, starting from a maximal eclipsing of sexuality, from a point of pure anal ablativity, the reascension toward what will be achieved at the genital stage. The genital stage, human eros, desire in its normal fullness, which is situated neither as tendency or need, nor as pure and simple copulation, but as desire, finds its outlines or beginnings and has its point of re-emergence in the relationship to an other who is subject to the expectation of this suspended threat, this virtual attack that characterizes and founds for us what is known as the sadistic theory of sexuality, whose primitive character we are aware of in the vast majority of individual cases. Moreover, what is at the origin of the sexualization of the other is based on a situational trait. In the first mode of its apperception, the other as such must be delivered over to a third party in order to be constituted as sexual. This is the origin of the ambiguity owing to which, in the original experience discovered by the most recent analytic theorists, sexuality remains indeterminate between this third party and the other. In the first form of libidinal apperception of the other, at the level of the point of reascension starting from a certain momentary eclipsing of the libido as such, the subject does not know what he desires most, the other, or the intervening third party, i.e., the other. This is essential to the structure of any sadomasochistic fantasy. Indeed, if I have provided here a correct analysis of the anal stage, the stage that constitutes this fantasy, let us not forget that the witness who is subject to this pivotal point of the anal stage is what he is, as I just said, he is a piece of shit. And, moreover, he is a demand, he is a piece of shit that demands nothing more than to be evacuated. This is the true foundation of the whole of a radical structure that you will encounter in the fundamental fantasy of the obsessive neurotic in particular. He devalues himself, and locates the whole game of the erotic dialectic outside of himself. He pretends, as the man said, to be its orchestrator. He bases the entirety of his fantasy on his own evacuation. Things here are rooted in something which, once recognized, allows you to elucidate even the most banal points. Indeed, if things are truly fixated at the point of the subject's identification with little excremental a, what are we going to see? Let us not forget here, nevertheless, that the job of articulating this demand is no longer assigned, at least in theory, to the organ that is involved in the dramatic knotting of need with demand. In other words, one does not speak with one's derrière, except in Hieronymus Bosch's paintings. And yet we observe the curious phenomena of cuts followed by explosions, which allow us to glimpse the symbolic function of the excremental flow in the very articulation of people's speech. A long time ago, and I think no one present today can remember it, there was a little character beloved by children, as there always have been, significant little characters in an infantile mythology that is, in reality, of parental origin. In our times, people talk a lot about Pinocchio, but at a time that I am old enough to remember there was Balthazar. The phenomenology of the child as a precise excremental object is altogether contained in this name, in which the child is identified with the Swedish element of licorice, glucoriza, meaning sweet root, which seems to be its Greek origin. It is probably not insignificant that the word licorice provides us with one of the sweetest examples, that's the word for it, of the utter ambiguity of signifying transcriptions. Allow me this brief parenthetical remark. I came across this gem, which I found for you along the roadside of my trajectory, not just recently, by the way, as I have been saving this one for you for a long time. But since came across it concerning bout design, I will give it to you now. Reglus licorice was originally glucoriza. Naturally, it does not come directly from the Greek, but when Latin people heard it they turned it into licoricia, basing it on the word liquor. This gave rise in Old French to licorice and then recolis by metathesis. Recolis collided with reglarule or ruler, regula, and that led to rigolis. You have to admit that the encounter between licorice and regla is superb. But that's not all, for the conscious etymology at which all of that ends up, and to which the most recent generations have confined their attention, is that reglus should be written ridigalis because licorice is made with a sweet root that is found only in Galicia. The ridigalis is where we wind up after having started with the Greek root, in more ways than one. I think that this little demonstration of signifying ambiguities will have convinced you that we're barking up the right tree. In the final analysis, as we have seen, we must be reserved about understanding the other at the anal level even more so than elsewhere. Every understanding of his demand, in effect, implicates him so profoundly that we must look twice before broaching it à sa rencontre. What am I telling you, if not something that coincides with what you all know, at least those of you who have done a little bit of therapeutic work, namely, that one must not give the obsessive neurotic the slightest encouragement or absolution of guilt, or even give him any interpretive commentary that goes a bit too far. If you do, then you will have to go much further, and will wind up acceding, and yielding, much to your own detriment, to the precise mechanism by which he wants to make you eat, so to speak, his own being in the form of a piece of shit. Your practice teaches you that this is not a process by which you render him a signal service, quite the contrary. It is elsewhere that symbolic introjection must be situated, insofar as it must restore in him the place of desire. Since, to get ahead of ourselves regarding the following stage, what the neurotic most commonly wants to be is the phallus, it is certainly to unduly short-circuit the satisfactions to be given him by offering him this phallic communion against which I have already formulated the most precise objections in my seminar on desire and its interpretation. The phallic object as an imaginary object cannot, in any case, help completely reveal the fundamental fantasy. In fact, it cannot help but respond to the neurotic's demand with what we might refer to approximately as an obliteration. Stated otherwise, it paves the way for the subject to forget a number of the most essential elements that played a part in his bumpy accession to the field of desire. To pause for a moment at this point in the trajectory I have traced out today, I will say that if the neurotic is constituted by unconscious desire, in other words, repressed desire, it is above all insofar as his desire is eclipsed by a counter-demand, that the locus of the counter-demand is strictly speaking the same as the locus in which everything the outside world can add by way of a supplement to the construction of the superego, a certain way of satisfying this counter-demand, is placed and built up afterward, and that any premature mode of interpretation can be criticized inasmuch as it understands too quickly, and does not perceive that what it is most important to understand in the analysand's demand is what is beyond that demand. The space occupied by not understanding. La marge de l'incomprehension is the space occupied by desire, la marge du désir. It is to the extent that this is not perceived that an analysis ends prematurely and is, quite frankly, botched. The catch is, of course, that by interpreting, you give the subject something speech can feed on, even the very book that is behind it. Speech nevertheless remains the locus of desire, even if you provide it in such a way that this locus is unrecognizable, I mean even if it still cannot be inhabited by the subject's desire. Responding to the demand for food or to frustrated demand with a nourishing signifier, leaves elided the fact that, beyond all nourishing speech, what the subject truly needs is to signify metonymically, and this is situated at no point in such nourishing speech. Thus, every time you introduce metaphor, and you are probably obliged to do so, you remain on the very path that gives the symptom consistency. It is no doubt a more simplified symptom, but it is still a symptom, in relation, in any case, to the desire that must be brought out dégagé. If the subject has this singular relationship to the object of desire, it is because he himself was initially an object of desire that became incarnate. Speech as the locus of desire is the poros in which all resources reside. And desire, as Socrates originally taught us to articulate it, is above all lack of resources, aporia. This absolute aporia approaches sleeping speech, and gets herself knocked up with its object. What does this mean, if not that the object was already there, and that it was the object that was demanding to be brought to light? Plato's metaphor of the metempsychosis of the wandering soul that hesitates before knowing where it is going to live, finds its medium, truth, and substance in the object of desire, which is there prior to its birth. And when Socrates delivers a eulogy, epania, of Agathon, he unwittingly does what he wants to do, namely, brings Alcibiades back to his soul, by bringing to life the object that is the object of his desire. This object, which is the aim and end for each person, and undoubtedly limited because the whole lies beyond it, can only be conceptualized as beyond the end of each person. March 15. Oral, anal, and genital. The jouissance of the praying mantis. The other, depository of desire. Desire's dependence on demand. The privilege of the phallus as an object. We are going to wander, I have the urge to say, yet again through the labyrinth constituted by the nature position of desire. A certain returning to or rehashing of the topic, a certain working through asterisk as it's called, seems to me to be necessary for an exact positioning of the function of transference. I already indicated this last time and said why. This is why I will return to it today in order to emphasize the meaning of what I said to you in re-examining the so-called stages of the migration of the libido to the erogenous zones. It is important to see to what extent the naturalist view implied by this definition can be articulated and resolved in our way of enunciating it, which centers it on the relationship between demand and desire. Right at the outset of my discussion of them, I pointed out that there is a place for desire in the margins of demand as such, that it is these margins of demand that constitute desire's locus in a beyond and shy of, a twofold hollow that is already sketched out as soon as the cry of hunger gets articulated, and that, at the other extreme, the object known in English as the nipple, the tip of the breast, ends up taking on its value as a gana, marvel, and precious object in human eroticism. Becoming the medium support of the pleasure and sensual delight of nibbling, in which what we might call a sublimated voracity is perpetuated, insofar as it takes this lust, this pleasure. Moreover, these lust, these desires, you are aware of the equivocation contained within the German term, the slippage of signification produced by the shift from the singular to the plural, the pleasure and covetousness the oral object brings with it stems from something else. It is in this respect, through a reversal in the use of the term sublimation, that I am justified in saying that we see here a deviation in aim occurring in a way that does not happen when it comes to the object of need. Indeed, the erotic value of this privileged object does not draw its substance here from primal hunger. The eros that inhabits it comes nachträglich, retroactively, only after the fact après coup. The place for this desire is prepared cruci in oral demand. Were there no demand, with love as the beyond elodella d'amour it projects, there would be no place for desire shy of it, which is constituted around a privileged object. The oral stage of sexual libido requires the existence of a place that is hollowed out cruci by demand. It is important to examine whether or not this presentation of things does not involve, through my own doing, some specification that one might consider overly biased. Mustn't we take Freud leader ally when he presents us, in one of his statements, with the pure and simple migration of an organic, or, might I say, mucosa-based, erogeneity? Couldn't one say that I am neglecting natural facts? Namely, for example, the instinctive devouring motions we find in nature that are related to the sexual cycle. It is a fact that female cats sometimes eat their kittens, and if the great phantasmatic figure of the praying mantis haunts the analytic classroom, it is precisely because it presents a sort of main mirror image or model of the function attributed to what people so brazenly, and perhaps so incorrectly, Call the castrating mother. Yes, of course, in my own initiation to analysis, I willingly relied on this rich image, which echoes in the natural realm what presents itself in unconscious phenomena. By presenting this objection, you could suggest to me the need for an adjustment in the theoretical line with which I think I can satisfy you along with me. I have spent some time dwelling on this image and what it represents. A simple glance at the diversity of animal ethology shows us, in effect, a rich variety of perversions. My friend Henry E.Y. looked at it closely, and even devoted an issue of L'Evolution Psychiatrique to the topic of animal perversions, which go further than anything human imagination has been able to invent. Taken in this sense, aren't we simply brought back to the Aristotelian view that situates the foundation of perverse desire in a realm lying outside of the human realm? I will ask you to dwell on this for a moment and to consider what we do when we go no further than the fantasy of natural perversion. In asking you to follow me on this ground, I am not underestimating the extent to which such reflection may seem persnickety and speculative, but I think that it is necessary to isolate both what is founded and what is unfounded in this reference to animals. As you will immediately see, we will thereby meet up with what I designate as fundamental in subjectivization, as an essential moment of every instating of the dialectic of desire. To subjectivize the praying mantis in this case is to make an assumption which is not excessive, that it has sexual jouissance. We, of course, know nothing about it. The praying mantis is perhaps, as Descartes would not have hesitated to say, a pure and simple machine, in the sense that machines take on in his terminology, which presupposes the elimination of all subjectivity. But we ourselves have no need to remain at the stage of minimalist positions. We can grant her this jouissance. Is this jouissance? Here is the following step: jouissance of something insofar as this jouissance destroys it. For it can indicate nature's intentions to us only on this basis. To immediately point out what is essential, so that it may serve us as some kind of model of what is at issue, namely, our oral cannibalism and our primordial eroticism, we must imagine here that this jouissance is correlated with the decapitation of the partner that the praying mantis is supposed to know connaître to some degree as such. I have no aversion to going this far. For, in fact, animal ethology is our major reference insofar as it maintains the dimension of knowing connaître that all progress in knowledge connaissance renders so vacillating for us in the human world, because it is identified with the dimension of Reiss recognition méconnaître or Verkennung, as Freud says. It is the field of living beings that allows one to observe imaginary Erkennung recognition, and the privileged status of a species fellow being semblable, which goes so far, in certain cases, as to lead to organogenic effects. Won't go back over the old examples around which my exploration of the imaginary revolved at the time at which I began to articulate something, my doctrine of analysis, which has been coming to fruition over the years before your eyes, namely, the female pigeon that does not fully develop into a female pigeon until she sees a pigeon-like image, a small mirror placed in her cage sufficing to produce this effect, and also the migratory locust that does not go beyond a certain stage, i.e., solitary unless it encounters another migratory locust. There is no doubt but that what fascinates not only us, but also the male praying mantis, is her standing erect posture, a posture that looks to us like that of prayer, from which the praying mantis derives its name, not without finding some kind of vacillating echo retour in us. We observe that it is when the male is face to face with this fantasy, this incarnated fantasy, that he yields and is taken, called, aspirated, and captivated in an embrace that will be fatal to him. It is clear that an image of the imaginary other as such is present in this phenomenon, and it is not excessive to assume that something is revealed therein. But does this mean that it already somehow prefigures an inverted replica of what presents itself in man as a sort of remainder and repercussion of a definite possibility, of the variations or play of natural tendencies? While we may value this monstrous example, we must nevertheless note its divergence from what presents itself in human fantasy. In the latter, we can with certainty start with the subject, the only thing we are sure of, insofar as he is the prop support of the signifying chain. We thus cannot fail to remark that in what nature presents us with here, there is, from the sexual act to its excess, to what overflows it, to what leads it to a devouring surplus, something that signals to us that another structure, an instinctual structure, is being exemplified. The signal is that synchrony is involved. It is at the very moment of the sexual act that this complement, i.e., devouring, comes into play, exemplifying for us the paradoxical nature for me of instinct. Isn't a limit thus sketched out here that allows us to strictly define in what sense the example of the praying mantis can be useful to us? This example serves only to provide the form of what we mean when we speak of a desire. If we speak of the jouissance of the praying mantis as an other, if the praying mantis interests us in this case, it is because she either gets off jour where the male's organ is, or she gets off elsewhere as well. But wherever she gets off, something we'll never know anything about, but so what? The fact that she may get off elsewhere only takes on meaning on the basis of the fact that she gets off, or does not get off. It makes no difference, there. The fact that she may get off wherever she likes has no meaning, for the value taken on by this image, except in relation to a there of a virtual getting off. Whatever is at work, synchrony implies that it will never be anything but copulatory jouissance, even if it is indirect. We can easily find, in the infinite natural variety of instinctual mechanisms, evocative forms, including, for example, those in which the copulatory organ is lost in loco, during consummation itself. We can just as easily consider devouring to be one of the many forms of the primacy given to the individual female partner in copulation, as organized in accordance with its specific end, to constrain her to engage in an act that must be allowed to occur. The exemplary character of the image we are presented with thus only begins at the exact point to which we have no right to go. Let me explain this. The female praying mantis devours the cephalic extremity of her male partner with her mandibles. Now, this part of her anatomy shares as such the property that constitutes, in living nature, the cephalic extremity, namely, a certain uniting of the individual tendency, and the possibility, in whatever register it is exercised, of discernment and choice. Otherwise stated, this leads us to believe that the praying mantis prefers its ca, her partner's head, to anything else. We see here an absolute preference. That ca is what she loves. It is insofar as she loves that ca, which looks to us like jouissance at the other's expense, that we begin to read into natural functions what is at stake, namely, moral meaning. In other words, we enter into the Saudian dialectic. To prefer jouissance to the other turns out to be the essential dimension of nature, but it is only too plain to see that we are the ones who supply this moral meaning. We only supply it to the extent that we discover the meaning of desire as a relation to the partial object in the other, and as a choice of that object. Let us pay closer attention here. Can this example altogether validly illustrate for us the preference for the part over the whole, a judgment that can be illustrated by the erotic value given to the nipple I mentioned earlier? I'm not so sure. In the case of the praying mantis, it is less the part that is preferred to the whole, in the most horrible way, and in a way that would already allow us to short-circuit the function of metonymy, than the whole that is preferred to the part. Indeed, let us not overlook the fact that, even in an animal structure as apparently far removed from us as that of the insect, the value of concentration, reflection, and totality somehow represented by the cephalic extremity assuredly functions. In any case, in fantasy, in the image that captivates us, the partner's acephalization appears with a particular emphasis. To go as far as we can, let us not overlook the fabulatoire value of the praying mantis, underlying what it represents in a certain mythology, or more simply in a kind of folklore, in everything Roger Cale Lewis has highlighted in the register of myth and man. It was his first book, and it seems that he did not sufficiently indicate that, at this level, it is a matter of poetry. This image does not simply derive its savor from a reference to the relation with the oral object such as it is traced out in the koine or common language of the unconscious. It involves a more accentuated feature, which designates for us a certain link between acephalia and the telos of the transmission of life, between acephalia and the handing of the torch from one individual to another in a signified eternity of the species, namely, that jealous sexual desire or craving does not involve the head ne passe pa par la tête. This is what gives tragic meaning to the image of the praying mantis, which has nothing to do with preference for the so-called oral object, which in human fantasy is never, on any occasion, related to the head. Something altogether different is at work in the link between human desire and the oral stage. What can be glimpsed by way of a mutual identification between the subject and the object of oral desire goes toward a constitutive fragmentation morcellement, as psychoanalytic practice immediately shows us. During our recent convention in the provinces, these fragmenting images were said to be related to some kind of primitive terror that seemed, though I don't know why, to take on some kind of value as a worrisome designation for certain speakers, whereas it is clearly the most fundamental, widespread, and common fantasy, at the origin of all of man's relations with his soma. The panoply of anatomical morsels that fill Carpaccio's famous St. George and the Dragon, hanging in the little church known as St. Mary of the Angels in Venice, have appeared in everyone's dreams, whether they've been in analysis or not. And in the same register, the head that goes about all by itself, as in Cazotte's work, has no trouble telling its little stories. But that is not what is important. The discovery made by psychoanalysis is that the subject does not merely encounter images of his own fragmentation in the other's field, but already, and right from the outset, encounters objects of the other's desire, namely, the mother's objects, not simply in a state of fragmentation, but with the privileged status granted them by the mother's desire. In particular, as Melanie Klein tells us, one of these objects, the paternal phallus, is encountered right from the subject's first fantasies, and it is at the origin of the fandom. It is going to speak, it must speak. The paternal phallus is perceived, in the internal realm of the mother's body, into which the first imaginary formations are projected, as something that is distinguished as very highly accentuated or even dangerous. In the field of the other's desire, the subjective object already encounters identifiable occupants, against whose yardstick he must already be measured, against whom he must already be weighed. I am thinking of the little weights of various shapes that are used by primitive African tribes, where you see little twisted up animals, or even clearly falliform objects. At the phantasmatic level, the privilege of the image of the praying mantis derives solely from the fact, which is not, after all that well assured, that the praying mantis is supposed to eat a whole series of males, one after another. The shift to the plural is the essential dimension in which the praying mantis takes on phantasmatic value for us. We have thus defined the oral stage. It is only within demand that the other is constituted as a reflection of the subject's hunger. The other is thus not merely hunger, but articulated hunger, hunger that demands. And the subject is thereby open to becoming an object, but the object of a hunger that he chooses, as it were. The transition from hunger to eroticism is made by means of what I was earlier calling a preference. She likes something especially, that, out of gluttony for special treats d'une gourmandise, so to speak. Thus we find ourselves back in the register of original sins. The subject places himself on the à la carte menu of cannibalism, which everyone knows is never absent from any communal fantasy. Read on this score a treatise by an author I have spoken to you about over the years with a sort of periodic insistence, Baltasar Gracian. Obviously, only those of you who know Spanish can find it fully satisfying, unless you have it translated for you. For, although Gracian was translated very early on, as works were translated almost instantaneously in all of Europe at that time, several of his books have remained untranslated. Am referring here to his treatise on communion, El Comulgatorio, which is a fine text in the sense that something rarely avowed is revealed therein. The delights of consuming Christ's body are detailed in it, and we are asked to dwell upon this exquisite cheek, this delicious arm. Will spare you all the other tidbits on which spiritual concupiscence dwells, thus revealing to us what is always implied in even the most elaborate forms of oral identification. You see here the earliest tendency being deployed by virtue of the signifier, in a whole field that is already created in order to be secondarily inhabited. In opposition to this, I tried to show you last time a meaning of anal demand that is hardly ever or only poorly articulated. Anal demand is characterized by a complete reversal of initiative, to the other's advantage. It is there, in other words, at a stage which, in our normative ideology, is neither very advanced nor mature, that lies the source of the discipline, I did not say duty, but discipline, of toilet training proprieté, a word whose association with propriety the French language so prettily indicates, with what is proper to it, education and good manners. Here the demand is external, it comes from the other, and it is posited as articulated as such. The strange thing is that we must see here, and recognize in what has always been said and whose import no one seems to have truly grasped, the point at which the object as a gift is born. In this metaphor, what the subject can give is precisely correlated with what he can withhold, namely, his own scrap, his excrement. It is impossibly not to see something exemplary here, which must indispensably be designated as the radical point at which the projection of the subject's desire onto the other occurs. There is a point in this stage at which desire is articulated and constituted, at which the other is, strictly speaking, its depository. Furthermore, we are not surprised to see that idealists, enamored of the theme of a hominization of the cosmos or, as they are forced to express themselves in our times, of the planet, neglect that one of the manifest stages, since the beginning of time, of the hominization of the planet is that the human animal turns the planet into a garbage dump. The oldest evidence that we have of human agglomerations are enormous piles of shell debris which go by a Scandinavian name Kajakaanmatting. This is no accident. Moreover, if we are to someday reconstruct how man entered into the field of signifiers, we would have to designate it in those first piles. The subject designates himself here in the evacuated object. It is, so to speak, the starting point of an aphonesis of desire. It is entirely based upon the effect of the other's demand, the other makes the decision. The root of the neurotic's dependence clearly lies here. This is the tangible note by which the neurotic's desire is characterized as pregenital. It depends so much on the other's demand that what the neurotic demands of the other in his neurotic demand for love, is that he be allowed to do something. The place of desire manifestly remains, up until a certain degree, dependent upon the other's demand. What meaning can we, in effect, give to the genital stage? The only meaning that we can give it is the following. Desire should someday reappear as something that could rightfully be called natural desire, but, given its noble antecedents, it can never be such. In other words, desire should appear as what is not demanded, as aiming at what one does not demand. Don't rush ahead and conclude, for example, that desire is what one takes. Whatever you say will never do anything more than make you fall back into the petty mechanics of demand. Natural desire has the characteristic of not being able to be spoken in any way whatsoever, which is why you will never have any natural desire. The other with a capital O, that is, the other in which signs are situated, is already instated in that spot place. And signs suffice to institute the question che voi, to which the subject has at first no response. A sign represents something to someone and, as the subject does not know what the sign represents, faced with this question when sexual desire appears, he loses the someone to whom desire is addressed, in other words, himself. Thus is born little Hans' anxiety. Here we glimpse what, prepared by the subject's fracturing owing to demand, is instated in the mother-slash-child relationship, which we are going to keep, as it often remains, separate for a moment. Little Hans' mother, and every other mother as well, I call upon all mothers, as someone once said, defines her position by proffering the words, "That's terribly dirty," concerning what begins to arise in Hans by way of a little quivering or unambiguous stirring during the first awakenings of genital sexuality. That desire, he cannot even say what it is disgusting. but her words are strictly correlated with a no less recognizable interest in the object to which we have learned to give its full import, namely, the phallus. In an undoubtedly elusive, but not ambiguous way, how many mothers, if not all mothers, faced with little Hans or some other boy's little faucet, or whatever they call it, come out with remarks like, "My little boy is very well endowed," or "You will have many children." In short, the appraisal of the object clearly remaining partial at this stage, still contrasts here with the refusal of desire, at the very moment of the encounter with what solicits the subject in the mystery of desire. The division is instituted between, on the one hand, the object that becomes the mark of special interest, which becomes Agalma, the pearl at the heart of the individual that trembles here around the pivotal point of his accession to living plenitude, and, on the other hand, a debasement of the subject. He is esteemed as an object, but disparaged as desire. It is around this that tallies will be made ventre les comptes, and that the instating of the register of having revolves. It is worth our while dwelling upon this, and I will go into greater detail here. I have been announcing the theme of having to you for a long time with formulations such as, "Love is giving what you don't have." Of course, when a child gives what he has, it's at the prekting stage, i.e., the anal stage. What doesn't he have, and in what sense? One can, certainly, make the dialectic of being and having revolve around the phallus. But it is not from that angle that you must look in order to understand things correctly. What is the new dimension that is introduced by entry into the phallic drama? What he doesn't have at his disposal at the moment of the birth and revelation of genital desire is nothing other than the sexual act-son act. He has nothing but a promissory note. He institutes this act at the level of a project. I beg you to notice here the power of linguistic determinations. Just as desire has, in many Romance languages, taken on the connotation of desideratum, of mourning and regret for something lost, it is not inconsequential that the early forms of the future tense were abandoned in favor of a reference to having. Je chanterai, will sing, is exactly what you see written here, Je chanterai, I have to sing. This in fact comes from cantare habeo. The decadent Roman tongue found the surest path to rediscovering the true meaning of the future, Je baserai plus tard. Jaile baser il état de trait sur l'avenir. Je désirere I'll fuck later, I have fucking in the form of an IOU, I will desire. And this habeo introduces us to the debeo of the symbolic debt, to a revoked destitute habeo. This debt is conjugated in the future tense, when it takes the form of a commandment, tes per et mir honor as thou shalt honor thy father and thy mother, and so on. Today I want to detain you to make a final point, at the mere threshold of what results from this articulation, which is no doubt slow, but which is precisely designed so that you do not get ahead of yourselves. The object in question, the phallic object, separated from desire, is not the simple specification, homologue, or homonym of the little imaginary a to which the full other is debased. It is not the specifying, which finally comes to light, of what had earlier been the oral object and then the anal object. As I mentioned earlier today, when I pointed out to you the subject's first encounter with the phallus is a privileged object in the field of the other, an object that is subtracted from the status of the other with a capital O as such. In other words, at the level of genital desire in the castration stage, to the precise articulation of which all of this is designed to introduce you, little a is the other minus phi n equals a, p. In this sense, phi comes to symbolize what the other is missing because it is the noetic a, the full-fledged a, the other insofar as one can have faith in its response to demand. The desire of this noetic other is an enigma. This enigma is knotted to the structural foundation of its castration. It is here that the whole dialectic of castration begins. Be careful now not to confuse this phallic object with the sign of the other's lack of response, manque de réponse. The lack at stake here, i.e., the lack related to the phallic object, is the lack constituted by the other's desire, le manque du désir de l'autre. The function taken on by the phallus, insofar as it is encountered in the field of the imaginary, is not that of being identical to the other as designated by the lack of a signifier, it is that of being the root of this lack. For it is the other who is constituted in a relation to this object phi, which is certainly a privileged relation, but a complex one. It is here that we will find the crux of what constitutes the dead end and problem of love, namely, that the subject can only satisfy the other's demand by demeaning the other, turning this other into the object of his desire. March 16. Psyche and the castration complex. Zuki and Apuleios. The tribulations of the soul. The castration complex as a paradox. The signifimes of the phallus. The analyst's desire. It is not because we are apparently fooling around with respect to your central concern that we do not find it anew at the extreme periphery. I happened to find it at the Borghese Gallery in Rome, almost without realizing it, in the most unexpected of places. Experience has taught me to always look at what is near an elevator, as it is often significant and people never look there. This experience is altogether applicable to a museum and, applied to the museum in the Borghese Gallery, made me turn at the moment I left the elevator, thanks to which I saw something people never really pause to look at, and about which I have never heard anyone speak, a canvas by a painter by the name of Zucchi. He is not a very well-known artist, although he has not entirely escaped the critic's notice. He is what is referred to as a mannerist, from the first period of mannerism, and he lived from approximately to. The painting I saw is called Psyche sorprende amore, the latter being no other than Cupid Eros. It is the classic scene of Psyche casting light from her little lamp onto Cupid, who has for some time been her nocturnal lover and whom she has never seen. You probably know a little something about this drama. Psyche, who is favored by an extraordinary love, for she is loved by Cupid himself, experiences happiness that could be perfect if she didn't become curious to see who Cupid is. It's not as if Psyche had never been warned by her lover not to try to cast light upon him, though he is unable to tell her what sanction would result therefrom, but his insistence on remaining invisible is extreme. Nevertheless, Psyche cannot do otherwise than succumb to her curiosity, and it is at this moment that her misfortunes begin. I can't recount all of them to you. First I want to show you what is involved, as this is what is important in my discovery. I was able to secure 2 reproductions of this canvas, and I am going to pass them around the room. I am adding to them a sketch made by a painter whose style will be recognized, I hope, even by those who do not know my family connections. Given his desire to oblige me, he was willing to prepare this little sketch for you this very morning, which will allow me to indicate what is at stake in my demonstration. You see that the sketch by André Masson corresponds, in its main outlines at least, to what I am now passing around the room. Let me mention that the tone of my voice today can be explained by the fact that I felt a need to go to the place on the Palatine Hill that, about years ago, Commander Boney thought he could identify with what Latin authors call mundus. I managed to go down into it, but I'm afraid it's nothing but a cistern, and I managed to catch a sore throat down there. I don't know if you have ever seen the story of Cupid and Psyche portrayed in this way, even though it has been treated in countless ways in both sculpture and painting. I personally had never seen Psyche appear in a work of art armed as she is in this painting, with what is represented here very clearly as a small blade, a scimitar. Moreover, you will notice what is significantly projected here in the form of a flower, the bouquet of which it is a part, and the vase in which it is inserted. You will see that, in a very intense and accentuated way, this flower is, strictly speaking, the visual, intellectual center of the painting. This bouquet and this flower are, in effect, in the foreground, and they are backlit, in other words, they form a black mass, which is treated in a way that gives the painting its mannerist flavor. The whole scene is drawn in an extremely refined way. There are certainly things we could say about the specific flowers that are included in the bouquet. But around this bouquet, coming from behind it, shines an intense light cast on the extended thighs and stomach of the figure who symbolizes Cupid. It is truly impossible not to see designated here, in the most precise way and as if it were being directly pointed to, the organ that, anatomically speaking, must be dissimulated behind this mass of flowers, Cupid's phallus. This can be seen in the very manner of the painting, accentuated in such a way that there is nothing in what I am telling you that is in any sense an analytic interpretation. The thread that links the thread of the blade with what is designated to us here cannot fail to come to mind. This is worth emphasizing, as it is not frequent in art. Many representations of Judith and Holofernes have been made, but that is not what is involved here, since they concern beheading. Nevertheless, the position of Psyche's other arm, which is extended and holds the lamp, is designed to remind us of the paintings of Judith and Holofernes, for the lamp is suspended here above Cupid's head. You know that in the story it is a drop of oil, spilt owing to an abrupt movement on Psyche's part, as she is quite startled, which wakes up Cupid, inflicting, moreover, so the story tells us, a wound from which he suffers for a long time. If you look closely, you will notice that in the reproduction you have before you, there is something like a shaft of light which runs from the lamp and goes straight toward Cupid's shoulder. Nevertheless, the angle of this shaft does not allow us to believe that it is a drop of oil, but rather a ray of light. Certain people will think that there is something quite remarkable here, which represents an innovation on the part of the artist, and thus an intention that we can unambiguously attribute to him, that of representing the threat of castration in an amorous context. Were we to try to interpret things in this direction, think that we would quickly have to retrace our steps. We would quickly have to retrace our steps because, haven't yet indicated this fact to you, but I hope it already occurred to some of you, this story, despite the success it has had in the history of art, is told to us by but a single text, which is the Golden Ass by Apuleius. I hope, for the sake of your own pleasure, that you have read the Golden Ass. It is an inspiring text, I must say. If certain truths or esoteric secrets are, as has always been said, included in the book, in a mythical and colorful form, they are packaged in the most chimeering, not to say tickling and titillating, of ways. At first glance, it is truly something that has not yet been superseded, not even by the most recent productions which have, over the last few years in France, been a treat for us in the most blatant erotic genre, with all the nuances of sadomasochism that are the most common fodder of erotic novels. The Golden Ass tells the horrible story of a young girl's abduction, accompanied by the most terrifying threats to which the girl is exposed in the company of the ass, he who speaks in the first person in this novel. It is during an intermezzo included in this rather racy Psyche and the castration complex adventure that an old lady, in order to entertain the kidnapped girl for a moment, tells her at length the story of Cupid and Psyche. Now it is due to the perfidious influence of Psyche's sisters, who constantly prod her to fall into the trap, to break the promises she has made to her divine lover, that she succumbs. The final means employed by her sisters are to suggest to her that Cupid must be a horrible monster or the most hideous of serpents, and that she must certainly be exposing herself to some serious danger by being with him. Following this, the mental short-circuit occurs. She recalls the extremely insistent prohibitions imposed upon her by her nocturnal interlocutor in recommending that she in no case contravene his very severe prohibition not to try to see him, and she perceives only too clearly how his words intersect with what is suggested by her sisters. It is at this point that she takes the fatal step. Prior to doing so, given what her sisters have suggested to her, in other words, what she thinks she will find, she arms herself. Which is why, despite the fact that the history of art gives us no other evidence of this, to the best of my knowledge, would appreciate it if someone, incited by my remarks here, could provide me with proof to the contrary. Psyche is represented as armed at this significant moment. It is clearly from Apuleius' text that the mannerist in question, Zucchi, borrowed what constitutes the originality of the scene. What does this imply? At the era at which Zucchi depicted this scene, the tale of Psyche and Cupid was widely known, and for all sorts of reasons. While it is attested to in but one literary text, it is attested to in many works in the plastic and figurative arts. I have heard, for example, that the sculpture group which is at the Uffizi in Florence represents a Cupid with a Psyche, but they both have wings. You will observe that in Zucchi's canvas, while Cupid has wings, Psyche does not. Psyche is depicted with the wings of a butterfly when she is depicted with wings. I possess some Alexandrine objects in which Psyche is represented in several forms, frequently endowed with butterfly wings, which are, in this case, a sign of the immortality of the soul. You are aware of the stages of metamorphosis that the butterfly undergoes. It is born at first as a caterpillar or larva, then wraps itself in a sort of tomb or sarcophagus, in a way that reminds us of mummies, and stays in there until such time as it reappears in a glorified form. The theme of the butterfly as signifying the immortality of the soul had already appeared in antiquity, and not simply in variously peripheral religions. It was even utilized in the Christian religion to symbolize the immortality of the soul, and it still is. It is very difficult to deny that what is at stake in the story is what one might call the trials and tribulations of the soul. Only one mythological text transmitted this tale in antiquity, that by Apuleius. Authors variously emphasize its religious and spiritual meanings, and willingly opine that we have in Apuleius' work but a degraded, Romanesque form, which does not allow us to grasp the original import of the myth. Despite their allegations, I, on the contrary, believe that Apuleius' text is extremely rich. What is represented here by the painter is merely the beginning of the story. At a still earlier stage, we have what one might call Psyche's happiness, but also a first trial. Psyche is considered at the outset to be as beautiful as Venus, and it is owing to a first persecution by the gods that she finds herself exposed on the peak of a rocky crag, another form of the myth of Andromeda, to a monster who was supposed to seize her. The monster turns out in fact to be Cupid, to whom Venus gave the task of delivering Psyche into the hands of he whose victim she was supposed to be. Cupid, who is slated to execute his mother's Venus' cruel orders, is seduced by Psyche, kidnaps her, and hides her in a deeply secluded place, in which she experiences, in short, the happiness of the gods. The story would end there were poor Psyche not of a different nature than the divine nature, and did not prove to have the most deplorable weaknesses, among them family feeling. She spares no pains and never tires until she has obtained from Cupid, her unknown husband, permission to see her sisters again, and the entire remainder of the story stems from that. There is thus, before the moment represented in this little masterpiece, a brief earlier moment, but the whole tale unfolds afterward. I am not going to tell you the whole story, as that would get us off on a tangent. This story is recounted, moreover, on the ceiling and walls of the charming Palazzo Farnese, having been painted by the brush of none other than Raphael himself. The scenes there are pleasant, almost too pleasant. We are no longer equal to the task of bearing such prettiness. It seems that what must have appeared as surprising beauty the first time the style sprang from Raphael's wonderful brush, has since become degraded for us. In truth, one must always keep in mind that a certain prototype or form must make, at the moment of its first appearance, an impression that is completely different from what it makes after having been, not simply reproduced thousands of times, but imitated thousands of times. In short, Raphael's paintings at Farnese sketch out for us the further development, scrupulously based on Apuleius' text, of Psyche's tribulations. So that you will have no doubt that Psyche is not a woman, but rather the soul. Suffice it to say that she appeals to Demeter, complete as depicted in the Palazzo Farnese with all the instruments and weapons of her mysteries, for it is clearly initiation into Psyche and the castration complex. The Eleusinian mysteries that is involved here. She is rebuffed by Demeter because the latter wants above all not to anger her sister-in-law, Venus. What happens is as follows: having fallen, having made at the outset a faux pas of which she is not even guilty, for Venus' jealousy derives merely from the fact that she considers Psyche as a rival, the unfortunate soul finds herself buffeted about, rebuffed by all sources of succor, even religious succor. One could thus establish a whole detailed phenomenology of the unhappy soul, compared with the consciousness qualified by the same adjective. Let us make no mistake about it, couples are not the theme of this very pretty story of psyche. The tale is not about relations between men and women. It suffices to be able to read to see what is truly hidden merely by being presented in the foreground and as overly obvious, as in Edgar Allan Poe's The Purloined Letter. It is about nothing other than the relations between the soul and desire. It is in this respect that we can say, without forcing things, that to us the extremely detailed composition of this canvas gives, in an exemplary fashion, through the intensity of the isolated image produced here, a tangible character to what a structural analysis of the myth of Apuleius could be, an analysis that remains to be carried out. I have said enough to you about what the structural analysis of a myth is, for you to at least know that it exists. Since Claude Lévi-Strauss analyzes a certain number of North American myths, I don't see why one would not devote oneself to the same kind of analysis concerning Apuleius' fable. We are, strangely enough, not as well served in matters closer to us than in others, which seem to us further removed as to their sources. We have but one version of this myth, Apuleius' version. But it does not seem impossible to work in a way that allows us to bring out a certain number of significant pairs of oppositions. Yet without Zucchi's help, we would perhaps run the risk of overlooking the truly primordial and primal nature of this moment in the tale of Psyche. It is, nevertheless, the best known moment. Everyone knows that Cupid flees and disappears because little Psyche was too curious and, on top of that, disobedient. This is what, in our collective memory, has remained of the meaning of the myth. But something is hidden behind that, and, if we are to believe what is revealed to us here by the painter's intuition, it is no other than the decisive moment that he painted. This is certainly not the first time that such a moment appears in an ancient myth. But its emphasis, crucial character, and pivotal function had to wait many long centuries before being situated at the center of the psyche by Freud. Having made this find, it didn't seem to me to be useless to talk with you about it, because the tiny image that will remain engraved in your minds, due to the very fact that I am spending time on it this morning, turns out to illustrate what I can designate today only as the point at which the whole instinctual dynamic converges, insofar as I have taught you to consider its register to be marked by the workings of the signifier. This is what allows me to highlight how the castration complex must be articulated at this level. It can only be fully articulated if we consider the instinctual dynamic that is going to be structured by the mark of the signifier. At the same time, the image's value lies in showing us that there is a superimposing or superimposition, a common center, in the vertical sense, between the soul and the point of production of the castration complex with which I left you last time. We are now going to pursue this topic further. I took up the theme of desire and demand in chronological order, but I underscored for you at every moment the divergence, splitting asterisk or difference between desire and demand that marks all of the initial stages of libidinal evolution. I showed you that it is determined by Nachträglich, retroactive, action, starting at a certain point where the paradox of desire and demand appears with minimal Klattereklat, which is the genital stage, insofar as we should, it seems, be able to distinguish between desire and demand at that point at least. Demand and desire bear the mark there of division and shattering éclatement, which still poses a problem for analysts, if you read their work, a question or enigma that is more often avoided than resolved and that goes by the name of the castration complex. Thanks to this painting, you must see that the castration complex is, in its structure and instinctual dynamic, centered in such a way that it coincides exactly with what we might call the point at which the soul is born. If this myth has any meaning, it is indeed that Psyche only truly becomes Psyche, in other words, not simply someone endowed with an extraordinary initial gift which makes her the equal of Venus, or with a veiled and unknown favor which offers her infinite and unfathomable happiness, but the subject of a pathos which is, strictly speaking, that of the soul, at the moment at which the desire that fulfilled her slips away and takes flight. Psyche's adventures begin at that very moment. Venus, as I once told you, is balm every day, and as Plato's myth tells us, owing to this very fact Cupid is thus also conceived every psyche and the castration complex day. But the birth of the soul is, in both the universal and the particular, for all of us and for each of us, an historic moment. It is from this moment on that the dramatic story with which we are faced unfolds in all its consequences. One could, in the end, say that Freud went straight to this point. In closing, he stated that there is a final endpoint. This is articulated in analysis, terminable and interminable, at which we arrive when we manage to eliminate in the subject every avenue for the resurgence or reviving of unconscious repetition, when we manage to make the latter converge with the bedrock, the term is in Freud's text, of the castration complex S#XXIII, p. The castration complex is at work in men and in women. The term penisnade penis envy is, in his text, one of the names of the castration complex. It is around this castration complex, and, so to speak, in starting anew on the basis of it, that we must put to the test once more everything that has, in a certain way, been discovered on the basis of this brick wall. Whether it is a matter of emphasizing the decisive and primordial effect of what pertains to knowledge's entreaties instances du savoir, or a matter of operationalizing mise en fonction what is called the aggressiveness of primordial sadism, or what has been articulated in the different possible views concerning the object, running the gamut from its decomposition into partial objects and its deepening, to the development of the notion of good and bad primordial objects, all of this can be resituated in an appropriate perspective only if we grasp where the divergence began. It began with this to some extent unsustainably paradoxical point, the castration complex. The image that I am taking the time to show you today has the benefit of incarnating what I mean by speaking of the castration complex as a paradox. Indeed, up until now, in the different stages we have studied, a divergence was present that was motivated by the distinction and discordance between what constitutes the object of demand, whether it be the subject's demand at the oral stage, or the other's demand at the anal stage, and what, in the other, is situated in the place of desire. This is what is masked and veiled to a certain degree in Psyche's case, although it is secretly perceived by the archaic, infantile subject. Now, would it not seem that, in what one might sweepingly call the third stage, and which is commonly known as the genital stage, the conjunction of desire, insofar as it can be involved in any of the subject's demands, must find its surety or carbon copy in the other's desire? If there is a point at which desire presents itself as desire, it is certainly at the point at which Freud's first accentuation was precisely made to situate it for us, in other words, at the level of sexual desire, revealed in its real consistency, and no longer in a contaminate, displaced, condensed, or metaphorical fashion. Here we are no longer dealing with the sexualization of some other function, but with the sexual function itself. To help you gauge the paradox in question, I was looking for something to point to this morning with which to exemplify the awkwardness of analysts when it comes to the phenomenology of the genital stage, and I stumbled upon an article by René de Monchi devoted to the castration complex in the International Journal of Psychoanalysis. What is an analyst who takes a renewed interest in our times in the castration complex, and there aren't many of them, led to in order to explain it? You'll never guess. I will summarize it for you very quickly. There is a paradox which cannot fail to strike you, in the fact that the revelation of the genital drive is necessarily marked by the splitting asterisk consisting in the castration complex. The author, who has a certain knowledge base, mentions at the beginning of his article what are called congenital reaction schemes. They consist in the fact that, in small birds which have never had any experience of predators, it suffices to move a piece of paper in the approximate shape of a hawk over their cage to provoke all the fright reflexes. In short, the piece of paper serves here as a decoy lure, or, as the author of this article expresses himself in French even though writing in English, a trap. According to him, things are exceedingly simple. The primitive trap in man must be sought out in the oral stage. It is the biting reflex, correlated with the well-known sadistic fantasies that the child may have, and which involve the sectioning of the object that is the most precious of all, the mother's nipple, that is the origin of what, in the later, genital stage, will be manifested, transformed into fellatio fantasies, as the possibility of depriving the sexual partner of his organ, of wounding or mutilating his genitalia. And this explains, not why your daughter is mute, but why the genital stage is marked by the possible sign of castration. Such an explanation is telling as regards the present orientation of analytic thought, and of the reversal that has taken place in it that progressively places under the heading of primal drives, drives that become more and more hypothetical the more they approach the earliest moments of life. Which leads to the accentuation of the importance of constitution, of that genes qua that is innate in primordial aggressiveness. Aren't we spelling things out correctly by dwelling instead on the problems that our practice commonly raises for us? I have already mentioned here the notion found in one of Ernest Jones' articles, in which he is stirred by a certain need to explain the castration complex. I am referring to aphonesis, a common Greek term that was put on the agenda in the articulation of analytic discourse by Freud, which means disappearance. According to Jones, what is at work in the castration complex is the fear aroused in the subject by the disappearance of desire. Those of you who have been following my teaching for some time cannot, hope, fail to recall, and those who do not remember can have a look at the excellent summaries made by Lefebvre-Pontalis, that I have already made headway on this topic in my seminar by saying that, while this is one way of articulating the problem, there is also a singular reversal that clinical practice allows us to point to. This is why I commented at length for you on the well-known dream of Ella Sharp's patient in my seminar Desire and its Interpretation, a dream that revolves entirely around the theme of the phallus. I will ask you to look at that summary, because I cannot repeat myself and the things said then were essential. The meaning of what is at issue here is, as I indicated, the following: far from it being the case that the fear of aphonesis is projected, so to speak, onto the image of the castration complex, it is on the contrary the necessity or determination of the signifying mechanism that, in the castration complex, makes the subject not fear aphonesis at all in the majority of cases, but, rather, take refuge in it, tucking his desire away in his vest pocket. What analytic practice reveals to us is that it is more precious to hold onto desire's symbol, the phallus, than to hold onto desire itself. This is the problem with which we are presented. I hope that you have carefully observed the flowers that are located in front of Cupid's genitals in Zucchi's painting. They are characterized by such abundance only so that one cannot see that there is nothing behind them. There is literally no room for even the smallest genitalia. What Psyche is about to cut off has already disappeared. Moreover, if something strikes us as being juxtaposed here to the fine, beautiful human form of this woman, who is in fact divine, it is the extraordinarily composite character of the image of Cupid. His face is a child's face, but his body is Michelangelo-like in nature. It is a muscle-bound body, which has almost begun to show signs of aging, not to say sagging. In addition to that, there are his wings. You are all aware that the sex of angels was a subject of endless discussion. If people debated about it for so long, it was probably because no one knew very well where to stop. In any case, the apostle tells us that whatever joys there may be in the resurrection of the body, once the celestial feast has come, there will no longer be any sexual activity, whether active or passive. The upshot being that what is at stake, and is concentrated in this image, is clearly the center of the paradox of the castration complex. It is that the other's desire, insofar as it is approached at the level of the genital stage, can never in fact be accepted in what I will call its rhythm, which is at the same time its dissonance fluence. This concerns first of all the paradoxes of the child's situation, namely, that we find in him a desire which is still fragile, uncertain, premature, and anticipated. But this observation hides from us what is, in the final analysis, at stake. His psychical organization quite simply does not adapt, so to speak, insofar as it is psychical, to the reality of sexual desire, and this is true at every level. For the organ is brought in and approached only insofar as it is transformed into a signifier, and, in order to be transformed into a signifier, it is cut off. Reread all that I taught you to read regarding little Hans. You will see that it is a question of nothing but this: does it have roots? Is it removable? In the end, Hans works it out: it can be unscrewed. It can be unscrewed and others can be put in its place. That is thus what is at stake. What is shown to us here is this very elision, thanks to which the organ is no longer anything but the very sign that I mentioned, the sign of absence. For what I taught you is the following: if I, the phallus as a signifier, has a place, it is precisely that of supplementing the other at the point at which signifierness disappears, at the point at which the other is constituted by the fact that a signifier is lacking somewhere. Hence the privileged value of the signifier, which can no doubt be written, but which can only be written in parentheses, by saying that it is the signifier of the point at which the signifying system le signifiant is lacking s, a. This is why it can become identical to the subject himself, at the point at which we can designate him as a barred subject s, in other words, at the sole point at which we analysts can situate a subject as such. Say, we analysts, insofar as we are linked to the effects that result from the coherence of the signifier when a living being makes himself into its agent and its prop. If we accept this determination, this overdetermination as we call it, the subject then no longer has any other possible efficacy than on the basis of the signifier that makes him disappear. Which is why the subject is unconscious. If people, even non-analysts, can speak of double symbolization, it is in the sense that the nature of the symbol is such that two registers necessarily stem therefrom, the one that is linked to the symbolic chain and the one that is linked to the problem or mess that the subject was able to bring to it. For it is there that, in the final analysis, he situates himself in the most certain way. In other words, the subject asserts that the dimension of truth is original only at the moment at which he uses the signifier to lie. I wanted to draw your attention this morning to the relation between the phallus and the effect of the signifying system le signifiant, and to the fact that the phallus as a signifier, which means as given over to an entirely different function than its organic function, is the center of all coherent apprehension of what is at work in the castration complex. But now I would like to introduce, not in a way that is already articulated and rational, but in a colorful way, what I will discuss next time. It is, so to speak, beautifully represented thanks to Zucchi's mannerism. Didn't it occur to you that by placing this vase of flowers in front of the phallus as lacking, and as such raised to major signifimes, the artist managed to anticipate by 3.5 centuries, and unbeknown to me, I assure you, up until a few days ago, the very image I used to articulate the dialectic of the relations between the ideal ego and the ego ideal? I discussed it a very long time ago, but I completely reworked it in an article that will come out soon. I tried to fit the different pieces of the relation to the object as an object of desire, as a partial object with all the necessary focusing accommodation, into a system, in an amusing physics experiment that I called the inverted vase illusion. What I hope to get you to realize is that the problem of castration, the center of the whole economy of desire such as analysis has developed it, is closely related to another problem, which is the following. How is it that the other, which is the locus of speech, the legitimate subject, and the one with whom we have relations of good and bad faith, can and must become something precisely analogous to what can be encountered in the most inert object, namely, a, the object of desire? It is this tension, difference in altitude, or fundamental drop in level that becomes the essential regulation of everything that is problematic about desire in man. This is what must be analyzed, and I think that I can articulate it for you next time quite clearly. I ended what I taught you about Ella Sharp's dream with the following. This phallus, said, speaking of a subject caught up in the most exemplary neurotic situation, insofar as it was that of aphony. Cis brought on by the castration complex, he is it and he is not it. Language allows us to perceive the interval between to be it and not to be it in a formulation into which the verb to be slips, he is not without having it. It is around the subjective assumption between being and having that the reality of castration is played out. And the phallus, I wrote at that time, serves as an equivalent in the relation to the object. It is to the extent that he gives up the phallus that the subject is able to possess the plethora of objects that characterize the human world. In an analogous formulation, one might say that a woman is without having it, which can be experienced very painfully in the form of penis nade, but which is, am now adding this to what I said before, also a great strength. This is what Ella Sharp's patient is not willing to perceive. He shelters the phallus as a signifier. And, I concluded, there is undoubtedly something more neurosis-inducing than the fear of losing the phallus, which is not to want the other to be castrated. But today, now that we have examined the dialectic of transference in the symposium, I am going to propose another formulation. If the other's desire is essentially separated from us by the mark of the signifier, don't you now understand why Alcibiades, having perceived that the secret of desire lies in Socrates, demands in an almost impulsive way, with an impulsivity that is at the origin of all the false pathways of neurosis and perversion, to see Socrates' desire, which he knows exists since he acts on its basis, to see it in the form of a sign? This is also why Socrates refuses. For this is but a short circuit. To see desire in the form of a sign is not, for all that, to accede to the course by which desire is taken up in a certain dependency, which is what one wishes to know. You see here the beginning of the path that I am attempting to open up toward what the analyst's desire must be. In order for the analyst to have what the analysand lacks, he must have nescience qua nescience. He must be in the mode of having it, he too must be not without having it, he must be but one short step away from being as ignorant as his analysand. In fact, he too is not without having an unconscious. He is no doubt always beyond everything the analysand knows, without being able to tell him. He can only give him a sign. Being that which represents something to someone is the definition of the sign. Having on the whole nothing else that stops him from being the subject's desire, then the very fact of having it, the analyst is doomed to false surprise. But get it into your heads that he is only effective when he gives himself over to true surprise, which is untransmittable, and of which he can give only a sign. Psyche and the castration complex. Representing something to someone is precisely what must be disrupted. For the sign that is to be given is the sign of the lack of a signifier. It is, as you know, the only sign that cannot be borne, because it is the one that induces the most unspeakable anxiety. It is nevertheless the only one that can make the analysand accede to the unconscious, to the science without consciousness, science sans conscience, concerning which you perhaps understand today, being presented with this painting, in what non-negative, but positive sense Rabelais says that it is the demise of the soul. April 17. The symbol phi. Arcimbaldo and persona. The lack of a signifier and questioning. The signifier that is always veiled. The phallus in hysteria and obsession. I am recommencing my difficult discourse for you, which is ever more difficult owing to its aim. It would, nevertheless, be inappropriate to say that I am leading you into unknown territory today. If I begin to lead you into a certain territory today, it is clear that I already began doing so right from the outset. To speak, moreover, of unknown territory as concerns our territory, which is called the unconscious, is still more inappropriate. For what makes for the difficulty of this discourse is that I can tell you nothing about it which does not take on all its importance from what I don't say about it. The idea is not that one mustn't say everything and that in order to speak accurately we cannot say all that we could formulate. There is something in this formulation that, as we realize at every moment, immediately casts the matter into the imaginary, which is essentially what happens due to the fact that human subjects are, as such, prey to the symbol. But let's be careful here, at the point we have reached, should we put to the symbol in the singular or the plural? In the singular, assuredly, insofar as the one that I introduced last time is, strictly speaking, an unamable symbol, we will see why and in what respect, the symbol uppercase phi. It is here that I must recommence my discourse today, to show you in what respect this symbol is indispensable to us if we are to understand the impact of the castration complex on the mainspring of transference. Phi. There is, in effect, a fundamental ambiguity between phi and phi, between uppercase phi as a symbol, and lowercase phi. Lowercase phi designates the imaginary phallus insofar as it is concretely involved in the psychical economy at the level of the castration complex where we first truly encountered it, where the neurotic experiences it in a way that represents his particular mode of operating and maneuvering, with the radical difficulty that I am trying to articulate for you through the use I make of the symbol capital Phi. Last time, and already many times before that, I designated the symbol, phi, briefly, I mean in a quick and abbreviated manner, as a symbol that arises or responds in the place where the lack of a signifier occurs. I once again unveiled, right at the beginning of the last class, the image that served us last time as a prop by which to introduce the paradoxes and antinomies related to various slippages, which are so subtle and difficult to recall in their various stages, and which must nevertheless be maintained if we wish to understand what is involved in the castration complex. They are, namely, the displacements, absences, levels, and substitutions in which the phallus intervenes, in its multiple and virtually ubiquitous formulations. In analytic work, it springs up constantly, at the very least in theoretical writings, that is undeniable, being re-invoked in the most various forms, even in studies of infancy concerning the very first pulsations of the soul. You see it identified, for example, with the force of the earliest aggressiveness, insofar as the phallus is the worst object that is eventually encountered in the mother's breast, and as it is also the most noxious anal object. Why this ubiquity? I'm not the one who is suggesting it, for it is manifest in every attempt to formulate analytic technique, whether at an old, new, or revamped level. So let us try to introduce some order into things here, and see why I must emphasize this ambiguity or polarity, as it were. The polarity concerning the function of the phallus as a signifier involves two extremes, the symbolic and the imaginary. I said signifier, insofar as it is used as such. But when I presented it earlier, I called it a symbol, and it is indeed, perhaps, the only signifier that, in our register, absolutely deserves to be called a symbol. I thus unveiled anew for you this image of Zucchi's canvas, which is not a simple reproduction of the original from which I began as if from an exemplary image, laden in its composition with all the riches that a certain painterly art can produce, and whose mannerist mainspring I examined. I'm going to quickly pass around the image again, if only for those who were not able to see it last time. I would simply like, as a compliment, to clearly stress, for those who were perhaps unable to grasp it precisely, what I intend to emphasize here concerning the importance of what I will call the mannerist application. The word application must be used both literally and figuratively. You see the bouquet of flowers in the foreground. Its presence is designed to cover over what must be covered over, which, as I told you, is less Cupid's threatened phallus, Cupid who is caught by surprise and discovered here owing to Psyche's question, who is this guy? Then the precise point of an absent presence, an absence rendered present. The history of that era's painting technique requires us to draw a parallel here, not via my path, but via that of art critics who begin with premises that are altogether different from those that could guide me here. Indeed, we have a few indications that the flowers were probably not painted by Jacopo, but by a brother or a cousin, Francesco, who, due to his technical prowess, was asked to come create this brilliant flourish, the flowers in their vase, in the suitable spot. Owing precisely to this probable collaborator, critics have emphasized the parallel between the technique employed here and that employed by someone I hope a certain number of you know, who was brought, several months ago, to the attention of those of you who stay somewhat abreast of various revivals in interest in phases of the history of art that are sometimes overlooked, veiled, or forgotten, namely, Giuseppe Arcimboldo. Arcimboldo, who worked in part at the court of the infamous Rudolph II, King of Bohemia, who left behind other traces in the tradition of rare objects, is known for a singular technique which sent out its most recent shoot in the work of my old friend Salvador Dali in what he called paranoiac drawing. Having, for example, to represent the face of Rudolf II's librarian, Arcimboldo did so using an ingenious construction made of the primary tools of the librarian, namely, books, arranged on the canvas in such a way that the image of a face is much more than suggested, it truly forces itself upon the viewer. Similarly, the symbolic theme of a season, incarnated in the guise of a human face, was materialized by the fruits in season then, the assembling of which was carried out in such a way that a face in the form created is also forcibly suggested to the viewer. In short, this mannerist procedure consists in creating the essence of a human image through the coalescence, combination, or accumulation of a pile of objects, the sum total of which is given the phi task of representing what is thus manifested both as substance and illusion. At the same time that the appearance of a human image is sustained, something is suggested that can be imagined in the ungrouping of the objects. These objects, which in some sense serve as a mask, simultaneously demonstrate the problematic nature of this very mask. This is, in short, what we are dealing with every time the highly essential function of the persona comes into play, which is always in the foreground in the economy of human presence. For if there is a need for a persona, it is because, behind it perhaps, all form slips away and vanishes. Assuredly, a persona results from a complex grouping of objects. Here indeed lies the illusion lura and the fragility of its subsistence. Behind it, we know nothing of what can be sustained, for it is a twofold appearance that is suggested to us, a redoubling of appearance that leaves unanswered the question of what there is there in the end. It is clearly in this register that we see, in the composition of this canvas, the way in which the question of what is at stake in what must concern us here, namely Psyche's act, is sustained. Psyche, who is fulfilled, wonders whom she is dealing with, and it is this precise special moment that captured the artist's attention, perhaps well beyond anything he himself could have put into words. He did write a discourse on the gods of antiquity. I took the trouble to look at it, without having any great illusions about it, and, in effect, there is not much to be gleaned from it. But his painting speaks loudly enough for itself. In this image, the artist has grasped what last time I called the moment of the appearance or birth of Psyche, the sort of exchange of powers whose effect is that she becomes embodied. What follows is a whole string of misfortunes that befall her before she comes full circle, and finds anew what, at that instant, will disappear the instant thereafter for her, what she wanted to unveil and grasp, the face of desire. What justifies my introducing the symbol capital Phi, since I designate it as what arises in the place of the missing signifier signifiant man quant? What does it mean for a signifier to be missing? How many times have I told you that once the battery of signifiers is given, beyond a certain minimum which remains to be determined, but at the very least 4 should be able to suffice for all significations, as Jacobson teaches us, nothing is missing. There is no language, however primitive it may be, in which everything cannot in the end be expressed, with the exception that, as the Vaudois proverb has it, everything is possible for man, what he cannot do he leaves aside, what cannot be expressed in that language is, quite simply, neither felt nor subjectified. For it to be subjectified would be for it to take up a position in a subject as valid for another subject, in other words, to shift to the most radical point where the very idea of communication is possible. Any signifying battery can tell you that what that battery cannot say signifies nothing in the locus of the other. Now, everything that is signifying to us always occurs in the locus of the other. In order for something to signify, it must be translatable in the locus of the other. Let us assume there is a language that does not have such and such a figure of speech, then it simply does not express it. Yet it signifies it nevertheless, for example, through the use of shall or have. This is in fact what happens, I pointed out to you how, in French and English, the future tense is expressed. In Je chanterai, it is perfectly well attested that it is originally the verb to have avoir, which is declined /jai/. I shall sing also indirectly expresses the future tense that English does not have. There is no such thing as a missing signifier // ny apota signify and qui manque. At what moment can a lack of a signifier possibly begin to appear? In the dimension that is subjective and that is called questioning. I brought out, on an earlier occasion, the fundamental character of the appearance in the child of questioning as such. It is an already well-known fact, noted by the most ordinary observation. It is a particularly embarrassing moment for adults because of the nature of the child's questions. As soon as he knows how to work with and get around with the signifier, he enters a dimension that leads him to ask his parents the most inopportune questions which, as everyone knows, give rise to the greatest confusion in his parents and to answers by them that are almost necessarily impotent. What is running? What does stamping your foot mean? What is an imbecile? What makes us so unable to satisfactorily answer such questions? Something obliges us to answer in a way that is so especially inept, as if we did not know that to say, running means walking very quickly, is truly to botch it up, that to say, stamping your foot means that you're angry is truly to proffer an absurdity, and I won't go into the definition we might provide of an imbecile. What is involved in this moment of questioning, if not that the subject distances himself from his use of the signifier itself, and is unable to grasp what it means for there to be words. What it means to speak, and what it means to designate something so close to him with that enigmatic something known as a word or a phoneme. The inability experienced at that moment by the child is formulated in questions that attack the signifier as such, at a moment at which the signifier's action is already indelibly etched into everything. Everything that later presents itself as a question in the aftermath of his pseudo-philosophical meditation, can, in the final analysis, but fall short. By the time the subject arrives at the question "what am I?" he will be still less far along, except, of course, if he undergoes an analysis. But if he does not, and it has not been within his power to do so for very long, by calling himself into question in the form "what am I?" he veils from himself that, to ask himself what he is to go beyond the stage of doubt concerning whether he is, for merely by formulating his question in this way, he immediately slips into metaphor, he simply does not realize it. The least we analysts can do is remember this ourselves in order to spare him from once again making this age-old error, which threatens his innocence in every form, and to stop him from answering the question, for example, even with our consent, by concluding "I am a child." This is, of course, the new answer given to him by the updated form of indoctrination supplied by psychologizing suppression. And along with that, in the same package, it sells him, without him realizing it, the myth of the adult, who is supposedly no longer a child, spawning once again the kind of ethics that props up a supposed reality in which he, in fact, allows himself to be led around by the nose by all sorts of social claptrap. We didn't have to wait for analysis or Freud in order for the formulation "I am a child" to be introduced as a corset designed to straighten up what finds itself in a somewhat skewed position for whatever reason. People go so far as to say that behind every artist is a child and that the artist represents the child's rights to people who are considered to be serious, who are not children. As I told you last year in my classes on the ethics of psychoanalysis, this conception dates back to the beginning of the Romantic period, starting more or less at the time of Coleridge in England, to situate it in a tradition, and I don't see why we would assume the task of taking up the torch. I would like to get you to see, in this context, what I alluded to during our recent conference in the provinces. The lower level of the graph of desire, with the two intersections of each of its two arrows, is designed to draw attention to the fact that simultaneity is not synchrony. Let us assume that the two tensors or vectors in question, that of intention and that of the signifying chain, unfold simultaneously. You see that what occurs here by way of an inchoation, i.e., origin, or beginning in this SUC session, the succession, for example, of the different phonemic elements of the signifier, unfolds substantially before encountering the line on which what is called into being, namely, the intention to signify, we might even say need, as it were, assumes its place, a place that is hidden there. Similarly, this intersecting simultaneously takes place a second time. If Nachtraglich indeed signifies something, it is the fact that meaning crystallizes out at the very instant at which a sentence ends. A choice has no doubt already been made along the way, but meaning is only grasped once the signifiers successively piled up have, each in its turn, assumed their places, and unfolded in an inverted form, I am a child appearing on the signifying line in the order in which its elements are articulated. What happens when meaning draws to a close essicative? What happens is something that is always metaphorical in any and every attribution. Am nothing other than me who is speaking, and currently I am a child. By saying it, by asserting it, a hold or qualification of meaning is realized, thanks to which I conceptualize myself as having a certain relationship to objects that are infantile objects. I make myself into something other than what I could in any way think of myself as at first. I become incarnate, I crystallize, I make myself into an ideal ego, and I do so very directly in the process of the simple signifying inchoation, in the fact of having produced signs that can refer to the very moment of my speaking. The point of departure is in the I, and the endpoint is in the child. I am a child. What results here, whether I see it or not, is the enigma of questioning itself. This is what must next be taken up anew at the level phi of capital A. The result of what I am appears in the form in which it remains a question. This result is for me the point aimed at, or the correlative point at which I ground myself as an ego ideal. It is on the basis of this point that the question has importance to me. It is here that the question summons me in the ethical dimension, and supplies the very form that Freud conjugates with the superego. But what is the status of this noun nom which directly links up, as far as I know, with my signifying inchoation, and which qualifies the subject in an only partly legitimate way as a child? This answer is hurried and premature. With it, I basically elide the whole central operation that has occurred. What makes me rush headlong toward concluding I am a child is avoidance of the true answer, which must begin much earlier than any endpoint term of the sentence. The answer to what am I, is nothing other that is articulable, in the same sense in which I told you that no demand can be born. There is no other answer to what am I, at the level of the other than let yourself be. And any hurrying in giving this answer, whatever it may be at the level of dignity, child, or adult, is but something whereby I flee the meaning of this let yourself be. What this adventure means, at the degraded point where we grasp it, is that what is at stake in every question formulated is not situated at the level of what am I, but at that of the other, in the form that analytic practice allows us to unveil, namely, what do you want? What is involved at this precise point is to figure out what we desire by raising the question. This is how the question must be understood. It is here that the lack of a signifier at stake in the phallus as phi intervenes. As we know, psychoanalysis has found that what the subject is faced with is the object of fantasy insofar as it presents itself as alone able to determine a special point in what must be called, alongside the pleasure principle, an economy regulated by the level of jouissance. Analysis also teaches us that by shifting the question to the level of what does he want, of what does the old coconut want, we encounter a world of hallucinated signs, and analysis represents reality testing to us as a way of sampling what? The reality of the signs that arise in us in a necessary order, which is precisely what constitutes the dominance of the pleasure principle in the unconscious. What is thus at stake in reality testing, let us observe, is assuredly to verify a real presence, but it is a presence of signs, as Freud emphatically stressed. The goal of reality testing is not to verify whether our representations correspond to something real. We have known for a long time that we don't succeed any better at this than philosophers do, but to verify that our representations are truly represented, in the sense of Vorstellungs representans. The point is to ensure that the signs are there, but qua signs, since they are signs, of a relation to something else. This is what Freud means when he says the unconscious gravitates around a lost object that can only ever be refound, in other words, never truly refound. The object can never be anything but signified, due to the very fact that the pleasure principle is a chain. The true, authentic object at stake when we speak of objects is in no way grasped, transrelatable, or exchangeable. It is at the horizon of that around which our fantasies gravitate. And it is nevertheless with this that we must create objects that are exchangeable. The problem is very far from working itself out. I sufficiently stressed last year what is at stake in utilitarian ethics. It plays a fundamental role in the recognition of objects constituted in what one might call the market for objects. These are objects that can be of use to everyone, and in this sense so-called utilitarian ethics is more than founded, there is no other. And it is precisely because there is no other that the difficulties that it supposedly entails are in fact perfectly well resolved. Utilitarians are quite right when they say that whenever we are dealing with something that can be exchanged with our fellow men, the rule of this exchange is utility, not ours, but the possibility of use, utility for all and for the greatest number. This is clearly what creates the gap between the constitution of the extraordinary object that arises in fantasy and every kind of object in the so-called social world, that is, the world of conformity. Indeed, the world of conformity is already coherent with a universal organization of discourse. There is no utilitarianism without a theory of fictions, and to claim that we can resort to a natural object, that we can even reduce the distances by which the objects of common consent are sustained, is to introduce a confusion or an additional myth into the problematic of reality. On the contrary, the object involved in the analytic relation to the object must be mapped at the most radical point at which the question of the subject's relation to the signifier is raised. What is the subject's relation to the signifier? We deal, at the level of the unconscious chain, solely with signs. It is a chain of signs, consequently, there is no end to each sign's deferral to the one that follows it. For the essence of communication with signs is to make a sign of that very other whom I address in order to incite him to aim in the same way as me at the object to which a certain sign refers. The imposition of the signifier on the subject freezes him in the position characteristic of the signifier. The point is to find the guarantor of the chain that, transferring meaning from sign to sign, must stop somewhere, to find what gives us the sign that we have a right to operate with signs. It is here that the privilege of phi among all signifiers arises. Perhaps you will seem overly simple, almost childish, to you if I emphasize what is at stake in this particular signifier. This signifier is always hidden and veiled, to the extent, good gracious, that one is astonished, that one takes it to be a peculiar and almost exorbitant enterprise, to see its form in some obscure representation or artwork. It is more than rare, though of course it happens, to see it brought into a hieroglyphic chain or into a prehistoric Rupiastrian painting. We cannot say that it plays no role in human imagination, even prior to analytic exploration, and yet it is, of all our fabricated, signifying representations, the one most often elided or eluded. What does that imply? Of all possible signs, isn't it the one that brings together in itself i.e. sign and means of action along with the very presence of desire as such? If we allow the phallus to come to light in its real presence, isn't that apt to put a stop to the deferral that takes place in the chain of signs and, furthermore, to push the signs back into some kind of a shadow of nothingness? There is no surer sign of desire, on the condition that there is no longer anything but desire. An either/or relationship becomes established between the signifier of desire and the entire signifying chain. Psyche was very happy in a relationship with what was not in any way a signifier, but the reality of her love for Cupid. But there you have it, she was Psyche and she wanted to know. She asked herself the question, because language already exists, and one does not spend one's life simply making love, but also chatting with one's sisters. Chatting with her sisters, she wanted to possess her happiness, which is not as simple as all that. Once one has entered into the order of language, to possess I*Ne's happiness is to be able to show it, to account for it, arrange its flowers. It is to be as good as her sisters by showing that she has something that is better than what they have, and not simply that she has something different. This is why Psyche showed up in the middle of the night with her lamp, and also with her little chopper. There was absolutely nothing for her to chop, as I told you, because the deed had already been done. There was nothing for her to cut. Although she would have done well to cut the lights at the earliest possible occasion. She saw nothing but a great blinding light, lol-ode. Much to her dismay, by a prompt return to the shadows, concerning which she would have done better to take the initiative before her object was definitively lost. Cupid was wounded by this, and for a long time thereafter. He was only reformed by Psyche after the long series of trials that she was made to undergo. In the painting, Psyche is the one who is illuminated, and, as I have been teaching you for a long time concerning the slender form of femininity, at the border between puberty and prepubescence, she is the phallic image to us. Because of this, we realize that it is neither the woman nor the man who, in the final analysis, is the medium of the castrating action. It is this phallic image itself insofar as it is reflected onto the narcissistic form of the body. The unnamed relationship, unnamed because it is unnameable, because it is unspeakable, between the subject and the pure sphere of desire is projected onto the localizable, precise organ, which can be situated somewhere in the whole of the bodily edifice. Hence the specifically imaginary conflict that involves seeing oneself as deprived or not deprived of this appendix. It is around this imaginary point that the symptomatic effects of the castration complex develop. I can only begin here to analyze the symptomatic effects of the castration complex. But I would like to remind you, by way of a summary, of what I have already said on this subject in a much more developed way when spoke about something I have very often discussed. In other words, the neuroses. What does the hysteric do? What, in the final analysis, does Dora do? I have taught you to follow the pathways and detours of the labyrinth of complex identifications by which Dora finds herself confronted with something. With what? Freud himself stumbles and loses his way here. You know that he is mistaken concerning the object of her desire, precisely because he seeks to situate Dora as an hysteric, first and foremost, with regard to her choice of object, an object that is no doubt little a. It is quite true that, in a certain sense, Mr. K is her little object a, and that, in fact, this is her fantasy, inasmuch as fantasy is what props up desire. But Dora would not be an hysteric were she content with this fantasy. She aims at something else, at something better, at a. She aims at the absolute other. I have been explaining to you for a long time that, for Dora, Mrs. K incarnates the question, what is a woman? And because of this, at the level of fantasy, we do not see the relation of the fading asterisk of the subject with respect to little a, but, as she is an hysteric, something else. Phi. That something else is an uppercase A as such, in which she believes, unlike a paranoiac. What am I, has a meaning for her, which is not the meaning mentioned earlier, deriving from ethical or philosophical blunders, but a full and absolute meaning. And she cannot but encounter here, without knowing it, the sign phi which corresponds to it, which is perfectly hermetic C/OS and always veiled. This is why she resorts to all kinds of substitutes, the closest forms, let it be noted, she can find for this sign, phi. If you follow Dora's operations, or those of any other hysteric, you will see that what is always involved is an intricate game by which she can, so to speak, complicate the situation by slipping phi, the lowercase phi designating the imaginary phallus, where it is needed. Her father is impotent with Mrs. K. Well, what difference does it make? She will serve as the copula herself. She will pay the price personally. she is the one who will sustain their relationship. And since that is still not enough, she will bring into play the image, which takes her place, as I showed you a long time ago Acrits, pp. And demonstrated, of Mr. K. She casts him into the abyss, into the darkest shadows, at the moment at which the beast says to her the only thing that he should not have said, my wife means nothing to me. Namely, she doesn't excite me. But if she doesn't get you hard, what good are you to me? For the only thing that matters to Dora, or to any other hysteric, is to be the procurer of the sign in an imaginary form. The hysteric's devotion, her passion to identify with all kinds of sentimental dramas, to be there, to sustain in the wings everything that can happen which is exciting and which is nevertheless none of her business, this is the mainspring or resource around which all of her behavior revolves and proliferates. She always exchanges her desire for this sign, we needn't look elsewhere for the reason for her so-called mythomania. There is one thing that she prefers to her own desire, she prefers to let her own desire go unsatisfied and have the other hold the key to her mystery. This is the only thing that is of importance to her, which is why, identifying with love's drama, she endeavors to reanimate, reinsure, recomplete anew, or repair that other. We clearly must distrust this, with the whole of the reparative ideology of our initiative as therapists, of our analytic vocation. But it is not here that my warning can take on the most importance, for the path that reveals itself to us most easily is certainly not that of the hysteric. There is another path, that of the obsessive, which is, as you all know, far more intelligent in its way of operating. The formula for the hysteric's fantasy can be written as follows. Here we have the substitutional or metaphorical object, over something that is hidden, namely, -phi, one's own imaginary castration, in one's relation to the other. Today I will merely introduce the formula of the obsessive's fantasy, which is different. But before writing it on the board, I must provide a certain number of hints and indications that will set you on the right course. We are aware of the difficulty encountered in handling the symbol phi in its unveiled form. As I told you earlier, what is unbearable about it is that it is not simply a sign and a signifier but the presence of desire. It is the real presence of desire. I am asking you to grab hold of the thread that I am extending to you and that, given the time left us, can only offer here as an indication to be taken up next time. At the root of fantasies and symptoms, of the points of emergence where we see the hysteric labyrinth let its mask slip off in some sense, we encounter something that I will call an insult to real presence. The obsessive, too, deals with the mystery of the phallic signifier, phi, and it is also of importance to him to make it manageable. An author about whom I shall have to speak next time has broached, in a way which is certainly instructive and fruitful to us if we know how to critique it, the function of the phallus in obsessive neurosis. He took up the subject for the first time in a report on a case of obsessive neurosis in a woman, in which he stressed certain sacrilegious fantasies, in which the figure of Christ, and even Christ's phallus, were trampled underfoot, from which the patient derived a noticeable and avowed erotic aura. The author then immediately dove into the topic of aggressiveness and penis envy, in spite of the patient's protests. Don't 1,000 other facts that I could enumerate show us that it is appropriate for us to dwell far more on the phenomenology of this fantasizing that is all too quickly termed sacrilegious? We might recall here the fantasy of the rat man imagining that, in the middle of the night, his dead father is resuscitated and comes knocking at the door, the patient showing himself to his father as the patient is masturbating s.x. pp. This too is an insult to real presence. What we call aggressiveness always presents itself in obsessive neurosis as aggression toward the form of the other's appearance that, on another occasion, I called phallophany, the other insofar as he can present himself as the phallus. To strike the phallus in the phi other, to strike it at the imaginary level, in order to heal symbolic castration is the pathway chosen by the obsessive neurotic to try to abolish the difficulty that I designate as the parasitic nature of the signifier in the subject, and to try to restore primacy to desire, at the cost of degrading the other, which makes the other essentially a function of the phallus imaginary elision. At the precise point in the other where he is in a state of doubt, suspension, loss, ambivalence, or fundamental ambiguity, the obsessive's relation to the object, to an object that is always metonymic, because for him the object is essentially interchangeable, is entirely governed by something that is related to castration, which takes on a directly aggressive form here, absence, depreciation, rejection, or refusal of the sign of the other's desire. Not abolition or destruction of the other's desire, but a rejection of its signs. This is what determines the exceedingly odd impossibility that the obsessive's own desire ever manifest itself. Assuredly, to point out to him, insistently, moreover, as did the analyst to whom I was referring earlier, his relation to the imaginary phallus in order, so to speak, to familiarize him with its impasse, well, we cannot say that the solution to the obsessive's difficulties does not lie along this path. But how can we fail to note in passing that, after a certain stage of the working through asterisk of imaginary castration, the subject was in no way relieved of his obsessions, but simply of the guilt attached to them? What else is new? Such a therapeutic approach is thereby seen to be flawed. Where does it bring us? To the phi function of the phallus as a signifier in the transference itself. How does the analyst situate himself in relation to the signifier? If the question is essential here, it is because it is already illustrated for us by the forms and impasses demonstrated to us by a certain therapeutic approach that is oriented as we just saw. This is what I will try to take up for you next time. April 18. Real presence. The contemporary farce. The obsessive's phallicism. The signifier that is excluded from the signifying system. Phobia and perversion. On Saturday and Sunday I happened to open, for the first time, notes taken at different points of my seminar over the last few years, to see whether the mile markers I gave you under the heading the relation to the object, and then desire and its interpretation, converge without too much of a gap with what I am trying to articulate for you this year under the heading of transference. I realized, in effect, that in everything I discussed with you, and which is there, so it seems, in one of our society's filing cabinets, there is a lot that you will be able to find anew at a time when people have the leisure to bring it out, at a point at which you will say to yourselves that, someone was teaching you something. It will not be said that I never allude to current events in my teaching, there would be something excessive about saying so. To corroborate this, I will thus read to you a little bit of what I also came across on Sunday, in the work of Jonathan Swift. I had far too little time to speak with you about him when I took up the symbolic function of the phallus, though the question is so ubiquitous in his work that one could say that, if we take his work as a whole, it is articulated in it. Jonathan Swift and Lewis Carroll are two authors whom, while I don't have the time to make a regular commentary upon them, you would do well to consult in order to find a great deal of material that is very closely related as possible, as closely as is possible in literary works, to the topic I am currently broaching the most nearly. In Gulliver's Travels, which I was perusing in a charming little edition dating back to the middle of the 19th century, illustrated by Granville, I found a passage in the third part, A Voyage to Laputa, which is characterized by the fact that it is not limited to the trip to Laputa. It is thus to Laputa, a formidable anticipation of space stations, that Gulliver heads, crossing several kingdoms about which he shares with us a number of significant viewpoints that have lost none of their savor. In particular, he has a discussion with an academic, and tells him that in the kingdom of Tribnia, known as Langden by its natives, where he had resided, the bulk of the people consisted wholly of discoverers, witnesses, informers, accusers, prosecutors, evidences, swearers, together with their several subservient and subaltern instruments, all under the colours, the conduct and pay of ministers, and their deputies. But let us not dwell on that theme. Gulliver explains to us how the informers operate regarding their enemies. Then, effectual care is taken to secure all their letters and other papers, and put the owners in chains. These papers are delivered to a set of artists, very dexterous in finding out the mysterious meanings of words, syllables, and letters. This is where Swift really gets going. And as you will see, it's quite pretty concerning the heart of the matter substantific mole. For instance, they can decipher a close stool to signify a privy council, a flock of geese, a senate, a lame dog, an invader, the plague, a standing army, a buzzard, a minister, the gout, a high priest, a gibbet, a secretary of state, a chamber pot, a committee of grandees, a sieve, a court lady, a broom, a revolution, a mousetrap, an employment, a bottomless pit, the treasury, a sink, act, a cap and bells, a favorite, a broken reed, a court of justice, an empty tun, a general, a running sore, the administration. When this method fails, they have two others more effectual, which the learned among them call acrostics and anagrams. First, they can decipher all initial letters into political meanings. Thus, N shall signify a plot, B a regiment of horse, L a fleet at sea. Or, secondly, by transposing the letters of the alphabet. In any suspected paper, they can lay open the deepest designs of a discontented party. So for example, if I should say in a letter to a friend, "Our brother Tom has just got the piles," a man of skill in this art would discover how the same letters which compose that sentence, may be analyzed into the following words: resist dash, a plot is brought home the tour. I find it not unfitting to reconstruct, with the help of this text which is not so very old, the paradoxical ground of contemporary events, this paradoxical ground being so blatant in so many respects. For in truth, having been untimely awakened last night by someone who told me something that more or less all of you have heard, incorrect news, as it turns out, my sleep was momentarily troubled as I wondered whether I had failed to recognize the tragic dimension of recent events. This posed a problem for me after what I explained to you last year about tragedy, for nowhere could I see the appearance of what I then called the reflection of beauty. This effectively stopped me from falling back asleep for a while. I later fell asleep, leaving the question in abeyance. Upon waking this morning, the question had lost a bit of its hold pregnance over me. It seemed to me that we are still at the stage of farce. And the problem that I was raising suddenly vanished. Having said that, we are going to take things up where we left them last time. Last time, I put up on the board the following formula for the obsessive's fantasy. Phi, FL, A \A, M. Thus presented in algebraic form, it is clear that it can but be opaque to those who were not present at my earlier discussions. So I will try, in speaking about it, to fill in the missing dimensions. You know that this formula is juxtaposed to that of the hysteric, which I wrote for you last time as follows: A over minus phi, in relation to the other with a capital O uppercase A. This relation can be read in several ways. Desire for A is one way of putting it. It is thus important that I indicate the respective functions attributed in my symbolization to uppercase phi and lowercase phi, that is, to phi and phi. Gamma to ask you to try not to run headlong toward the analogies to which it is always easy and tempting to yield, saying to yourselves, for example, that phi is the symbolic phallus and phi the imaginary phallus. This is perhaps true in a certain sense, but if you content yourselves with it you risk overlooking the interest of these symbolizations that, believe me, I do not take pleasure in uselessly multiplying in order to provide superficial analogies and intellectual aids. This is not the goal of a teaching, strictly speaking. The point is to see what I intend these two symbols to represent, and all sorts of indications allow you to already foresee their importance and appreciate their usefulness. For example, the year began with a very interesting lecture by my friend Georges Fauvet who, speaking to you about what the analyst is, and about his function for the analysand, concluded that, in the final analysis, the analyst takes on a fetishistic function for the patient. This was the formulation, around which he had grouped all sorts of converging facts in a certain way, with which his lecture ended. This is clearly a highly subjective view. Certainly, it does not leave him completely isolated, for this formulation was prepared by all sorts of things found in various articles on transference, but, nevertheless, one cannot deny that it takes a somewhat astonishing and paradoxical form. I told him that the things that I was going to articulate this year would not fail to respond in some way to the question raised by his talk. Let us turn now to an author who has tried to articulate the unusual function of transference in obsessive neurosis. He has bequeathed us a body of work, which is now finished, which began with a discussion of the therapeutic impact of the recognition of penis envy in obsessive neurosis among women, and arrived at a generalized theory of the function of the distance from the object in the handling of the transference, especially elaborated on the basis of his experience conducting analyses with obsessive neurotics. The main, active, and efficient mainspring of a subject's increased possession of the meaning of his symptom, especially when he is obsessive, is, according to this author, the imaginary introjection of the phallus, specifically insofar as it is incarnated in the imaginary fantasy of the analyst's fausse. I have already sketched out for you my position regarding and critique of the work of this author, Maurice Bouvet, especially as concerns technique. Having more closely broached the topic of transference, we shall now be able to hone this critique still further. This requires that we enter into a precise articulation of what the function of the phallus is, particularly in the transference. I will try to articulate this function with the help of the terrace that are symbolized here, phi and phi. I fully realize that we never proceed by deduction, from high to low, so to speak, when we develop analytic theory. Nothing begins more clearly from the particular than analytic work. This is why we can still find something worthwhile in an articulation like that of the author to whom I am referring. This is also why his theory of the function of the phallic image in transference begins from an altogether localized experience, which can, in certain respects, limit its scope, but is also precisely what gives it its importance. It is because Bouvet based himself, in an acute and accentuated way, on work with obsessives, that we must consider and debate what he concluded. We will also begin today with obsessives, which is why, at the beginning of class, I put up on the board the formula by which I am trying to articulate their fantasy. I have already said a great deal to you about obsessives, and I don't intend to repeat it all here. The idea is not simply to repeat what is fundamentally substitutional, and perpetually eluded, in a sort of sleight of hand that characterizes the way in which the obsessive proceeds in his way of situating himself in relation to the other, and more exactly, of never being at the place at which he seems to designate himself at any particular moment. The formulation of the second term of the obsessive's fantasy, the part to the right of the lozenge, alludes precisely to the fact that objects are for him, as objects of desire, situated as a function m/in function of certain erotic equivalences, something we are used to indicating by speaking of the eroticization of his world, and especially of his mental world. This situating as a function of-n function can be noted by phi. It suffices in effect to reread an analytic case study, assuming it is well done, in order to perceive that phi is precisely what underlies the equivalence instituted between objects at the erotic level. This phi is, in some sense, the unit of measurement by which the subject accommodates the function of little a, namely, the function of the objects of his desire. In order to illustrate it, I need but point to the first case study of obsessive neurosis. But you will also find it in all the others, assuming they are worthwhile case studies. Why does Freud call him Ratten Man, the rat man or man with the rats, rats being in the plural, whereas in his fantasy, in which Freud broaches for the first time a type of inner view of the structure of his desire in the horror scene on his face of adjacence, of which he himself was unaware, sex, pp. There are not several rats, but only one, the one that figures in the well-known Turkish torture that I will have to come back to later? If Freud talks about the man with rats in the plural, it is clearly because the rat follows its path in a multiform manner in the whole economy of the peculiar exchanges, substitutions, and permanent metonymy of which the obsessive symptomatology is the living example. His formula concerning the payment of fees in analysis, so many rats, so many florins six, p. is but a specific illustration of the permanent equation of all the objects that are taken up into what is a sort of market, the metabolism of objects in symptoms. In a more or less latent fashion, it is part and parcel of a kind of common unit or gold standard. The rat symbolizes or occupies the place of what I call phi, insofar as it is a certain reduced form of phi, even a degraded form of the signifier. We shall see what allows me to say so. What does phi in fact represent? The function of the phallus in its generality, for all subjects who speak. And the point is to perceive its status in the unconscious on the basis of the point that is given to us in the symptomatology of obsessive neurosis, where this function emerges in forms that I refer to as degraded. It emerges, you should observe, at the level of consciousness. This is what analytic work shows us very clearly in the structure of obsessive neurotics. Here the situating as a phallic function mice and function phallic is not repressed, in other words, profoundly hidden, as it is in the case of hysterics. The phi that is there in the position of situating all objects as a function of it, in the same position as the lowercase slash of a mathematical formula, is perceptible and avowed in the symptom, it is conscious and utterly and completely visible. Conscious, conscious, originally designates the possibility of the subject's complicity with himself, and thus also of a complicity with the other who observes him. The observer has almost no problem being his accomplice. The sign of the phallic function emerges from every direction at the level of the articulation of symptoms. It is in this context that the question can be raised of what Freud is trying, not without difficulty, to illustrate for us when he articulates the function of Verneinung. How can it be that things are both so obviously spoken and yet misrecognized? Were the subject but what is made of him by a certain psychologism, which continues to hold sway even at the very heart of our analytic societies, were the subject nothing other than the fact of seeing the other see you, how could one say that the function of the phallus is positioned in such a way as to be recognized by the obsessive? For this function is absolutely blatant. And nevertheless, one might say that even in this blatant form, it shares in what we call repression. However avowed it may be, it is not avowed by the subject without the analyst's help. Without the help of the Freudian register, it is neither recognized nor even recognizable. It is here that we put our finger on the fact that to be a subject is something other than to be a gaze faced with another gaze, according to the formulation that I called psychologistic, which also goes so far as to include among its characteristics the existing Sartrine theory. To be a subject is to have one's place in the other in the locus of speech. Now, a vicissitude can arise here that is designated by the bar that strikes through the namely, that the other's speech is lacking. It is at the precise moment at which the subject, manifesting himself as the phi function in relation to the object, vanishes and fails to recognize himself, it is at this precise point that, in the absence of recognition, misrecognition automatically occurs. At this point of absence default, at which the function of phallicism to which the subject devotes himself winds up being covered over, the mirage of narcissism, that I would call truly frenetic in the obsessive subject, is produced in its stead. This sort of alienation of phallicism is visibly manifested in the obsessive, for example, in what are called his thought disturbances. These latter can be expressed by the subject in a perfectly clear, articulated, and avowed way, and experienced as such. It is not so much because what I think, the subject says to you in his discourse, implicitly, but in enough detail that the line can be drawn and the addition carried out on the basis of his declaration, is culpable that it is difficult for me to sustain myself and to progress thereby. It is because it is absolutely necessary that what I think come from me and never from my neighbor, never from someone else. How many times have we heard this, not only in the obsessive's typical situations, but in what I will call the obsessivized relations that we produce artificially in a relationship that is as specific as that of analytic teaching. In my lecture in Rome, Function and Field of Speech and Language, I spoke of what I called the wall of language écrits, p. Nothing is more difficult than to back the obsessive neurotic up against the wall of his desire. There is something that I don't think has ever truly been highlighted before, even though it is rather enlightening. In order to situate it, I will use a term you are aware I have already used for more than one purpose, aphonesis, introduced by Ernest Jones, in a way all of whose ambiguities have indicated, to designate the disappearance, that is the meaning of the word in Greek, of desire. No one has ever, it seems to me, pointed out a very simple fact that is quite tangible in the stories told by obsessives. When an obsessive is following a certain path of autonomous research, or self-analysis, as it were, or when he is proceeding along the path of what is known as realizing his fantasy, regardless of its form, it is truly appropriate to employ the term aphonesis. It is even impossible to avoid this function at that point. When people use the term, it is generally in order to designate, first of all, a natural and ordinary aphonesis, which concerns the limited power a subject has to maintain an erection. Desire has, in effect, a natural rhythm. Even without evoking the extremes of the inability to keep it up or the most worrisome forms of the brevity of the act, one can remark that the subject is dealing here with a sort of obstacle or stumbling block that is fundamental in his relation to his fantasy. What is at stake for him is the end of the line, erection, and then the fall of desire. There is a precise moment at which the erection goes down. Nevertheless, on the whole, my goodness, the obsessive is endowed with neither more nor less than what we might call quite ordinary genitality, which is even rather wimpy, it seems to me. Indeed, even if what is at stake in the avatars and torments inflicted upon him by the hidden mainspring of his desire were situated at this level, it would be appropriate for us to bring our efforts to bear elsewhere. I always counterpunctually mention what we do not concern ourselves with at all, but I am astonished that we never ask ourselves why we do not concern ourselves with it. We do not concern ourselves, in effect, with the perfecting of athletic exercises with which to train for sexual embraces, nor with bringing bodies alive in the dimension of nudity and public displays la prise au ventre. Apart from a few exceptions, you are aware how thoroughly one of those exceptions was condemned, namely Reich. Don't think it is a field to which analysts have ever devoted much attention. The obsessive can more or less figure out how to handle his desire. It is, in short, a question of mores, in a situation in which things, with or without analysis, are maintained in the realm of the clandestine, and in which cultural variations consequently don't mean much. What is at stake is thus situated somewhere else altogether, namely, at the level of the discordance between his fantasy, insofar as it is precisely linked to the function of phallicism, and the act in which he aspires to incarnate it, which always falls short of the fantasy. And naturally, it is owing to the effects of the fantasy, this fantasy which is all about phallicism, that all the symptomatic consequences develop that are designed to contribute to it. The fantasy includes everything that contributes to the act, in the so very typical and characteristic form of isolation, whose mechanism has been highlighted in the birth of the symptom. If one thus finds in the obsessive the fear of aphthmesis highlighted by Jones, it is insofar as, and solely inasmuch as, it is the putting to the test, which always turns into defeat, of the phi function of the phallus. Its result is that the obsessive has no greater fear, in the end, than of what he imagines he aspires to act freely and to live in the state of nature, if I may put it thus. Natural tasks are not his thing, nor is anything else that leaves him master of his own ship, so to speak, along with God, namely, functions where he has extreme responsibility, pure responsibility, the responsibility one has toward the other in which what I am articulating is inscribed. The point I am designating is nowhere better illustrated, let me say in passing, than in the analyst's function, and specifically at the moment at which he proffers an interpretation. You see that in the course of my talk today, I haven't stopped situating the field uncovered for us by analytic action correlatively with the field of the neurotic's experience. It is necessarily the same, as it is there that one must go for it. At the root of the obsessive's experience, there is always what I will call a certain fear of deflating related to phallic inflation. In a way, the phi function of the phallus in obsession can be no better illustrated than by La Fontaine's fable of the frog that wanted to become as big as an ox. The puny ninny, as you know, swelled so much that it burst. This is a moment of experience that is constantly renewed in the real dead end to which the obsessive is brought at the limits of his desire. It is, it seems, worth emphasizing, not simply in the sense of stressing a pathetic phenomenology, but also to allow you to articulate what is at stake in the phi function of the phallus, insofar as it is hidden by having been exchanged for the phi function. I began to articulate the phi function last time by formulating a term, real presence. I think your hearing is keen enough to realize that I was putting it in quotes. Thus I did not introduce it alone, I spoke of the insult to real presence, in such a way that no one could be mistaken on this point. It has nothing to do with a neutral reality. If real presence fulfills the radical function toward which I am trying to steer you here, it would be very odd if it had not already been identified somewhere. And I suspect that you have all already perceived that it is a homonym, identical to what goes by that name in religious dogma, the dogma to which, in our cultural context, we accede from birth, so to speak. We have for a long time been more or less used to hearing this pair of words, real presence, insofar as it constitutes a signifier, murmured in our ears concerning the apostolic and Roman Catholic dogma of the Eucharist. Well, assure you that there is no need to look far to realize that it is right at the surface of the obsessive's phenomenology. Since I spoke earlier of the work of someone who endeavored to focus research about obsessive structure on the phallus, I am going to take up his first article, whose title I mentioned earlier when I spoke of the therapeutic impact of the recognition of penis envy in obsessive neurosis among women. I will quote a few passages from the introduction, and you will see that right from the very first pages, all sorts of possibilities for a critical commentary present themselves. Like the male obsessive, the female needs to identify regressively with a man in order to be able to free herself from anxieties dating back to early childhood, but while the male can prop himself up on this identification, in order to transform the infantile love object into a genital love object, she, basing herself first on the very same identification, tends to abandon the first object, the mother, and to move toward a heterosexual fixation, as if she could proceed to a new feminine identification. This time based on the person of the analyst. Further along, we read. Shortly after the desire to possess the phallus, and correlatively to castrate the analyst, is brought to light, and, because of this the aforementioned loosening up has occurred, the male analyst's personality is associated with that of a well-meaning mother. 3 lines further on, we come across the well-known initial destructive drive that targets the mother. In other words, we come across the major coordinates of the analysis of the imaginary that characterizes the way treatment is currently conducted. I have only highlighted this topic in order to convey to you in passing the difficulties that this general interpretation, summarized here in the introduction to the article, which the whole of what follows supposedly illustrates, assumes to have been overcome. Yet I need but go half a page further on to enter into the phenomenology of what is at stake, and into what this author, who was a clinician, this being his first paper, decides to tell us about the fantasies of his patient, who is viewed as an obsessive. The first thing that jumps out at us is the following: she imagined to herself that there were male genitalia in the place of the communion wafer. And then it is indicated, without there being any hallucinatory phenomena involved. I don't doubt it. Everything that we see and articulate has gotten us used to seeing that what is involved is something else altogether. She superimposed male organs in a signifying form. Onto what, if not onto what to us is, in the most identifiable, symbolic way, real presence. The point is to eliminate this real presence, to break it or mash it up in the mechanism of desire. The sacrilegious fantasies that I borrowed last time from a little further on in the same case study highlight this well enough. Don't imagine that this case study is unique. I will cite for you, among dozens of others, because the experience of an analyst in a field never goes beyond 100, the following fantasy, which an obsessive I worked with had at one point in his analysis. The attempts to incarnate desire can go to an extreme of erotic acuteness in obsessives, at times when they encounter in a partner some willingness, whether deliberate or gratuitous, to go along with the degrading of the other with a capital O into the other with a lowercase o, in the field in which their desire develops. At the very moment at which the subject in question thought he could maintain a type of relationship, which is always accompanied in obsessive neurotics by everything correlated with extremely threatening guilt, which can be counterbalanced, in some sense, by the intensity of his desire, he formed the following fantasy with a partner who represented for him, at least momentarily, such a satisfying complement, having the communion wafer play a role in coitus, in such a way that, placed in the woman's vagina, the host would wind up serving as a hat atop the subject's penis at the moment of penetration. Don't think that this is the kind of peculiarity found only in a specialized literary genre. It is very common in the register of fantasy, especially obsessives' fancies. How can we stop ourselves from casting all of this into a banal register like that of the so-called distance from the object, insofar as the object in question would be defined objectively? This is nev. The less what is described to us, the objectivity of the world, as it is recorded by the enumeration and the more or less harmonious combination of typical imaginary relationships, the objectivity of form, as it is specified by human dimensions, and the frontiers of the apprehension of the outer world, threatened by the difficulty of delimiting the ego with the objects of everyday communication. How can we not think, on the contrary, that there is something else, another dimension? The point is nevertheless to situate this real presence somewhere, and in a register other than that of the imaginary. Let us say that it is inasmuch as I am teaching you to situate the place of desire in relation to the function of man as a subject who speaks that we can glimpse the fact that desire comes to inhabit the place of real presence and populates it with its ghosts. But then what does phi mean? Do I summarize it by designating the place of real presence insofar as it can only appear in the intervals between what the signifier covers, over? Is it on the basis of these intervals that real presence threatens the whole signifying system? Yes, there is some truth to that. The obsessive shows it to you at every point of what you call his mechanisms of projection and defense, or more precisely, phenomenologically, of conjuring. The way he has of filling in everything that can present itself as a gap in the signifying system dans le signifiant, the way in which, for example, Freud's Rattan man makes himself count up to so many between the flash of lightning and its thunder, is designated here in its veritable structure. Why this need to fill in the signifying interval? Because something might be introduced there that would dissolve all of the phantasmagoria. Apply this key to or of the symptoms with which the Rattan man literally overflows and to all the case studies of obsessives, and you will put your finger on the truth of the matter. Moreover, you will situate at the same time the function of the phobic object, which is nothing other than the simplest form of this filling in. What last time, concerning little Hans, I called the universal signifier realized by the phobic object is precisely that and nothing else. It is at a distant outpost, well before the whole, that of the gap brought about in the interval where real presence threatens, that a single sign stops the subject from approaching. This is why the mainspring of and the reason for phobia are not, as those who have but the word fear on their lips believe, a genital or even narcissistic danger. Owing to certain exceptional developments in the position of the subject with respect to the other, as is the case in little Hans' relationship to his mother, what the subject is afraid of encountering is precisely a certain sort of desire that would be such as to immediately make the whole signifying system fall back into the nothingness prior to creation. But then why is the phallus situated at this place and in this role? It is regarding this point that I would like to proceed far enough today to get you to realize what I might call the suitability of this formulation. I am not saying that it is the product of a deduction, for it is experience, that is, empirical discovery, that assures us of it, but there is also something here that makes us perceive that, qua experience, it is not irrational. Thus it is experience that shows us the phallus. but the suitability of the formulation that I want to point out is determined by the fact that the phallus, as experience reveals it to us, is not simply the organ of copulation, but is taken up in a perverse mechanism. Try to catch my drift here. I am now stressing that the phallus, phi, can function in such a way as to signify the structural point that represents a lack in the signifying system le defaut du signifiant. What does this mean? What defines as a signifier something about which I have just said that, by hypothesis, by definition, from the very outset, it is the signifier that is excluded from the signifying system, say le signifiant exclude du signifiant? Is it that it can only enter the signifying system by artifice, contraband, and degradation, which is why we never see it except as a function of imaginary phi? But then what allows us to talk about it, nevertheless, as a signifier, and to isolate phi as such? It is what I call the perverse mechanism. Let us schematize the phallus, which is in some sense natural, as follows. What is the phallus? The phallus, as we see it in the organic function of the penis, is not a universal organ in the animal kingdom. Insects have other ways of hooking onto each other, and without going so far afield, the relations between fishes are not phallic relations. The phallus presents itself at the human level, among others, as the sign of desire. It is also the instrument and presence of desire, but I am highlighting here its quality as a sign to ask you to dwell on something we must keep in mind. Is it simply because it is a sign that it is a signifier? We would be too quickly crossing a border were we to say that it all comes down to this, for there are nevertheless other signs of desire. We observe, phenomenologically, the easier projection of the phallus, owing to its imposing form alpha formi pregnant, onto the female object. For example, this is what has led me to articulate many times, in the phenomenology of perversion, the famous equivalence girl equals phallus asterisk in its simplest form, the erect form of the phallus. But this does not suffice, although I consider this profound choice, whose consequences we encounter everywhere, to be sufficiently motivated. A signifier, is it simply about representing something to someone? Is that even the definition of a sign? It is, but that's not all. I added something else last time when I reminded you of the function of the signifier, which is that the signifier does not simply serve to make a sign to someone but, at the same moment of the signifying mainspring or instance, to make a sign of someone, to make the sign assimilate the someone to whom the sign designates something, such that this someone also becomes the signifier. It is in the moment that I explicitly designate as perverse that we find the instance of the phallus. The fact that a phallus that is shown also produces an erection in the subject to whom it is shown is not, in any sense whatsoever, a condition that satisfies any sort of natural requirement. It is here that we see what we call, in a more or less confused way, the homosexual instance. And it is not for no reason that we always situate the etiology of homosexuality at the level of the male sexual organ sexy. It is inasmuch as the result is, in short, that the phallus as a sign of desire is manifested as an object of desire, as an object that attracts desire. In this mainspring lies its signifying function, and it is thus that it is able to operate at this level, in this zone or sector, where we must both identify it as a signifier and understand what it is thus led to designate. What it designates is nothing that is directly signifiable. It is what is beyond all possible signification, and namely the real presence, to which I wanted to draw your attention today, as we will continue to work on it in this year's seminar. April. The Oedipal Myth. Today. A commentary on the Kuhfontein Trilogy by Paul Claudel. X9. Signs No. Where we are supposed to know. Contemporary tragedy. Twitching on the part of life. A breach beyond faith. I am attempting this year to resituate the fundamental question that transference poses to us in our practice by orienting your thinking toward what the analyst's position must be in order to respond to transference. I am endeavoring in this context to point out at the most essential level what this position must be when faced with the profoundest call for being that emerges at the moment at which the patient comes to us to request our help and aid. In order to be rigorous, fitting, and impartial, and to be as open as is required by the nature of the question that is posed to us, I formulate this by asking what the analyst's desire must be. It is certainly inadequate to be content to think that the analyst, by virtue of his experience and science, is the modern equivalent or representative, who is authorized by the strength of research, a doctrine, and a community, of some sort of right of nature, and that it is his job to designate for us anew the way toward a kind of natural harmony that can be accessed through the detours of a revised practice. If I used Socratic practice as a springboard here this year, it was essentially in order to center your thinking around something that is given right from the outset of the establishment of psychoanalytic practice. We are questioned by patients as if we knew, and even as if we were in possession of a secret, but a secret that is not everyone's secret, a secret that is specific to one person and one person alone. Those who seek us out already know, as obscurely as it may be, and if they don't know it, they will quickly be oriented toward this notion by analytic practice, that the secret we are presumed to possess is more precious than everything that is not known and that will continue not to be known, in the sense that the secret will answer for the fact that what we do know is only partial. Is this true? Or isn't it? I need not come down on one side or the other. I am simply saying that this is the way analytic practice presents itself and is approached, and that this is the way that what it introduces that is new on the horizon of the men we, along with our contemporaries, are can be defined, in a certain respect. Each of us who tries his hand at this experience, regardless of the side from which he approaches it, whether as an analysand or analyst, fundamentally has this presupposition. It can be found at a level that is truly central, nay essential, to our conduct. And when I say this presupposition, I can even allow it to remain marked with a smidgen of doubt, for this experience can be broached tentatively and, indeed, it is most often broached in that way by those who seek us out. What is this presupposition? It is the presupposition that the impasses owing to our ignorance are perhaps only determined by the fact that we are mistaken regarding what we might call the power relations of our knowledge, that, in short, we create false problems. This presupposition or hope, as I would put it, and what it brings with it by way of optimism, is favored by something that is now widely accepted. Desire does not show itself openly and is not where the secular experience of philosophy, to call a spade, has designated it in order to contain it and, in a certain sense, rule out its right to govern us. This is so far from being the case that desires are everywhere and even at the very heart of our efforts to master them. This is so far from being the case that even when we attempt to combat them we do little more than execute them y satisfaire. I say execute them and not satisfy them les satisfaire, because to say satisfy them would be going too far, it would be to take them to be localizable and graspable. I am using the expression execute them here like when, conversely, we say, shirk them y cour or not shirk them ny pa cour, as in a fundamental plan to shirk them. Well, we can't shirk them on ny coup pa, indeed, we can shirk them so little that it does not suffice to avoid satisfying we desires to not feel more or less guilty. In any case, whatever we can attest to regarding our project, what analytic practice teaches us first and foremost is that man is marked and troubled by everything that is called a symptom, inasmuch as symptoms are what bind him to his desires. We can define neither their limit nor their place by executing them in some way, the latter, moreover, brings no pleasure with it. It seems that such a bitter doctrine would imply that the analyst has, at some level, the strangest of standards. Indeed, stress is placed here on a huge extension of fundamental misrecognition, not, as had been done prior to analysis, in a speculative form whereby misrecognition was thought to arise in some way with the question of knowing, but in a form which I believe I can do no better than to call, at least for the time being, as it occurs to me now, textual. It is textual in the sense that it is a misrecognition that is woven out of one's personal construction, in the broadest sense of the terra, that by making this presupposition, the analyst should have, and by many people is expected to have, if not overcome the misrecognition itself, at least overcome the mainspring of this misrecognition. He should have gone beyond the stage that I have designated for you with the words che nu iota iota omicron gamma what do you want, beyond which knowledge of oneself supposedly cannot go. Or at the very least, the path of what I will call one's own good, insofar as it is harmony of oneself with oneself at the level of authenticity, should be open to the analyst. At least regarding this point of individual experience, something of this nature, of this natural disposition, should be able to be grasped that is supposed to be sustained by its own naivete. You are, moreover, aware of the degree to which, elsewhere than in psychoanalysis, skepticism, not to say disgust, or nihilism, to use the word employed by the moralists of our times to describe it, has gripped the whole of our culture regarding what one might call the measure of man. There is nothing further from modern, contemporary thought than the natural idea, which was so familiar to us for so many centuries, of striving to aim at the right standard of conduct, however it was understood, and without it even seeming that the notion we formed of it could be critiqued. What we thus presume regarding the analyst should not even be limited to the field of his action, having only a local scope insofar as he practices analysis and is present hic et nunc here and now, as they say, but should be attributed to him as habitual. Let us give the word habitual its full meaning, the one that refers more to habitus in the scholastic sense of the term, to the integration of oneself, to the constancy of action and form in one's own life, and to what constitutes the ground of all virtue, than to the meaning whereby habitual simply points toward the notion of imprinting and passivity. Need I critique this ideal before we rule it out? It is not that one cannot find examples of pure-hearted analysts, but is it thinkable that this ideal should be required of the analyst right from the outset? Could it in any way be filled if it were attested to? Let us say that it is not terribly common and that analysts have no such reputation. Moreover, we could easily explain why we are disappointed with such ridiculous formulations that always get away from us, whenever we try to formulate in our magisterium something that rises to the value of an ethics. When I try to lay bare for you the crux of recent and always worthy efforts that are made to detect the ideals implicit in our doctrine, it is not for the sheer pleasure of it, believe me, that I dwell on such and such a formulation of a supposedly analytic characterology in order to expose its weaknesses, its character as a blind window or childish opposition. We see, for example, people formulating the genital character of the end of an analysis, assimilating our goals to the pure and simple removal of impasses that they identify with the pregenital stage, which is supposed to be sufficient to resolve all its antinomies. I ask you to weigh the consequences of such a display of analysts' inability to conceptualize the truth of our practice. The problem of human desire is situated in an entirely different relativity. And if we must be something other than simple companions to the patient in his search, let us at least not lose sight of the standard, that the subject's desire is essentially, as I have been teaching you, desire of the other with a capital O. Desire can only be situated, positioned, and thus understood within a fundamental alienation that is not simply tied to conflict among men, but to our relationship with language. Desire of the other, this genitive is both subjective and objective. Desire in the place where the other is, i.e., to desire as if one were the other in order to be in the other's place, desire for some alterity. To fulfill the search for the objective, namely, for what this other the patient who seeks us out desires, we must lend ourselves here to the function of the subjective, so that in some way we may be able, for a while, to represent, not what people believe, and it would be derisive, good Lord, admit it, and so terribly simplistic too to believe that we could be the object aimed at by this desire, but rather the signifier. Which is both far less, but also far more. We must occupy the empty place where a signifier is summoned that can exist only by cancelling out all the others, and that is the signifier phi whose central position and condition in analytic practice I have been trying to demonstrate for you. Our function, power, and duty are clear and all our difficulties come down to the following: we must know how to occupy its place. inasmuch as the subject must be able to detect the missing signifier there. And thus, through an antinomy or paradox, which is that of our function, we are summoned into being nothing but real presence, and precisely inasmuch as it is unconscious, in the very place where we are supposed to know. In essence, at the horizon of what our function in analysis is, we are there as that CA, precisely that CA which shuts up, and it shuts up in that it fails to come into being / manca ever. We are, in the final analysis, in our presence, our own subject, at the point at which it / vanishes or is barred. This is why we can occupy the very place where the patient, as a subject, effaces himself and subordinates himself to all the signifiers of his own demand. This does not occur solely at the level of regression, the signifying treasure troves of the unconscious, or the vocabulary of Wunsch, inasmuch as we decipher it in the course of a psychoanalysis, but, in the final analysis, at the level of fantasy. I said in the final analysis, insofar as fantasy is the only equivalent of the drive-related discovery by which it is possible for the subject to designate the place of the answer, the S.A., that he expects from transference, and for the S.A., to make sense. In fantasy, the subject grasps himself as faltering defilant when faced with a specific object, which is the imaginary degradation of the other at this point of faltering. In the transference, in order for us to enter into the fantasy at the level of S for the passive subject, we must truly be this S in a certain way, we must, in the final analysis, be the one who sees little a, the object in fantasy, we must, in any analysis whatsoever, and even in those that are the most foreign to us, be clairvoyant in the end, being the one who can see the object of the other's desire, regardless of how far this other may be from himself. It is precisely because this is the case that, throughout the course of my teaching, and in every respect in which not only practice but also tradition can serve us, you have seen me revolve around what man's desire is. Along the path that we have followed together, you see alternate the scientific definition of what man's desire is, in the broadest sense of the term scientific, the one that has been proposed since Socrates' time, with something that is diametrically opposed to it, tragedy, inasmuch as tragedy is graspable in the monuments of human memory. Need I recall to mind here that 2 years ago, I led you through the earliest drama of modern man, Hamletful, and that last year I tried to give you a glimpse of what ancient tragedy means to us here? I am going to turn anew to the topic of tragedy now, owing to an encounter, that's the word for it, an accidental encounter, with one of those formulations, which is neither better nor worse than the kind we see all the time in our circle, of what fantasy is. Indeed, I came across an articulation of the function of fantasy in the latest Bulletin de Psychologie, and I can tell you that its very mediocrity gave me quite a start. But the author will not be too angry with me, I think, for saying so, since he is the very author who expressed the wish, some time back, to train a large number of mediocre psychoanalysts. This is clearly what gave me the renewed, I cannot say courage, a bit more is needed for that, but fury necessary to fly off on yet another tangent, whose trajectory hope you will have the patience to follow with me. I looked around to see if I could find something in contemporary culture to use as a springboard for what I am trying to show you, which surely must always be there, and I would say, more than ever in the years since psychoanalysis came into being, it being inconceivable that its invention was simply a miracle that arose out of some kind of individual accident called Freud, the Viennese petty bourgeois. We assuredly find in our times, we sense this everywhere, all the elements of a kind of dramatic art that must allow us to situate at its proper level the drama we deal with as regards desire. One must not confine one's attention to the kind of med-student jokes one can hear almost anywhere, the kind one finds identified with fantasy, for example, in the article I mentioned a moment ago. The fact is certainly misleading to boot, because, as we can see clearly in the text, it was not even a case of someone who had been analyzed. It is the story of an itinerant stall keeper who, from the very day he was told that he had only 12 months to live, was supposedly freed from his fantasy, as it is called in the paper, namely, his fear of venereal disease, and who from that point on treated himself to all he could get paye, as the author puts it. We might well wonder where the author got this vocabulary from, as one has a hard time imagining that the merchant in question could have said such a thing. Such is the level, which is never critically assessed, so that it must be more than a little suspect to us, at which the attempt to broach human desire and its obstacles is currently situated. Is it something else that led me to decide to lead you anew through an examination of tragedy inasmuch as it impacts us? I will begin by telling you which tragedy we'll discuss and how it serendipitously came about that I am turning to it. It is a modern tragedy, by which I mean that it is contemporary. This time there is not but one extant copy of it. You can't find this tragedy absolutely everywhere nevertheless. Since I intend to lead you through a trilogy by Paul Claudel, I will tell you what made me decide to do so. It had been a long time since I had reread this trilogy, including The Hostage, Crusts, and The Humiliation of the Father. I was fortuitously led back to it a few weeks ago, in a way that I will mention because it is amusing, at least for the personal use that I make of my own criteria. And because, as I told you in a pithy formulation formule, the great thing about formulas is that you can take them literally, in other words, as stupidly as possible, and that they must lead you somewhere. This is the operational facet of formulas, and it is true of my formulas as well. Now, I don't claim to be operational only with regard to other people's formulas. I was reading the correspondence between André Gide and Paul Claudel, which I would say, just among ourselves, doesn't pull any punches. Recommend you take a look at it. But what I am going to say has no connection with the point of the correspondence, which hardly casts Claudel in a flattering light. That won't stop me from putting him in the spotlight he deserves as one of the greatest poets who ever lived. In this correspondence, André Gide writes as head of La Nouvelle Revue Française, not simply the journal, but the series of books they published prior to. He and Claudel are discussing the publication of The Hostage, and make sure you are sitting down for this, not as concerns its content but as concerns the role and function that I have attributed to the letter. For this is clearly the efficient cause of the fact you will hear me talk for a couple of classes about a trilogy that is unlike any other. Indeed, one of the problems discussed in 2 or 3 of the letters is that in order to print The Hostage, they are going to have to cast a character that does not exist, not only at the Nouvelle Revue Française print shop, but at any other print shop, capital U with a circumflex over it. Never at any point in the French language has anyone needed a U with a circumflex accent. It is Paul Claudel who, in naming his heroine signed a Cofontaine, with, owing to his discretionary poetic power, an accent on the U, creates this minor difficulty for his typographers. Lowercase u is not a problem but uppercase u is, and in French the names of people in a play are, in a proper edition, always written in capital letters. At the sign of this missing signifier, I thought there must be something fishy going on and that rereading The Hostage would take me much further. This is what led me to re-examine a large portion of Claudel's theatrical works and, as you likely expect, my efforts were amply rewarded. To begin with The Hostage, let us note that Claudel wrote this play at a time when he was a civil servant in the Office of Foreign Affairs, representing France in some capacity, something like an advisor, probably something more than an attaché. His exact title isn't important. What is important is that he worked for the Republic at a time when that still had a meaning. Now Claudel writes the following to André Gide: given the overly reactionary tone of the play, it would probably be better that it not be signed Claudel. Let us not make light of this prudence. Prudence has always been considered a moral virtue. And believe me, we would be wrong to think that, just because prudence is perhaps no longer in season, we should be contemptuous of the last people who manifested it. The values that play a role in The Hostage are what I will call values based on faith. The play involves a sad story supposed to have taken place at the time of Napoleon I, the story of a lady who, let us not forget, is getting to be a bit of an old maid as she has been working on a heroic project for some 10 years, the tale being set at the height of Napoleon's power. The play concerns how the emperor coerced the pope, and this is naturally transformed for the needs of the play. This situates us thus a little over 10 years after the time at which the trials of Signe de Cofontaine first began. Just by hearing her name, you have already realized that she is part of the former aristocracy, of those who were, among other things, dispossessed of their privileges and possessions during the French Revolution. Since that time, having remained in France whereas her cousin emigrated, she patiently worked to reconstitute the former Cofontaine estate. This is not simply the result of some kind of tenacity on her part, but is represented as part and parcel of the pact with the land which, for two of the characters in the play, as well as for the author who has them speak, is identical to the constancy and value of nobility itself. You will see in the text the admirable terms in which this bond with the land as such is expressed, which is not simply a de facto bond but clearly a mystical bond. It is also around this bond that an entire order of allegiances is defined, which is, strictly speaking, the feudal order. It ties the bond of kinship to a local bond around which everything that defines lords, vassals, birthrights, and clients revolves. I can only very briefly mention all of these themes, for they are not the true reason for our interest in the play. In any case, I think that you will find all you could desire on these topics in the text itself. It is in the course of this enterprise reconstituting the former Cofontaine estate, which is thus founded on the dramatic, poetic exaltation of certain values that is recreated before us, values that are organized around a certain form of speech giving one's word, that the following event occurs. Signe de Cofontaine's cousin, Georges, who has been absent because he emigrated, and who has, moreover, in the course of the preceding years clandestinely shown up at her home several times, reappears accompanied by someone whose identity is not initially revealed to us. He turns out to be none other than the Supreme Father, the Pope, whose entire presence in the play will be leader ally defined as that of the representative on earth of the Heavenly Father. The whole plot revolves around this fugitive, because it is owing to this cousin's aid that he is in hiding there, beyond the reach of the oppressor's power. It is at this point that a third character comes into the picture, the one named Baron Tourlour, Toussaint Tourlour, whose image dominates the entire trilogy. His portrait is drawn in such a way as to incline us to hate him. As if it were not already low and nasty enough for him to come and torment such a charming woman, he pays her a visit in order to blackmail her more or less as follows: "Mademoiselle, I have desired and loved you for many a year, but now that you have this old eternal daddy at your house, I will capture him and wring his neck if you do not accept my marriage proposal." It is not undesignedly that I describe this core of the drama with a farcical note. The old Tourlour is presented to us with all the attributes not merely of cynicism but of ugliness. It is not enough for him to be mean, he is also presented to us as lame, a bit twisted, and hideous. Moreover, he is the very same man who had everyone in Signe de Cofontaine's family decapitated in the good old days of, and quite openly, such that he must also convince the lady to overlook that. Furthermore, he is the son of a sorcerer and a woman who was Signe de Cofontaine's wet nurse and thus her servant, so when she marries him she will be marrying the son of her servant and the son of a sorcerer. We might wonder whether there isn't something here that is a bit exaggerated in order to tug at the heartstrings of a public, for whom these old stories have nevertheless taken on a rather different import, namely, that the French Revolution proved by its aftermath to be something that cannot be judged solely by the yardstick of the martyrdom suffered by the aristocracy. It is clear that the play as it is written cannot be viewed in this way. It is not that this public is very extensive in our country, but one cannot say either that the spectators who went to see the play, who moreover came rather late in the play's history, were all, not partisans of the Count of Paris, for as everyone knows the Count of Paris is very progressive, but people who were missing the era of the Count of Chambord. It was instead an advanced, cultured, and educated public that, watching the hostage, experienced the shock, let us say, of the tragedy involved in the unfolding of events. Our goal is to understand what this emotion means, namely, not only the fact that the public gets into it, but also that, I promise that upon reading it, you will have no doubt about this, we have here a work that has, in the tradition of the theatre, all the rights and merits owed to what is most grand. How can it be that this story, which appears to be a sort of wager and is taken so far as to be caricatural, moves us? Let us go further. Don't rest content with the idea that what is at stake here is what is always evoked in us by the suggestion of religious values. It is precisely this point that we are now going to investigate. What is the mainspring, major scene, or crux of the tragedy? He who encourages Saint-de-Cofontaine to accept the marriage proposal is not the horrible character, and, as you shall see, he is not simply horrible but of capital importance in the entire trilogy, known as Toussaint Tourloure. It is Saint-de-Cofontaine's confessor, the priest Badilon, who is a saintly figure. Saint-de-Cofontaine, who is not included in the play like her cousin is, but in the capacity of someone who has overcome myriad obstacles in her work to maintain the estate, is there at the moment at which her cousin comes to find her, and she learns from her cousin that he has just experienced in his own life and person the most bitter betrayal Indeed, he has realized that the woman he loved had been making a fool of him for many years, he being the only one who did not know it. In effect, she was the mistress of the person who is referred to in Claudel's text as the Prince Dauphin. There never was a French prince who emigrated at that time, but this is of no consequence here, for the point is to show the major characters, Saint-de-Cofontaine and her cousin, being thoroughly disappointed and truly tragically isolated. This is not the whole story, however. Some sort of measles or whooping cough then struck not only the cousin's wife, an interesting character, but also her young children, his descendants pp. He thus arrives on the scene deprived by fate of everything he had, except for his constancy in supporting the royal cause. And in a dialogue that is, in short, the tragic point of departure of what is going to unfold, Saint and her cousin commit themselves to each other before God. Nothing, whether in the present or in the future, will ever allow them to make good on this commitment. Yet they make a commitment beyond all that is possible or impossible, they promise themselves to one another. Then Badilon, the priest, comes along to require Saint, not to do anything specific, but to consider the fact that should she refuse what the awful Tourloure has proposed, she will become the key to a historical moment in which the father of all the faithful is delivered into the hands of his enemies. Assuredly, Badilon the saint does not, strictly speaking, impose any precise duty on her. He goes further than that. He does not even appeal to her strength, as he says and as Claudel writes, but to her weakness pp. He shows her the abyss that would open up for her should she accept the proposal by which she would become the agent of an act of sublime deliverance. Note that everything is designed here to show us that in doing so she must renounce in herself something that goes well beyond anything agreeable, any possible pleasure, or duty. She must renounce her very being, the pact that has kept her forever faithful to her own family, since what is being proposed is that she marry the very man who exterminated her family, and renounce the sacred commitment she has just made to the man she loves, her cousin. This is something that carries her, not to the limits of her life, for we know that she is a woman who would willingly sacrifice that, as she has shown in the past, but to the sacrifice of what for her, as for every being, is worth more than life itself, not simply her reasons for living but something in which she recognizes her very being. We thus find ourselves carried, by what I am provisionally calling a contemporary tragedy, to the limits of the second death, the death that I taught you about last year when we discussed Antigone, except that here the heroine is asked to go beyond those limits. Whereas I showed you last year what tragic fate signifies, managed to get you to locate it in a topology that we called Sadian. Namely, in a locus for which those attending the seminar coined the phrase between two deaths, showed that this locus is outstripped by going, not as people say in a kind of refrain, beyond good and evil, which is a fine formulation by which to obscure what is at stake, but beyond beauty, strictly speaking, indicated that the limit of this domain, the limit of the second death, is designated and also veiled by what I called the phenomenon of beauty, the one that explodes in Sophocles' text. At the moment at which, Antigone having gone beyond the limit of her condemnation by Creon, which is not simply accepted but provoked, the chorus bursts into song as follows: Rho omega nu kappa alpha tau epsilon mu chi alpha nu, eros anikat machin, eros, or love, invincible in battle. Verse. Here, after centuries of the Christian era, it is beyond this limit that Signe de Cofontaines' drama brings us. Whereas Antiquity's heroine is identical to her destiny, 8, to the law that to her is divine and that sustains her in her trials, for this other heroine, it is against her will, against everything that determines it, not in her life but in her being, that, through an act of freedom, she goes against everything related to her being right down to its very roots. Life is left far behind here. For don't forget, there is something else, something that is forcefully emphasized by the playwright, which is that given what she is and her relationship of faith with things of this world, to accept to marry Turlure cannot simply amount to accepting a constraint. Even the most execrable marriage is indissoluble. But we haven't seen anything yet. Marriage involves adherence to the duty of marriage insofar as it is a duty to love. When I say that life is left far behind here, this is proven by the play's denouement. Signe has thus given in, she has become the Baroness Turlure. We come now to the day of the little Turlure's birth. We will concern ourselves with his destiny next time, for he plays a role in the climax and end of the drama. In the besieged city of Paris, the Baron Turlure, who comes to occupy center stage here, being the historical figure of this huge farce of brigadiers whose faithful and unfaithful oscillations around the great disaster history teaches us about, must that very day remit the keys of the great city to King Louis XVIII under certain conditions. The ambassador of this negotiation, as you probably expect and as befits the beauty of the drama, is no other than Signe's cousin in person. Whatever could possibly be the most odious in the circumstances of the encounter is included here by the author. For example, among the conditions that Turlure stipulates for his pretty and profitable betrayal, this is the only way in which what he does is presented to us, is the fact that the Cofontaine appanage, the little that remains of it, it being a mere shadow of its former self, but nevertheless something essential which is the very name Cofontaine, will be passed on to the descendants of this misalliance. Things having gone this far, don't be surprised that they end with a little assassination attempt. For once the conditions have been accepted, the cousin, who has not exactly shown largesse here, decides to bump Turlure off, as they say. The latter, being endowed, naturally, with all manner of cunning and malignancy, foresees this and he too has a little revolver in his pocket. By the time the clock has struck the hour 3 times, the 2 revolvers have gone off, and, naturally, it is not the villain who we find lying on the floor. What is crucial here is that Signe throws herself in front of the bullet that is about to hit her husband and, having spared him, dies a few minutes later. A suicide, we might say, and that would be accurate enough since everything in her attitude shows us that she has drunk the bitter cup without having found anything in it but what it is, absolute dereliction, being abandoned and sorely tried by the divine powers, and a decision to go all the way in what at this point hardly deserves to be called a sacrifice. In short, in the final scene, prior to the act that leads to her death, Signe is presented to us as having a facial tic p. Thus signaling in some sense the poet's design to show us that the endpoint that is respected even by Sada, as I indicated last year, that endpoint being beauty that is unaffected by affronts, is gone beyond here. No doubt this twitching on the part of life grimace de la vie, on the part of a live person who is suffering, is more prejudicial to the status of beauty than the wincing of death grimace de la mort and the tongue hanging out we see on Antigone's face when she has hung herself and Haemon discovers her. So what happens at the very end? Where does the poet leave us in abeyance at the end of his tragedy? There are 2 endings, as I'll beg you to keep in mind. One of the endings involves the entrance of the king. It is a buffoonish entrance, where Toussaint Tourlour is justly compensated for his services and where the restored order assumes the appearance of the kind of caricatural bedlam the French public all too easily buys after what history has taught us about the results of the Restoration. In short, we have here a truly dérisoire Épinal type image, which moreover leaves us no doubt regarding the poet's opinion about any sort of return to what is known as the Ancien Régime. The second ending is quite interesting. It is intimately tied to what the poet is able to leave us with through the image of Signe de Cofontaine. What is involved here is her death, not that her death is left out of the first ending, naturally. Just before the king enters the picture, Badilon reappears in order to exhort Signe, but right up until the end he is unable to obtain from her anything other than a no, an absolute refusal of peace, an absolute refusal to abandon or offer herself up to God who will receive her soul. All of the exhortations of the saint, he, too, being torn apart by the final consequence of what he himself has been the agent of, fail before this final negation. Signe can find nothing, by any avenue whatsoever, that can reconcile her with a fate about which I would ask you to note that it goes beyond anything one can find in ancient tragedy related to what Paul Ricoeur, who, as I discovered, was studying the same things as I was in Antigone more or less at the same time, calls the function of the evil god Dieu méchant. The evil god of ancient tragedy is still something that is connected to man through the intermediary of a te, this named and articulated aberration that the evil god orchestrates. He is connected to the others ate, as both Antigone and Creon say in Sophocles' tragedy, even though neither of them attended my seminar. The others 8 has a meaning in which Antigone's fate is inscribed. Here we have gone beyond all meaning. Signe's sacrifice does nothing but deride her goals. The old man who had to be saved from Tourelour's clutches is represented to us right up until the end of the trilogy, despite being the supreme father of the faithful, as he is, as an impotent father who, compared to the ideals that are on the rise, has nothing to offer his flock except the empty repetition of traditional words which no longer have any power. The so-called restored legitimacy is but a decoy, fiction, or caricature, and is in reality but a continuation of the order that subverted the old regime. What the poet adds in the second ending is the discovery by which his wager surfaces anew, in having Signe exhorted by Tourlour using the same words as are found on her family coat of arms, the motto that for her is the signification of her life, Cofontaine adsum, Cofontaine, I am present. Standing before his dying wife, who is incapable of speaking or is refusing to speak, he tries to at least obtain from her a sign, any sign whatsoever, were it only consent to have her child brought before her, of recognition of the fact that her action was designed to protect him, Tourlour. To all of this the martyr merely replies, right up until her last dying breath, with a no. What does it mean that the poet brings us to this extreme failure? Default, to this extreme derision of the signifier itself? What does it mean that such a thing is presented to us? It seems to me that I have already guided you sufficiently through the different stages of what I will call this outrageous fortune enormite for this to be clear to you. You will say that we are tough cookies, that we've been around the block often enough that nothing impresses us any more, and yet, I realize that the poetry of Claudel has something in common with that of the Surrealists. What we cannot doubt, in any case, is that Claudel at least imagined that he knew what he was writing. And whatever the case may be, it is written. Someone was able to imagine such a thing. We spectators realize that if the point were merely to show us in an imaginative way a theme that has been drummed into us regarding the emotional conflicts of the 19th century, it would have no effect on us. We are well aware that this is not the point, that this is not what affects us, holds our attention, keeps us in suspense, hooks us, and propels us from the hostage toward the final sequence of the trilogy. There is something else in this image for which we have no words. You recall Aristotle's terms that I quoted last year, delta iota lambda omicron upsilon kappa alpha tau phi beta omicron upsilon tau epsilon rho alpha nu omicron upsilon sigma alpha, in other words, not by terror and by pity, but all terror and pity having been gone beyond. What is presented to us here takes us yet further. It is the image of a desire next to which only the reference to sada still seems to be worth anything. Doesn't it seem to you that the substitution of a woman's image for the sign of the Christian cross is not simply designated here but expressly situated in the text? The image of the crucifix lies at the horizon right from the beginning of the play, and we find it anew in the following play. But aren't you also struck by the following, the coincidence between this theme, insofar as it is truly erotic, with what is here, and without there being another thread or landmark that would allow us to transfix the entire plot or scenario, which is the theme of outstripping or creating a breach beyond all values based on faith? Isn't this play, which is apparently by a believer, and from which believers, including the most eminent among them, Georges Bernanos himself, turn away as from blasphemy, for us the index of a new meaning given to human tragedy? This is what I will try to show you next time using the other two parts of the trilogy. May. XX. To Relour's objection. The father's, story. The father duped at dice. How Freud operated. The object of desire is its instrument. 3 generations suffice. Please excuse me if, in this venue, which is open to one and all, I ask those united in shared friendship for Maurice Merleau-Ponty to cast their thoughts back for a moment on this man who was their friend and my friend. He was taken from us in a flash last Wednesday, the evening after our last class, and we learned of his death a few hours later. For me it was a direct blow to the heart. Maurice Merleau-Ponty followed his own path and conducted his own research, which was not the same as mine. We began from different places, we had different aims, and I would even say that it was based on our different aims that we both ended up teaching. He had always wanted to teach, whereas I can say that it is quite in spite of myself that I occupy this podium. I can also say that we did not have the time, owing to this untimely fatality, to find more connections between our work. He would have been sympathetic to what I teach you. And, believe me, this past week the profound mourning that I have experienced owing to his disappearance has made me wonder about the level at which I can occupy this position and in such a way that I can call myself into question in my own eyes. At least it seems to me that from him, from his responses, attitude, and amicable comments every time he joined us here, I received aid and confirmation that we shared a common idea of teaching, an idea that steers clear of all infatuation with principles and all pedantry as well. You will thus excuse me if today, whereas I expected to arrive at the end of our present detour, the reasons for which I explained to you last week, I am unable to take things any further than I will manage to. Be so kind as to pardon me for not having been able to devote the time to preparing that I usually do. When we finished last week, we were discussing the end of the hostage and the immediate presence of Saint de Cofontaine who says no. This no is the very place to which a tragedy, that I will provisionally call Christian, pushes its heroine. It is worth dwelling on each of these terms. I have spoken with you often enough about tragedy for you to know that according to Hegel in the Phenomenology of Mind, Christian tragedy is related to reconciliation, Versöhnung. It is related to the kind of redemption that, in his view, resolves the fundamental impasse of Greek tragedy, and consequently does not allow it to establish itself at its own level, but instates at most the level of what we might call a divine comedy, comedy in which, in the final analysis, the strings are all held by he in whom all bonds, even those beyond our ken, are reconciled. Our experience of theatre undoubtedly runs counter to this noetic understanding where Hegel's perspective founders, owing to a certain bias for a human voice, that of Kierkegaard, emerged afterward and it contradicted Hegel. And Shakespeare's Hamlet, to which we devoted quite a lot of time 2 years ago in Seminar 6, is there to show us something else, to show us that another dimension subsists, meaning that we cannot say that the Christian era puts an end to the dimension of tragedy. Is Hamlet a tragedy? It surely is, and I believe I demonstrated this to you. Is it a Christian tragedy? This is where Hegel's investigation intersects ours, for in truth, we don't find the slightest trace of reconciliation in Hamlet. Despite the presence at the horizon of Christian dogma, there is no resorting at any point in Hamlet to the mediation of some sort of redemption. In Hamlet, the sacrifice of the son remains purely tragic. Nevertheless, we absolutely cannot eliminate something that is also quite present in this strange tragedy and that inscribes what, a few moments ago, I called the dimension of dogma or of Christian faith, the ghost asterisk, he who, beyond death, reveals to the son that he was killed, how he was killed, and by whom he was killed, is a father who has been damned. I just referred to this tragedy, whose resources I assuredly was unable to exhaust in my commentary on it, as strange. I would repeat the word strange when considering a supplemental contradiction that we did not dwell upon, which is that it is never doubted whether the Father attests to the flames of hell and eternal damnation. Nevertheless, it is as a skeptic, as a student of Montaigne, as someone once put it, that Hamlet wonders, to be, or not to be. To sleep, perchance to dream. Does the afterlife deliver us from this accursed life, from the ocean of humiliation and servitude that life is? Thus we cannot avoid tracing out the scale that is established on the basis of the gamut which, running from ancient tragedy to Claudel's drama, could be formulated as follows. In the case of Oedipus, the father is killed without the hero even knowing it. He did not know, not only that it was by his hand that his father was dead, but even that he was dead. The plot of the tragedy nevertheless implies that he is already dead. In Hamlet, the father is damned. What can that mean beyond the fantasy of eternal damnation? Isn't this damnation tied to the emergence of the fact that in Hamlet the father begins to know? He assuredly does not know everything about the plot against him, but he knows more than we might think. He knows in any case who killed him and how he was killed. I left unsolved in my commentary on the play the mystery that is left unsolved by the playwright, the mystery of what is signified by the orchard asterisk where death came to him in the blossoms of his sin, as it says in the text Act I, Scene, and the further enigma that it is through the ear that the poison is administered. What enters through the ear if not speech? And behind this speech, what is the mystery of lust? Doesn't some hubris, which is found in the form the ideal of the father takes in Hamlet's eyes, correspond here to the strange iniquity of his mother's jouissance? Nothing is said about this father except that he embodied what we might call the ideal of the knight in courtly love. This man would strew flowers on the ground beneath his queen's feet. This man would wipe from her face, as the text tells us, the slightest gust of wind. Act I, Scene. Such is the strange dimension in which his father's eminent dignity and the ever-boiling source of his heart's indignation remains, and for Hamlet alone. This father is nowhere mentioned as a king nor is his authority ever debated, I would say. The father here is a sort of ideal for men and this, too, deserves to remain a question for us, for at each of these stages we can only hope the truth will appear in a subsequent revelation. In light of what seems natural to us as analysts, namely, to project through history something like a question regarding the father that is repeated from age to age, you should thus pause to observe to what degree the crux of the father's function was never investigated before psychoanalysis came on the scene. The very figure of antiquity's father, inasmuch as we have called upon it in our imagery, is that of a king. Throughout the biblical texts, the figure of the Divine Father raises a question that underpins a whole line of research. Starting when did the God of the Jews become a father? Starting when in history? Starting when in the prophetic tradition? All of these things entail thematic, historic, and exegetical questions that are so profound that to merely mention them in this fashion is still not even to properly raise them. It is simply to comment that at some point the topic of the father, Freud's question, what is a father, must have shrunk considerably for it to have taken on the obscure knot-like form, which is not simply mortal but murderous, in which it has become fixed for us in the form of the Oedipus complex. God as creator, God as providence, this is not what concerns us in the question of the father, even if all of these resonances form its backdrop. And it is possible that this backdrop will be retroactively clarified owing to the fact that we have articulated this question. Hence, whatever our tastes and preferences may be, and whatever Claudel's work might represent for each of us, isn't it opportune and indeed necessary for us to wonder what the thematics of the Father can be in a tragedy, especially when it is a tragedy that appeared at a point in time at which, owing to Freud, the question of the Father had profoundly changed. Thus I cannot believe that the fact that Claudel's tragedy is all about the Father is an accident. The last part of his trilogy, which completes the series, is called The Humiliation of the Father, Le Père Humilié. Before, we had the father who has already been killed, Oedipus, and the father who was damned when he died, Hamlet. Now we have the humiliated father. What does this mean? What does Claudel mean by the term humiliated father? And first of all, in Claudel's thematics, where is this humiliated father? Where is the humiliated father, as they say in certain mystery postcards? Where is the thief, or where is the police officer? Who is the humiliated father? Is it the Pope? Although he is always called Pius Pi, there are nevertheless two of them in the course of the trilogy. The first is a fugitive, but still less than a fugitive in that he is kidnapped, to the point that, and the ambiguity always relates to the wording of the titles, we can wonder if he is not in fact the hostage. The other Pope, the Pius who appears at the end, in the third play, is the one who confesses in a highly touching scene that is clearly designed to exploit all the thematics of a certain characteristically Christian and Catholic feeling, that of a servant unto servants p. He who makes himself into the smallest of the small. I will read you the scene in The Humiliation of the Father where the Pope confesses to a little monk who is himself but someone who tends geese or pigs, it doesn't matter which, and who naturally carries within himself the ministry of the most profound and the simplest wisdom. Let us not dwell too long upon these all too beautiful images, where it seems that Claudel is instead sacrificing to what is taken much further in a whole form of English dandyism, starting some years ago, in which Catholics and Catholicism are the very height of distinction. The problem lies elsewhere. I do not believe that the humiliated father is the Pope. There are many other father-like figures around. All three plays revolve around nothing but that. Moreover, the father that we see the most often, the father whose stature verges on a kind of obscenity, the father whose stature is strictly speaking impudent, the father in whom we cannot fail to note certain echoes of the ape-like form in which Freud's myth of the primal horde makes him appear at the horizon, is clearly Toussaint Tourloure. His drama and death by murder not only constitute the pivotal point but, strictly speaking, the object of the trilogy's central play. Crusts. Isn't the humiliation of the father shown to us through him? He is not simply impulsive or devalued, he takes on the form of the most extreme derision, a derision that even verges on the abject. Is this what we can expect from an author who professes to be Catholic and to revive and reincarnate traditional values before our very eyes? Isn't it strange that people didn't find this play scandalous, this play which, when it came out all by itself 3 or 4 years after The Hostage, endeavors to captivate and hold our attention with an episode in which a kind of sordidness, with Balzacian echoes, only recovers through a paroxysm, by going beyond all limits thereto? I don't know if I should ask for a show of hands from those who have not read Crusts since our last class. I suspect that it is not enough for me to put you on the scent for all of you to run headlong after it. I believe that I must thus briefly summarize what the play is about. Crusts opens with a dialogue between two women. Over years have surely passed since Signe de Cofontain's death, she having died the day the son she gave Toussaint Tourloure was baptized. Tourloure, who wasn't terribly sprightly even at that time, has become a rather sinister old man. We don't see him, for he is hidden in the wings, but what we see are two women, one of whom is his mistress, Sichel, and the other of whom is his son's mistress, Lemire. The latter has just returned from Algeria, a country that has taken on a certain importance since the time at which the play came out, where she left Louis de Cofontaine. The son's name is naturally Louis, he having been named in honor of the king whose throne was restored to him. I must seize the opportunity to slip in here an amusing little observation that I don't know if anyone here has already made. The name Louis comes from Ludovicus, Ludovic, Lodovic, and Clodovic that we find among the Merovingians, and is nothing other than Clovis with the C removed. That's easier to see when it's written. This makes Clovis the first Louis. And we might wonder if everything wouldn't have been different if Louis XIV had known that he was actually Louis XV. Perhaps the style of his reign would have been different, and so on indefinitely. Well, that was just an aside designed to provide a little comic relief. While Louis de Cofontaine is still on Algerian soil, at least people think he is, a woman shows up at Toussaint's house to demand what she rightfully has coming to her. This episode so overjoyed the two authors of a book of famous pastiches that they used the scene involving the old Toussaint as the theme of their imitation in the style of Claudel. In their pastiche, they concocted for generations to come the famous reply, worthy of Claudel and truer than life, that is imputed to the Paradis character when someone demands that he return a sum of which he has despoiled an unfortunate woman. A penny saved is a penny earned. The pennies in question are not the savings of the girl Lemire who comes to demand that Toussaint Tourlour repay them, they are no less than the fruit of the sacrifices made by Polish émigrés. A total of francs, or even more, that was lent by the young woman, whose suitable role and function you will see further on, is what she demands. She asks the old Toussaint for them, even though it was not to him that she gave or lent this sum, but to his son. His son is now insolvent and cannot pay either these francs or the other francs he owes p. Her goal is to obtain from the father a total of francs dating back to the middle of the 19th century, in other words, at a time when a franc was a franc, believe you me, and it wasn't earned in a flash. This young woman Lemire meets another by the name of Sichel. Sichel is Toussaint's official mistress, and she can be rather prickly. Some brashness comes with the job, and the woman who occupies it lives up to her role. In short, these two women very quickly agree to try to figure out how to bump the old man off avoir la peau du vieux. Had they not wanted to get something else from him before they bumped him off, it seems that things would have been resolved still more quickly. Briefly stated, their approach absolutely does not involve tenderness or the highest form of idealism. These two women can truly be qualified as ideal, each in her own way, as you will see, since I will come back to this. For we spectators, they manage to embody odd forms of seduction. I must point out to you all the calculations, and even extreme calculations, that are made by these two women when faced with Tourlour's avarice. Note that his avarice is equaled only by his dissipation, which is itself outstripped only by his utter and complete unscrupulousness, as Sichel herself says verbatim p. The Polish character Lemire, whose name Claudel explicitly tells us should be pronounced Lemure p. Is ready to go all the way to reclaim what she considers to be a possession, a sacred legacy for which she is responsible. She has given this legacy away, but absolutely must restore it now to those for whom she feels fealty and a unique allegiance. The latter are all the émigrés, all the martyrs, and even all those who died for the cause that stirs most the passions and is the most energizing, the cause of Poland divided, of Poland split up. The young woman is determined to go as far as one can go, even if she has to offer herself up and yield to what she knows to be the old man's desire. She knows in advance what to expect from him. She is sure that from the moment a woman is his son's mistress, she is in no way for him a prohibited object, far from it. We find here anew a feature that has only surfaced quite recently in what I might call the ordinary thematics of certain functions of the father. Her partner in the dialogue, Sichel, as I mentioned earlier, is a smart cookie and is fully aware of the situation. Here too we find something new, by which I mean something that, compared to the odd game we call the Oedipus complex, is added by Claudel. Note carefully that Sichel is not the mother of Louis, Toussaint Tourlour's son. The mother is dead and thus out of the picture. Claudel's play is thus arranged in a way that is undoubtedly designed to bring out elements that will get us interested in this plot, topology, or fundamental dramatic action, inasmuch as something common to one and the same era connects it from one creator to another, from a reflective thinker Freud to a creative one Claudel. Sichel is not Louis' mother. She is not even the father's wife. She is the object of the father's tyrannical, ambiguous desire. Sichel clearly points out that if there is something that attaches the father to her, it is a desire that is quite close to the desire to destroy her, since he has also made her into his slave. And he is quite capable of speaking of his attachment to her as having arisen from the charming way she plays the piano and from her pinky as it is about to perfectly strike a note on the keyboard. Now, from the day she first began keeping the old man's accounts, she has never been able to open the piano but also Sichel thus has an idea. We see it come to fruition in the guise of Louis de Couffontaines' sudden arrival at the point at which the plot thickens. For his arrival gives rise in his old father to a veritable gut-wrenching episode, a true fit of abject fear. "He's a cornin' here," the father suddenly cries dropping the fine way of speaking he had been adopting just a minute before to describe to the young woman I just mentioned Lemire his poetic feelings for Sichel. "He's a cornin' here. Indeed he is, and he is coming owing to a scheme developing in the wings, having received a letter from Sichel containing a warning. He comes to center stage, and the play culminates in a sort of singular game with 4 players party carry, one might say. Were it not that a 5th person enters into it, Sichel's father, the old Ali Habenix, whose name is a play on Haben Nix, meaning he who has nothing. He is an old loan shark and a sort of a doppelganger of Toussaint Tourneur. Tourneur uses him as he orchestrates a complicated operation which consists of taking back the possessions of the Couffontaines piece by piece from his own son, his son having had the objectionable idea to demand them from him as his inheritance as soon as he became an adult, plenty of legal papers in hand You see how all of this comes together. It was no accident that I mentioned the Balzacian themes here. The circulation, metabolism, and conflict at the level of money is doubled by rivalry in the affective realm. The father sees in his son exactly what Freud brought to our attention, someone just like himself, a repetition of himself, a figure born of himself in whom he can see nothing but a rival. And when his son tenderly attempts to tell him at a certain moment, "Am I not a true Tourneur?" the father roughly replies, "No doubt you are, but there's already one Tourneur, and that's enough. As far as Tourneurs go, I fill the bill just fine all by myself This is another element in which we can recognize what Freud's discovery introduced. But that's not all. We come next to what culminates after a dialogue in which Louis de Couffontaines' mistress Lemire had to whip Louis into a frenzy with a slew of insults targeting his vanity, amour-propre and narcissistic virility. As we say, she reveals to Louis that his father propositioned her, the very father who, through his plotting, wishes to force Louis into bankruptcy, into the corner of which he finds himself backed when the play begins, the very father who wishes to take not only Louis' land from him, planning to buy it back on the cheap thanks to his loan shark intermediaries, but his woman as well. pp. In short, Lemire arms Louis against his father, literally putting guns in his hands. And we witness on stage a murder that is very well prepared for at a woman's instigation. She is not simply a temptress here, but the person who plots and creates the entire artifice of the crime around which Louis himself accedes to the father function. It turns out that both women collaborated in the murder we see take place on stage, the killing of the father on the other stage Anderer Schauplatz, the other scene. As Lemire says somewhere, Sichel is the one who gave me the idea of And indeed, it was during their first discussion that Sichel planted the seed in Lemire's imagination, namely, that the old man who desires her, this character that Claudel depicts to us, is a scorned father who has, as it were, been duped. The duped father is certainly the fundamental theme of classical comedy, but here we must understand the word Jiao in a way that goes still further than decoy and derision. He is duped Jiao, so to speak, at dice, and he is duped because he is, in the final analysis, a passive element in the game. This is expressly mentioned at the end of the dialogue between the two women. After having opened up and revealed all of their thoughts to each other, one says to the other, "Play Jows your game and I'll play mine, have my trump cards too, both of us playing against the dead man le mort p." Toussaint Tourlour makes his entrance at this exact moment and cries, "Hey, who is talking about death more /" One of the women replies, "We were discussing the rules of whist and the game last night, the weaknesses and strengths of the dummy le mort p." At that, the old man, suspecting nothing, replies by making a few jokes about what he was left with in that game, namely, the high cards, naturally. Here we have true French elegance, something that is constantly alluded to in the play. He is a Frenchman to the core. Sichel says to Lemire, "And you can get anything you want from him, for he loves women." Oh! He is a true Frenchman. Anything except money. Money, yuck. P. Isn't it striking that here again we stumble upon the image of a game with 4 players, whist in this case, which I have often mentioned in a different sense to designate the structure of the analytic situation. Before the tragic scene occurs, the father is already dead, or almost. All you have to do is blow on him, and he'll keel over. And, indeed, this is what we are going to see. We find next a dialogue wherein the simultaneous presence of tragic and buffoonish dimensions would make it worth our while to read it together. It is, in fact, a scene that deserves, in the world's literature, to be highlighted as ultimately rather unique in kind, and its various twists and turns would also be worth dwelling on if our sole goal here were to provide a literary analysis. Unfortunately, I must push on a bit more quickly than I would if I were going to get you to savor all the different twists here. Be that as it may, it is quite nice to see that one of these twists involves the son imploring the father to give him the francs which he knows full well, and for good reason, since Lewis and Sichel plotted the whole business long before, he has in his pocket, making a serious bulge p. He implores his father to give them to him in order to allow him, not only to meet his commitments, not only to pay back a sacred debt, not only to avoid losing the little he, the son, possesses, but also so as not to be reduced to being no more than a serf on the very land to which he has devoted all his passion p. For it is on this land near Algiers that Louis de Cofontaine went to seek the rejection rejet, in the sense of something that has sprung up anew and that spurts out, in the sense of an offshoot, the rejection of his being, of his solitude, of this dereliction he has always felt, knowing that his mother did not want him and that his father, as he says, never watched him grow up with anything other than worried concern p. What is involved here is a passion for the soil and the return to what he feels he was chased away from, namely, all recourse to nature. And, in truth, we have here a theme that would be well worth considering in the historical genesis of what we call Colorado nihilism, which is the theme of émigrés who did not simply invade colonized countries but who broke new ground. This resource given to all the lost children of Christian culture would certainly be worth isolating as an ethical mainspring that we would be wrong to neglect at the present moment where we are weighing its consequences. It is thus at the moment at which Louis finds himself at the height of this trial of strength between his father and himself that he pulls out the pistols that were put in his hands by Lemire. There are 2 pistols. Let us consider this for a moment. It is, strictly speaking, a theatrical artifice, trick, or nicety. He has been armed with 2 pistols which, I'll tell you right away, will not go off even though they are both loaded. This is the exact opposite of what happens in a famous passage of the Sapeur Camembert in which the soldier Padoue is given a letter from the general. Look, Padoue says, this letter ain't loaded. It's not that the general doesn't have the means necessary, but it ain't loaded. Well, that won't stop it from going off all the same. Here it is the exact opposite. Even though Lemire has loaded them both, the pistols misfire p. But that doesn't stop the father from dying. The poor guy dies of fright, and this is precisely what people had been expecting all along, since this is explicitly why Lemire had given Louis one of the pistols, the little one, telling him, "This one is loaded, but with a blank, it will simply make noise and it is possible that that will be enough to make him croak. If it isn't, then you will use the big gun, that one has a bullet in it." P. Lewis got his education in a place where land was being cleared, but where one did not acquire the land. This is clearly indicated in the text, without rather roughly dispossessing other people. P. There is certainly no need to fear that the hand that will pull the trigger of the second gun will tremble any more than it will for the first. As Lewis says later, he doesn't like pussyfooting around. P. It is not with a smile on my face that I'll go that far, but as long as I'm there, he says, I might as well use both pistols at the same time. Now, as I said, whether loaded or not, neither of them goes off. There is nothing but noise, and yet this noise does the trick. As is very prettily described in the stage direction, the old man stops dead in his tracks, his eyes popping out and his jaw slack. P. We spoke last time about the twitching of life grimace de la vie / here the wincing of death grimace de la mort is anything but elegant. And there you have it, the job is done. As I told you, and as you see, all the niceties regarding the father's imaginary dimension are very well articulated here. Even when it comes to efficacy, the imaginary can suffice. This is demonstrated to us through an image. But in order for things to be still more lovely, Lemire returns to the stage at that very moment. Lewis is not absolutely calm, naturally. He hasn't the slightest doubt that he has committed parricide, because, first of all, he clearly wanted to kill his father, and because he in fact succeeded in doing so. The terms and style of the concluding dialogue here are worth dwelling on, and I will ask you to have a look at them. You will savor them in all their coarseness. I have noted that certain people, and not the least attuned or worthy, find Crusts and the Hostage to be rather boring plays. Admit that I do not find all the twists and turns of the plot boring in the least. They are rather dark. What is unsettling to us is that this darkness is operative exactly at the same time as a sort of comedy whose quality may appear to be a bit too acerbic. Nevertheless, these are not its least merits. The question, all the same, is where is this designed to lead us? What fascinates us in all this? I am quite sure that, in the final analysis, this demolition of the farcical father, who is massacred in this buffoonish way, arouses in us feelings that are not terribly well localized or localizable. What is quite pretty, nevertheless, is to see how the scene ends, namely, with Lewis saying, "Stop." Once the deed has been done, while the girl is slipping the wallet out of the father's pocket, Lewis says, "Hold on a minute. Let me check something." He empties the little pistol, rifles through the stuff that was used at the time to load weapons, and sees that the small pistol was also loaded. He comments on this to the captivating woman who loaded his gun. She looks at him and gives no other reply than a gentle laugh. P. Doesn't this pose a problem for us? What does the poet mean by this? We will assuredly come to know this in the third act when Lemire's true colors are shown. But up until this point we have been shown nothing dark or fanatical in her. We will see what the nature of her desire is. The fact that, for her, a woman who considers herself most certainly doomed to the supreme sacrifice, this desire may go as far as being hanged, and the rest of the story confirms her conviction, does not exclude the fact that her passion for her lover, he who, to her, is truly her lover, Louis de Cofontaine, may go so far as to wish for him a tragic end, for example, the gallows. P. The theme of love bound to death and, strictly speaking, of the lover who is sacrificed, is literarily shed light on for us by what we find in The Red and the Black by Stendhal, at the horizon of the story of the two La Moles, the La Mole who was decapitated and whose head was supposedly received by a woman, and Julien Sorel whose bodily remains are accompanied by a certain Mademoiselle de la Mole, this one is imaginary, who kisses his decapitated head. We must keep in mind the extreme nature of Lemire's desire. She summons Louis to follow her in the pathway of this desire, of this love that aims at nothing but consuming itself in an extreme instant. But Louis, who has committed parricide and received his inheritance by doing so, and has nevertheless entered into another dimension than the one he knew hitherto, now turns into another tourleur, another sinister character whose caricature Claudel does not fail to draw for us in what follows. Note carefully that Louis becomes an ambassador. We would be wrong to think that all these flourishes are included by Claudel without our being able to consider him to be ambivalent in some way deep within himself, and thus refuses to follow Lemire. And it is because he does not follow her that he marries his father's mistress, Sichel. I will skip the end of the play, namely, how it comes about that this sort of new start or metamorphosis leads him not only to empty out the pockets of the dead man and even slip on the dead man's boots, but also to get into bed with the same woman as him. We are faced here with gloomy stories of Aeus, all kinds of shady dealings, and an insurance policy that the ever-clever father had taken out before his death to ensure that those who might get involved with him, especially Lemire, would have very little pecuniary interest in wishing him dead. pp. He arranged things in such a way that his possessions were listed in the account books of his obscure associate, Ali Habenex, as appearing to be owed to Habenex. It is insofar as Sichel hands this IOU over to Louis that she acquires a truly abnegating status in his eyes. He abnegates, as Paul Valéry put it, his title by marrying her, and this is where the play ends. Louis de Cofontaine gets engaged to Sichel Habenex, the daughter of his father's partner in usury. After such an ending, we can wonder still more about what the poet means, especially what he himself thinks about all this, having created what one might well call, strictly speaking, now that have recounted it to you as I have recounted it, this strange comedy. Just as there is, at the beginning of the trilogy, a tragedy that stares us straight in the face, that goes beyond every possibility or requirement imposed upon the heroine, in the place occupied by her image at the end, there can be nothing, at the end of the second play, that is, at the heart of Claudel's trilogy, but the total obscurity of a radical derision. This goes as far as something, certain echoes of which can strike us as rather antipathetic, inasmuch, for example, as the position of the Jews is brought in here, without us really knowing why. For emphasis is placed here on Sichel's sentiments. She tells us what her position in life is. We must look, without any further reluctance, into this element of Claudel's thematics. Moreover, I don't believe that anyone has ever imputed to Claudel sentiments that we could qualify, in any way whatsoever, as suspect. I mean that the grandeur, which is more than respected and exalted by him, of the ancient law never ceases in his dramatic work to inhabit even the least important characters who can be associated with it. And for him, all Jews are essentially associated with it, even if they turn out to reject that law, saying that they aspire to put an end to it. What Jews pursue is the sharing by all of the only thing that is real, which is jouissance. Indeed, this is truly Sichel's way of putting things, and this is how she is presented to us prior to the murder. And she is presented even more in this way afterward, when she offers to Louis the love that it turns out she has always had for him. Doesn't this strange arrangement pose yet another problem for us? I can see that, having allowed myself to tell you the central story of crusts, and I truly had to, I can hardly do any more today than propose the following. Doesn't it seem to you that to see this play, which will perhaps be performed again, which has sometimes been performed, and which we can't say is badly constructed or that it does not make us feel a certain fondness for it, to see this play end after this strange event, confronts us with a figure, like when we say, in French, a ballet figure, or cipher that is essentially presented to us in a form that is truly unheralded owing to its very opacity. We have here a scenario that solicits our interest solely at the level of the most total enigma. We don't in any way have time to even begin to approach what would allow us to solve the enigma. But keep in mind that if I mention it to you, or if I simply remark that it is impossible not to make something of such a construction that appeared in, I won't say the century, but in the decade in which the Oedipus complex was brought to light, I have my reasons for doing so. Understand why I am bringing it in here and what, along with the solution that I think I can provide to this enigma, justifies that I am bringing it to your attention at such length and in such detail. The Father. At the beginning of psychoanalytic thought was the Father, and in a form whose scandalous traits comedy is well designed to help us bring out. Psychoanalysis had to articulate a drama at the origin of the law. It should suffice for you to see it presented on the contemporary stage to gauge not simply its criminal character but the possibility of its caricatural or even abject decomposition, as said earlier. If this is so, the problem is one of knowing how that was necessitated by our objective, which is certainly the only thing that justifies us in our research. What made it necessary to bring out this image at the horizon of humanity, if it wasn't that it is part and parcel of the highlighting and implementing of the dimension of desire? In other words, I am designating something that we tend to push ever further back from our horizon, and even paradoxically negate more and more in our practice as analysts, namely, the place of the Father. Why? Quite simply because it disappears to the degree to which we forget the meaning and direction of desire, to the degree to which our actions with those who seek us out tend to put this desire on some sort of gentle leash, to slip it some kind of soporific, and to make use of some form of suggestion that reduces desire to need. And this is why we have begun to see the mother ever more at the root of this other that we evoke in our patients. There is, unfortunately, something that resists this tendency, which is that we call this mother castrating. Why? In what way is she castrating? We know the answer thanks to analytic practice. It is truly the thread that keeps us in touch with this dimension, a dimension that must not be lost, and it is the following: from our standpoint, from our specialized point of view, the mother is all the more castrating insofar as she is not busy castrating the father. Consider your clinical experience. Mothers who are busy castrating the father exist, but we would not bother talking about the castrating mother if there was no father, whether we see him or not, or whether there was no father to castrate. We wouldn't bother talking about her if the maintenance of the dimension of the father, drama of the father, or function of the father, around which revolves, as you see, what concerns us for the moment regarding our position in the transference, weren't at least possible, whether it be neglected or absent. We are also well aware that we cannot operate as analysts the way Freud did either, Freud having adopted the position of the father. This is what stupefies us in his way of intervening. And this is why we no longer know where to situate ourselves, because we have not learned to re-articulate on that basis what our position must be. The result is that we spend our time telling our patients, "You take me to be a bad mother," but that is not the position we must adopt either. The path to which I am trying to redirect you, with the assistance of Claudel's plays, involves resituating castration at the heart of the problem. For castration is identical to what I will call the constitution of the desiring subject as such, not the constitution of the subject of need or of the frustrated subject, but of the subject of desire. As I have sufficiently emphasized in this ongoing seminar, castration is identical to the phenomenon that is such that the object that desire lacks, since desire is based on lack, is in our experience identical to the very instrument of desire, the phallus. The object that desire lacks, whatever it may be, and even at a level other than the genital level, must, in order to be characterized as an object of desire, and not the object of one or another of our frustrated needs, come to occupy the same symbolic place that is occupied by the very instrument of desire, the phallus, in other words, this instrument insofar as it is raised to the function of a signifier. Next time I will show you that Claudel articulated this, whatever his reservations about it might have been, and even if the poet absolutely did not suspect how his creation could someday come to be formulated. This merely makes it all the more convincing, just as it is altogether convincing to see Freud already enunciate the laws of metaphor and metonymy in the interpretation of dreams. Why is this instrument raised to a signifying function? Precisely in order to occupy the place I just spoke about, which is symbolic. What is this place? It is the neutral position point mort occupied by the father insofar as he is already dead mort. I mean that solely by virtue of the fact that the father is the one who articulates the law, the voice behind it can but falter. Either he is inadequately present or else, as a presence, he is only too present. This neutral position is the point at which everything that is enunciated passes anew through zero, between yes and no. I am not the one who invented the radical ambivalence between good and bad, love and hate, or complicity and alienation. In short, he who props up the law must die before the law can be instated as law. It is not enough to simply say that desire as a phenomenon is produced at this level. We must also locate the radical gap, which is why I strive to come up with topological schemas for you that allow us to do so. In effect, this gap develops over time, and perfected desire is not simply this point, but rather what one might call a set in the subject whose topology I not only try to illustrate for you in a paraspatial sense, but whose various stages temps I endeavor to indicate. The explosion at the end of which desire's configuration is realized can be broken down into 3 stages, and you can see this marked in different generations. This is why there is no need, in order to situate the composition of desire in a subject, to go all the way back, in a perpetual recurrence, to Adam, the father. 3 generations are enough. In the first generation we find the mark of the signifier. This is what is illustrated, in an extreme and tragic manner, in Claudel's composition by the image of Signe de Cofontaine, who is carried to the very destruction of her being, because she is totally ripped away from all her attachments based on speech and faith. We come now to the second stage. Even at a poetic level, poetry is not the end point. Even among the characters created by Claudel's imagination, this leads to the appearance of a child. People who speak and are marked by speech engender. Something slips into the interval which is at first infants someone who does not speak, and this is Louis de Cofontaine. In the second generation, we find an object that is totally rejected, an object that is not desired, an object inasmuch as it is undesired. In this poetic creation, how is what will result therefrom in the third generation, in other words, in the only true generation, configured before our eyes? It is at the level of all the others, naturally, but I mean that the others are artificial decompositions of it, they are the antecedents of the only one that is of concern. Between the mark of the signifier and passion for the partial object, how is desire composed? This is what I hope to articulate for you next time. May. XXI. Pensées desire. Saying no. Tragedy is reborn. As is desire, myth, and innocence. The other incarnated in this woman. Signe, Cofontaine, I am yours, take me, and do with me as you will. Make of me your wife, if you so wish it, or, if you prefer, beyond the limits of this life, where earthly bodies are no more, our souls shall be joined together, and indissolubly made one. P. I wanted to point out to you the repetition of an expression by which love is articulated throughout the text of Claudel's trilogy. Georges de Cofontaine immediately responds to Signe's words in The Hostage as follows. Oh, Signe whom I have found at last, do not fail me as the world has failed me. Shall I, then, in the end, have something lasting, other than my own will? P. Indeed, it's all right there. This man, who has been betrayed and abandoned by everyone, who leads, as he tells us, the life of a hunted beast, with no sure refuge wherein to hide, recalls the saying of the monks of India, who proclaim that all this life is bad, a hollow illusion which remains with us only because we move in step with it, and which would pass from us, if we but sat quietly in one place. An unworthy dream. A sordid temptation. In this collapse of all my life, I, at least, remain unchanged, and my honor and my duty are unchanged. But you, Signe, weigh carefully your words. Do not fail me, you, too, in this hour of my approaching end, as all else has failed me. Do not deceive me. p. Slash. Such is the point of departure that lends gravitas to the tragedy. Sign finds herself betraying the very person to whom she has committed herself with all her soul. We encounter the theme of the exchange of souls again later, distilled in a single instant in crusts, in the course of a dialogue between Lewis and Lemure, as Claudel expressly tells us the name of the Polish woman should be pronounced, when, after the parricide has occurred, she tells him that she will not follow him, that she will not return to Algeria with him, but instead invites him to come consummate with her the mortal adventure that awaits her. Lewis has just undergone the metamorphosis that parricide brought to a head in him, and he refuses. He nevertheless oscillates one more time. He addresses Lemire passionately, telling her that he loves her just the way she is and that there is only one woman for him. To which Lemire herself, who is captivated by the call to death that provides the signification of her desire, replies, "Is it really true that there is only one woman for you?" "Yes, I know that it's true." "Say what you want to. There is something in you now, at this moment, that understands me. Something that makes you my brother. It's a tearing away, an utter weariness, a void which nothing can fill. You are like no one, and no one is like you. You stand alone. And no matter how long you may live, the time will never come when you could have done otherwise than as you did. Very softly, you parricide. We're alone, wholly, completely alone in this awful desert. Two human souls knocking about in the void of life. Two souls which can belong to each other. Two souls which, in the space of a single second, like the thundering report of time that is annihilated, can, through each other and to each other, be all things. How sweet it is to live without looking ahead. If life were only longer, it might be worthwhile to be happy. But life is short, and there are ways of making it shorter yet. Yes, so short that all eternity can be contained therein. Lewis, eternity means nothing to me. Lemire, yes. So short that all eternity can be contained therein. So short that this world, this life which we scorn and do not want, could be hidden away in it. This happiness on which people lay such stress. Ah, life could be so small and tight and narrow and brief that there would be no room in it for anything or anyone, except you and me. pp. Pensées desire. And a bit further on she continues. I will be your country close held in your arras. To you I will be happiness foregone, the land of ore, the old power of consolation. You and I only exist, only you and I live in this world, and there will, throughout all time, be only this moment when we stood face to face, and saw. And we shall be able to understand, then, even that mystery which lies hidden deep within us. Come. There are ways of drawing our souls out of ourselves, as one can draw a flashing sword, loyal, clean, and with honor unbesmirched. Yes, there is a way to break the chain, to batter down the prison wall. And there's a way of pledging one's oath and of sacrificing oneself, heart and soul, to the other, the only other. We can do it like brave men. We can. In spite of the horrible night, and the rain, and the awful emptiness which surrounds us. Oh, it can be done. There is a way of giving all of oneself, and having faith, true faith, in the other. There's a way of so giving oneself that, believing implicitly in the flash of inspiration, each shall belong to the other and to him alone. pp. Such is the desire that is expressed by she who Lewis, after the parricide, casts aside in order to marry his father's mistress, as it is put in the play. Herein lies the turning point of Lewis' transformation. And it will lead us today to question the meaning of what will be bombed from him, namely, the feminine figure who, at the outset of the third play in the trilogy, is the counterpart of Sign, Pensée de Cofontaine. By looking at her, we are going to examine what Claudel means here. Although it is easy and quite common in French to dismiss any speech that falls outside of the ruts of ordinary routine by saying, c'est du uni. That's vintage so and so, and you are aware that people do not fail to say that about he who is speaking to you right now. It seems that no one even dreams of being astonished by what poets say. People are happy to accept poets' singularity. And when confronted with the strangeness of plays like Claudel's, no one any longer dreams of wondering about the improbabilities and scandalous traits he presents us, or about what, in the final analysis, could have been his Christian aim and his plan. What is the meaning of Pensées de Cofontaine in the third play? The humiliation of the Father? We are going to examine the signification of Pensées de Cofontaine as we would examine that of a living personage. What is at stake is Pensées de Cofontaine's desire, Pensées' desire. And in Pensées' desire we are, of course, going to find the very idea /pensée/ of desire. Do not take this to be an allegorical interpretation. The characters in Claudel's trilogy are symbols only inasmuch as they are at work at the heart of the impact of the symbolic on a person. And the ambiguity of the names that are attributed to them by the poet indicates that we are justified in interpreting them as instances of the impact of the symbolic on our very flesh. It would be easy for us to read into the way Claudel spells the odd name, sign. The word begins with an S, and it truly invites us to recognize a sign S/GNE therein. Moreover, there is the imperceptibly change, the substitution of Y for /. In this superimposing of the mark, one might recognize something that encounters, through some kind of convergence or Kabbalistic geomancy, my S, by which I demonstrated to you that the imposition of the signifier on man is something that both marks and disfigures him. At the other end of the trilogy, we have pensée. Here the word is left intact, and in order to see what is meant by this pensée of desire, we must clearly begin with what is signified by the passion undergone by sign in the hostage. The first play in the trilogy left us overcome by the figure of this sacrificed woman who shakes her head saying no, by the mark of the signifier raised to the highest degree, refusal raised to the position of a radical stance. This is what we must explore. In exploring this stance, if we know how to examine it, we will find in it another of our terms that grows out of analytic practice, at its pinnacle. If you remember what I have taught you several times, here and elsewhere, in this seminar and at our society meetings, I asked you to overhaul the use that is currently made in psychoanalysis of the term frustration. I did so to incite you to return to what Freud, who never uses the term frustration, means by the original term Veräugung, insofar as it goes well beyond and far deeper than any conceivable frustration. Veräugung implies not making good on a promise for which one has already given up everything. This is the exemplary value of Sign's character and drama. What she is asked to give up is what she has put all of her effort into, what she has hitched her entire life to, her life having already been marked by the sign of sacrifice. The dimension of sacrifice, raised to the second power, raised to the most profound refusal owing to the workings of the word, is open to endless realization. This is what is posited at the outset of Claudel's tragedy, and we cannot remain indifferent to it or simply consider it to be the extreme, excessive, or paradoxical form of a kind of religious madness folie. For, on the contrary, as I shall show you, this is precisely where we, as people of our own times, are situated to the very extent that this religious folly is not there for us. Let us observe carefully what is at stake for Signe de Cofontaine. What is imposed upon her is not simply something like force or constraint. She is made to freely commit herself, according to the law of marriage, to someone whom she calls the son of her servant and of the sorcerer Quiries. Nothing connected to what is imposed on her can be anything but accursed to her. Thus the Veräugung here, the refusal from which she cannot free herself, becomes what the very structure of the word implies. Veräugen is refusal regarding what is said le did, and, were I to equivocate in order to find the best translation, perdition. Everything that is a condition becomes perdition. And this is why not saying becomes saying no here. We have encountered this extreme point before, but what I would like to show you is that it is gone beyond here. We came across it at the end of the Oedipus tragedy in the mu epsilon phi upsilon nu alpha iota, mi fine, of Oedipus et Colonus verse, in the would that I were not, which means not to have been born. Let me remind you in passing that we find here the true place of the subject insofar as he is the subject of the unconscious, namely, the mu epsilon, that is, the highly unusual not any, only vestiges of which we can still find in French, making paradoxical appearances in expressions like je crains chu ilnevent am afraid he may, not, come or I cannot but fear he is coming or avant chu iln apparise before he not but appear. It appears to be an expletive in such contexts, according to grammarians, whereas it is precisely there that the tip of desire's iceberg appears, not the subject of the statement who is I, he who is currently speaking, but the subject in which enunciation finds its origin. Oedipus leaves us with the Greek words me phine. Would that I were not, or, to follow the Greek even more closely, were not to be here ny être, which sounds in French so curiously like the verb to be born nature. What is designated thereby if not the fact that owing to the imposition upon man of destiny and owing to prescribed exchange via kinship structures, something has been covered over that makes his entrance into the world an entrance into the implacable play of debt. In the final analysis, man is simply guilty of the responsibility charge he receives for the debt stemming from the eight that precedes him. Something else has happened since that time. For us, the Word has become incarnate. It has come into the world and, as opposed to what the Gospels say, it is not true that we have not recognized it. We have recognized it and are experiencing the aftermath of this recognition. We are at one of the stages of the consequences of this recognition. This is what I would like to try to articulate to you. To us, the Word is not simply the law into which we insert ourselves in order that each of us bear responsibility for the debt that constitutes our fate. It opens up for us the possibility or temptation on the basis of which it is possible for us to curse ourselves, not only as a particular destiny or life, but as the very pathway by which the Word commits us, and as an encounter with the truth, as the moment of truth. We are no longer solely subject to feeling guilty owing to symbolic debt. We can, in the most proximate sense that the word indicates, be reproached for bearing responsibility for the debt. In short, it is the very debt that gave us our place that can be stolen from us, and it is in this context that we can feel totally alienated from ourselves. Antiquity's ate no doubt made us guilty of this debt, but to give it up, as we can now, makes us responsible for a still greater misfortune owing to the fact that fate is no longer anything for us. In short, what we learn every day from psychoanalytic practice is that the guilt we still have, the guilt that is palpable to us in our work with neurotics, is the exact price we have to pay for the fact that the God of fate is dead. The fact that this God is dead is at the heart of what Claudel presents us. The dead God is represented here by the proscribed priest who is no longer presented to us in any form but that of what is called the hostage, who gives his name to the first play in the trilogy. The figure of Antiquity's faith is henceforth held hostage by politics, prey to those who wish to use it for the purposes of restoring the old order. But the flip side of this elimination of the dead God is that it is the faithful soul that is held hostage of a situation in which, beyond the endpoint of Christian truth, tragedy is truly reborn, namely, everything slips away from the soul if the signifier can be taken captive. Naturally, only she who believes can be held hostage, namely, sign. And because she believes she must attest to what she believes. This is precisely why she is caught and captivated in a situation that it suffices to create for it to exist, to be called upon to sacrifice to the very negation of what she believes. She is held hostage by the very negation she is subjected to of what is best in herself. What is presented to us goes much further than the misfortune of Job and his resignation. Job is weighed down by misfortune that he has not deserved, but the heroine of modern tragedy is asked to assume responsibility for the very injustice she abhors as if it were a jouissance. This is what is opened up as a possibility, for the being who speaks, by the fact that he props up the word at the moment at which the word is asked to guarantee him. Man becomes a hostage of the word because he tells himself or, in order that he tell himself, that God is dead. At this moment a gap opens up in which nothing can be articulated except what is merely the very beginning of the expression were I not, that can no longer be anything but a refusal, a no, a any, a tic or grimace, in short, this giving way of the body or psychosomatic phenomenon, which is the endpoint where we must encounter the mark of the signifier. As it develops through the three stages of the tragedy, the drama is that of knowing how, based on this radical stance, a desire can be reborn and of knowing what desire it is. It is here that we are transported to the other end of the trilogy, to Pensée de Cofontaine. Pensée de Cofontaine is an indisputably seductive figure who is obviously presented to the play's spectators, and I will try to say who these spectators are later on, as the object of desire, strictly speaking. It suffices to read the humiliation of the father, and what could be more unpleasant than this story? Could any staler crust of bread be offered to us than the import of this father who is presented to us as an obscene old man, and whose murder alone, which is portrayed to us, allows what was transmitted to Louis de Cofontaine to be continued, which is merely the most degraded and degenerate figure of the father? It is enough to hear what each of you may well have noticed, the ingratitude represented by the appearance, during a night of festivities in Rome at the beginning of the humiliation of the father, of the figure of Pensée de Cofontaine, to understand that she is presented here as a seductive object. Why? And how? What does she balance out? What does she make up for? Is something that sign sacrificed going to be given to Pensée P? To put it more explicitly, is it in the name of her grandmother's sacrifice that Pensée de Cofontaine will warrant attention here? An allusion is made to this at one point, in the dialogue between the Pope and the two men who will represent the arrival of love in her life. This old family tradition is alluded to as if it were an ancient story that is told p. The Pope himself, speaking to Orion who is the object of this love, uses the word superstition. Are you afraid of this poor girl? Empty superstition. Raise up your eyes. Show some courage. P. Are you going to give in, my son, to this superstition? Is Pensée going to represent something like an exemplary figure, a rebirth of faith that was momentarily eclipsed? Far from it. Pensée is free-thinking, if one can put it thus, using a term that is hardly Claudel's here. Yet this is clearly what is involved. Pensée has but one passion, which is, as she tells us, for justice that goes beyond all the exigencies of beauty itself. What she wants is justice, and not just any old justice, not antiquity's form of justice, some natural right to distribution or retribution. The justice she wants is absolute. It is the justice that inspires the rumbling and movement of the revolution that constitutes the background noise of the third play in the trilogy. This justice is the flip side of everything real, everything related to life that, owing to the word, is felt to be an offense or abomination to justice. What is at work in Pensée's discourse is an absolute justice, with all its power to shake up the world. As you can see, this is the furthest thing from the kind of preaching we might expect from Claudel as a man of faith. And this is what will allow us to give meaning to the figure on which the entire drama of the humiliation of the father converges. In order to understand it, we must dwell a moment on what Claudel makes of Pensée de Cofontaine, who is depicted here as the fruit of the marriage between Louis de Cofontaine and the woman his father basically gave him as a wife solely by virtue of the fact that this woman was already his woman. We have here the extreme, paradoxical, and caricatural edge of the Oedipus complex. It is the furthest shore of Freud's myth that is offered up to us here. An obscene old man forces his sons to marry his wives, and he does so to the very extent that he wishes to steal theirs from them. This is a more advanced and expressive way to accentuate what comes to light in Freud's myth. It does not create a better quality father but rather another scoundrel canile. And, indeed, this is how Louis de Cofontaine is depicted to us throughout the play. He marries Sichel, a woman who wants him as the object of her jouissance. He marries this odd figure of a woman who rejects all the burdens of the law, namely hers, the ancient law, as well as the status of the wife as a saintly figure who is the epitome of patience. She is the one who finally brings to light her will to embrace the world. What will come of this? What will be born from this is, oddly enough, the rebirth of the very thing that the tragedy in Crusts showed us was ruled out, namely, the very desire in its absolute character that was represented by the figure of Lemire. Lemire is a rather odd name. Claudel's footnote regarding how to pronounce it, Lemire, should give us pause for thought. We should relate it to what Claudel tells us about the fancies of the old tourleur, who changes everyone's name in a derisory way, calling Rachel Sichel, which in German means, as the text tells us, sickle, and in particular, the sickle that portrays the crescent moon in the sky pp. /. We have here an odd echo of the figure with which Victor Hugo's Vous endormis ends. Claudel constantly engages in the very same game of deforming people's names, as if he himself were taking on the role of the old tourleur. Lemire is what we will encounter later in the dialogue between the Pope and the two brothers, Orso and Orion, in the form of light lumiere, cruel light. This cruel light sheds light for us on what the character Orion represents, for, as faithful as he may be to the Pope, when he says cruel light, it startles the Pope. The Pope retorts to him that light is not in the least bit cruel p. Yet Orion is indubitably right when he says it. And the poet is on his side. Now, she who is going to come to incarnate the light that is obscurely sought for, without knowing it, by her own mother, the light sought through a form of patience p. That is ready to serve everyone and to accept everything, is Pensée, Sichel's daughter. Pensée is going to become the incarnate object of the desire for this light. And the poet cannot but imagine and portray this flesh and blood thought Pensée, this living Pensée, to us as blind. I feel we should pause here for a moment. What does the poet intend by incarnating the object, the partial object, the object insofar as it is the resurgence and effect of the parental constellation, as a blind woman? This blind woman will be paraded before our eyes throughout the third play and in the most moving of fashions. She appears at a costume ball which figures the end of a moment of Rome's history just prior to its capture by the Garibaldians. There is also another end that is celebrated in this late-night party, that of a Polish nobleman who, pushed to the extreme limit of solvency, must surely see the bailiffs descend upon his property the next day p. This Polish aristocrat is there to remind us, like a face on a cameo p. Of someone we have heard about so often and who died so sadly. Let us forget about her. Let us not speak of her any more. The spectators all realize that the person in question is Lemire. This aristocrat, characterized by all the nobility and romanticism of martyred Poland, is nevertheless the type of nobleman who always inexplicably has a villa that he can liquidate. It is in this context that we see the blind Pensée walking about as if she could see perfectly well. For her surprising sensitivity allows her, in the course of a preliminary visit, to locate, through her acute perception of echoes, approaches, and movements, the entire structure of a place as soon as she has gone up several steps pp. Whereas we spectators know she is blind, the guests who are with her at the party are unaware of it for an entire act, especially he on whom her desire alights, Orion. This character deserves a word of introduction for those who have not read the play. Orion, like his brother Orso, has the last name Homo d'Armes, which is truly Claudelian in inspiration, given its resonance owing to the same slightly deformed and accentuated construction as a signifier that we bizarrely encounter in so many characters in Claudel's plays. Recall to mind here Sir Thomas Pollock-Najiwar. It makes as pretty a sound as the one we find in the passage on suits of armor in André Breton's Au Discours sur l'époux de réalité. These two characters, Orion and Orso, become involved in the plot. Orso is a nice boy who loves Pensée. Orion, who is not quite Orso's twin brother, since he is a year older, is the one on whom Pensée's desire alights. Why on him, if not for the fact that he is inaccessible? For in truth, Claudel's text or myth indicates to us that this blind girl can barely distinguish between their voices pp. // Indeed, at the end of the play, Orso is momentarily able to fool her into believing that he is Orion, who is dead. It is clearly because she sees something else that Orion's voice, even when it is Orso who speaks, makes her swoon. But let us dwell for a moment on this blind girl. What is she trying to tell us? And to consider first what she projects before us, doesn't it seem that she is protected by a sort of sublime figure of modesty, which is based on the fact that, since she is unable to see herself being seen, she seems to be sheltered from the soul gaze that unveils? I do not believe it overly eccentric to bring in here the dialectic of the so-called exhibitionistic and voyeuristic perversions that I have already discussed with you. I pointed out to you that the latter cannot be grasped merely on the basis of the relationship between he who sees and he who shows himself to a partner who is simply other, whether object or subject. What is involved in the fantasy of both exhibitionists and voyeurs is a third element which implies that a certain complicity can blossom in the partner who receives what is shown to her, that what delights her in her apparently innocent solitude is offered up to a hidden gaze, that it is thus the very desire that sustains its function in fantasy that veils from the subject his role in the exhibitionistic or voyeuristic activity, and that exhibitionists and voyeurs enjoy themselves in some sense qua seeing and showing, but without knowing what they see or show. In the case of Pensée, she is unable to be caught in the act, as it were, owing to the fact that no one can show her anything that would subject her to the small other. Note, too, that one cannot spy on her without being, like Actaeon, struck with blindness and without beginning to be chewed to pieces by the pack of hounds of one's own desires. We see here the mysterious power of the dialogue between Pensée and Orion, whose name is but one letter away from that of one of the hunters who Diana transformed into a constellation, Orion. All by itself, the mysterious avowal with which the dialogue ends, I am blind p. Has the impact of the words I love you, insofar as it obviates all consciousness in the other of the fact that I love you has been said, situating itself directly in him as speech. Who could say, I am blind, if not from the place where speech creates night? Who, in hearing it, would not feel the depth of night being balm within himself? This is where I wish to lead you, to the distinction between two relationships, that of seeing oneself and that of hearing oneself. People have long since pointed out that it is characteristic of phonician to immediately echo in the subject's own ear as he speaks. But this does not imply that the other to whom his speech is addressed has the same place or structure as the other in the case of visual unveiling. This is because speech does not incite sight, precisely inasmuch as it is, in and of itself, blindness. One can see oneself being seen, which is why one steals away on sy de robe. But one cannot hear oneself being heard. In other words, we are not heard where we hear ourselves on nes entend pas la oul on s entend, namely, in our heads. Or, rather, those who do, those who in fact hear themselves being heard, are madmen who are hallucinating. This is the very structure of hallucination. They can only hear themselves being heard in the place of the other, where we hear the other send our own message back to us in an inverted form. What Claudel means by introducing blind Pensée is that it suffices that the soul, because it is the soul that is involved here, close its eyes to the world in order to be what the world is missing and the most desirable object in the world. This is indicated throughout the dialogue in the third play. Psyche, who can no longer light the lamp, sucks in, so to speak, or draws to herself Eros being, which is lack. The myth of Poros and Penia is reborn here in the guise of spiritual blindness, for we are told that Pensée incarnates here the very figure of the synagogue p. Such as it is represented in the portico of the cathedral in Reims, with her eyes blindfolded. Moreover, Orion, who plays opposite her, is clearly he from whom a gift can be received, precisely because he is overabundance. Orion is another form of refusal. If he does not give Pensée his love, it is, as he says, because he owes his gifts to others, to everyone, to divine works. What he misrecognizes is precisely the fact that what is asked of him in love is not his poros, his resources, his spiritual richness, his overabundance, or even, as he puts it, his joy. Rather, what is asked of him is precisely what he does not have. He is a saint, of course, but it is rather striking that Claudel shows us the limits of his saintliness here. It is a fact that desire here is stronger than saintliness itself. It is a fact that, in the dialogue with Pensée, Orion the saint weakens and gives in, he loses the game, and, to call a spade, goes ahead and screws little Pensée. Which is exactly what she wants. Throughout the play, she has not lost a split second, a microsecond, in operating in this direction along pathways that I will not call the shortest, but that are assuredly the straightest and surest. Pensée de Cofontaine is truly the rebirth of all that is ill-fated, which begins with debauchery, continues with gambling one's honor, with misalliance, and with abjuration, the Louis Philippisme that someone once called the second temps pire, in order to be reborn from it as though before sin, as innocence, but not as nature for all that. This is why it is important for us to see on what stage the drama reaches its climax. This stage is found in the last scene. Pensée shuts herself in with her mother, who takes her under her protective wing, because she became pregnant owing to Orion's handiwork. She suddenly receives a visit from his brother, Orso, who comes to convey Orion's final message to her, Orion now being dead. Both the logic of the play and the situation that was created earlier have paved the way for this scene, since all of Orion's efforts were designed to get Pensée and Orso to accept something outrageous, that they marry. Orion the saint sees no obstacle to his good little brother finding happiness. That is just fine for Orso. He is a good courageous guy. And, moreover, Orso's declaration leaves no doubt that he is quite capable of marrying a woman who does not love him. He is sure that he can break her down. He is courageous and takes up the challenge. He initially fought for those on the left. He was told by Orion that he had made a mistake, so he fought for those on the right. At first he was on the side of the Garibaldians and then he joined the Pope's soldiers. He is always there, fit as a fiddle, he's a guy you can count on. We should not laugh too heartily at this stupid bastard, for it is a trap. And we will see later in what respect, for in truth, in his dialogue with Pensée, we are no longer inclined to laugh at him. Who is Pensée in this scene? She is surely the sublime object insofar as I indicated its position to you last year as a substitute for the thing. As you realized at the time, the nature of the thing would not be so different from the nature of woman, were it not true that, in relation to all the ways we have of approaching the tiling, woman turns out to be something else altogether. Even the slightest woman, I would say. And in truth Claudel does not prove to us, no more than anyone else, that he has a very advanced idea of what a woman is, far from it. Claudel's heroine, this woman that he creates before us, is the woman qua object of a certain desire. Let us nevertheless give Claudel credit for the fact that elsewhere, in Partage de Midi, he created a female character for us, who is not so bad. She strongly resembles a real woman. Here we are in the presence of an object of desire. And what I wish to show you, and this is inscribed in her image, is that it is a desire that no longer has, at this level of deprivation de pourlement, anything but castration to separate it, I mean to separate it radically, from any natural desire. If you observe what happens on stage, it is in fact rather beautiful. But in order to situate it exactly, I will ask you to recall to mind the anamorphic cylinder that I discussed with you here, the tube placed on a table, on which an imitation of a painting by Rubens was projected, that of the elevation, or raising, of the cross, through the artifice of a sort of formless drawing astutely placed at its base. I thereby portrayed for you the mechanism for reflecting the fascinating figure, beauty rising up, such as it is projected at the extreme limit in order to stop us from going any further toward the heart of the thing. Assuming that the figure of Pensée, as well as the main lines of the play, are designed to take us to this limit that is a bit further off. What do we see, if not the figure of a woman who is deified in order to be crucified yet again here? The posture of crucifixion is indicated in the text pages and it insistently returns at many other points in Claudel's work, from the princess in Tête D to sign herself Entis, and to the figure of Dona Pruhis. What does this figure bear within itself? A child, no doubt, but let us not forget what Claudel tells us, which is that the child comes alive and begins to move for the first time at the very moment at which Pensée takes, as she tells us, within herself the soul of he who is dead. How is this capturing of the soul portrayed to us? It is a true act of vampirism. With the flaps of her shawl, Pensée wraps herself, as it were, around the basket of flowers that the brother, Orso, had sent, flowers that grew in soil that, as we learn from the dialogue, constituting a macabre note, contains the eviscerated heart of her lover, Orion. When she stands up again, she is supposed to have brought its symbolic essence inside herself. It is this soul that she presses, along with her own, she tells us, on the lips of the brother, Orso, who has just committed himself to her in order to provide the child with a father, while telling him that he will never be her husband. This transmission or odd realization of the fusion of souls is what the first two quotes I cited for you at the beginning of class today, from the hostage on the one hand, and from crusts on the other, indicate as love's supreme aspiration. Orso, who we know is going to join his brother in death, is the designated conveyor, vehicle, or messenger of this fusion of souls. What does this mean? As I told you earlier, we must not kid ourselves or allow ourselves to be taken in by the ridiculousness of the poor Orso, whose very function as a fake husband, where he ends up, makes us laugh. In the final analysis, the place he occupies is the very place by which we ourselves are called upon to be captivated here. This fantasy is offered up to our desire, as though it revealed the structure of our desire, and it reveals the magnetic power in woman that attracts us, and not necessarily, as the poet says, towards something lofty. This is a third power and it cannot be ours except by representing our downfall. In desire there is always some delight in death, but in a death that we cannot inflict upon ourselves. We encounter anew here the four terms that are represented, as it were, in us, the two brothers, a and a we as subjects, inasmuch as we don't understand anything about it, and the figure of the other incarnated in this woman. These four elements allow for the possibility of all sorts of varieties of inflicted death, among which we can enumerate the most perverse forms of desire. Here it is solely the most ethical case that is realized, insofar as it is Orion, the true, perfect man who asserts himself and maintains his virility, who pays the price by dying. This reminds us that it is true, he always and in every case pays the price, even when he reduces the price to the level of pleasure, in a way that is more costly for his humanity from a moral vantage point. Thus ends the poet's plan. At the end of the tragedy of the subjects as pure victims of logos or language, he shows us what becomes of desire. And regarding this desire, he makes it visible to us in the figure of this woman, this astounding terrible subject who goes by the name of Pensée de Cofontaine. She deserves her name Pensée, for she is thought about desire. It is through love, the love that she expresses, for the other that she becomes the object of desire by becoming frozen and effigent. Such is the topology in which the long path of the tragedy culminates. As in any process or progress of human articulation, it is only retroactively that we can perceive what converges in the lines traced out in the traditional past, and announces what one day comes to light. Throughout Euripides' tragedies, we encounter the relationship to desire, and especially to women's desire, as a sort of sore point or wound that exasperates him. We can fathom what people call Euripides' misogyny, which is a sort of aberration or madness that seems to strike all of his poetry, only on the basis of what it became by being filtered through the sublimation of the Christian tradition. As for the quartering points d'écartement of the terms whose intersection necessitates the effects with which we as analysts deal, those of neurosis insofar as in Freud's thought they are asserted to be earlier than those of the golden mean, earlier than those of normality. We must pinpoint them, explore them, and grasp their extremes if we want to be able to situate and orient our actions. We want to situate and orient them in such a way that they are not captive to the mirage of the virtues of mutual aid that it is always so easy for us to succumb to, but in such a way that they correspond to what may be there, even in the most obscure forms that must be revealed, in the other that we accompany in the transference. Someone once said that the extremes meet up in me. We must pinpoint them at least momentarily in order to be able, and this is what I will end with today, to locate exactly what our place must be at the moment at which the subject is on the only path to which we needed to lead him, the path where he must articulate his desire. May. XXII. Structural decomposition. The analyst, object or subject. The structural analysis of myth. So-called normality. The earliest virago. The subject exchanged for the object of his desire. What are we going to do regarding Claudel this year, now that we no longer have enough time to formulate what we have to say about transference? In certain respects, my seminar this year might give you this particular feeling. At least it could to people less savvy than you. For everything I have said nevertheless has a common axis, which I believe I have articulated clearly enough for you to have realized that it is the crux of my aim this year. In order to designate it, I will try to describe it to you as follows. People have spoken a great deal about transference since analysis first came into existence. And we are still talking about it today. It is not simply a theoretical hope. We should nevertheless know what we deal with incessantly, which is the means by which we sustain the movement of psychoanalytic practice. What I have been designating this year in order to broach the question has an axis that can be formulated as follows. In what respect must we consider ourselves to be involved in the transference? To reformulate the question in this way does not mean that I believe we now know exactly what transference is. But I consider this way of reformulating the question to be necessary if we wish to grasp what has led to the very tangible divergences that have occurred and to the most profound differences in standpoint that have appeared on this topic in the analytic community, not only most recently, but throughout the different stages of the historical development of psychoanalysis. This will allow us to conceptualize in what sense each of these points of view regarding transference has a grain of truth in it and is utilizable, something that I believe is certain. The question I am raising is therefore that of our participation in the transference. It is not the question of countertransference. People have turned countertransference into a giant grab bag category of experiences that seems to comprise just about everything we are likely to feel in our work as analysts. People have, in this way, included all sorts of impurities in the analytic setting, for it is quite clear that we are human, and, as such, affected in 1,000 ways by the patient's presence, and have now rendered this notion thoroughly useless. If we situate our participation in the transference under the heading of countertransference, defined thusly, and if we include casuistry in it as well, that is, the way in which we reckon what must be done in each case defined by its specific coordinates, we truly make any and all investigation impossible. I will thus broach the topic of our participation in transference by asking, how are we to conceptualize it? This is the path that will allow us to situate what is at the heart of the phenomenon of transference in the subject, namely, the analyst. Something is undoubtedly already suggested by this particular way of broaching the topic. Does our need to respond to the transference involve our being, or need we but define a line of conduct, a how-to guide to handling something that lies outside of ourselves? If you have been following what I have been saying for a number of years, you cannot but guess the answer implied by what I am leading you to, namely, that our involvement in the transference is situated at the level of what I just designated when I said that it involves our being. This is, after all, so obvious that it is recognized even by those analysts who are most opposed to my approach, I mean, those whose ways of broaching the analytic situation, both at its point of departure and at its destination, are so terribly under-articulated, and whose work I am most averse to, For someone of this ilk nevertheless one day proffered, not regarding transference, but regarding the analyst's action, that the analyst cures not so much by what he says and does as by what he is. Make no mistake about it, this kind of sweeping remark runs, it seems to me, absolutely counter to my way of proceeding, in the precise sense that it says something apt, but does so in such a way that it immediately shuts the door to any further discussion. It is just the kind of thing that gets my dander up. What the analyst is clearly is precisely what has been at issue since the beginning. When people define the analytic situation objectively, there is a given that is the following: the analyst plays his transferential role precisely to the degree to which he is, for his patient, what he is not at the level of what one might call reality. This is what allows us to gauge transference's angle of deviation and to bring the patient to realize how far he is from reality real, owing to the fiction he produces with the help of transference. Nevertheless, there is clearly some truth to the idea that the analyst enters the picture through something like his being. This is quite probable. It is, first and foremost, a fact of experience. Why would there be any need for us to adjust or correct the analyst's subjective position, for us to attempt, as part of his training, to get him to take it up or down a notch, were it not so that something in his position could be called upon to function effectively in a relationship that can in no way be exhaustively formulated as a simple manipulation, even if it were mutual? Everything that has been said since Freud's time concerning the import of transference thus brings the analyst into play as an actual being unexistent. One could even divide rather clearly into the different ways of articulating transference, in a way which, without exhausting the question, pretty well covers the whole spectrum. The two trends, as they are referred to, in psychoanalysis today are associated with Melanie Klein, on the one hand, and Anna Freud, on the other. These names do not exhaustively describe the trends, but give us a shorthand with which to refer to them. The Kleinian trend emphasizes the analyst's function as an object in the transference relationship. If you wanted to, you could even say that it is Melanie Klein who is more faithful to Freud's thought and tradition than Anna Freud, even if that was not, of course, Klein's point of departure, and that it is to the extent that she is faithful to Freud's thought and tradition that she is led to articulate the transference relationship in this way. Let me explain what I mean. If Melanie Klein is led to make the analyst, the analytic presence in the analyst or the analyst's intention, function as a good or bad object for the subject, it is to the extent to which she believes the analytic relationship to be dominated by unconscious fantasies right from the very first words and steps. This, for Klein, is what we are dealing with right from the outset, and we can, am not saying that we should, interpret them right from the get-go. I am not saying that this recommendation regarding technique is a necessary consequence of her conception of the role played by unconscious fantasies. In fact, I think that it is a consequence that is only necessary owing to the shortcomings of Kleinian thought, insofar as the function of fantasy, even though it is perceived in a very compelling pregnant way, is inadequately articulated by her. This is the major failing of her work. Even among her best acolytes and disciples, who certainly have tried to develop it on more than one occasion, her theory of fantasy has never been truly worked out. There are nevertheless many extremely serviceable elements in it. For example, the primordial function of symbolization is articulated and emphasized there in a way that, in certain respects, verges on being highly satisfying. In fact, the entire key to correcting Klein's theory of fantasy can be found in the symbol I have proposed for fantasy, SOA, which can be read as follows: Bard S, desire for A. We want to know what S is. It is not simply the noetic correlate of the object. S is found in fantasy. It is not easy to broach the experience of fantasy without taking the path around it that I have been leading you along in 1,000 different ways. It is in the detours we are forced to make as we broach the experience of fantasy that you will understand better, if you believe you have already glimpsed something, or you will understand for the first time if this has seemed obscure to you heretofore, what I am trying to propound with this formalization. But let us continue. The other pole of the theory of transference emphasizes something that is just as irreducible and that is even more obviously true, which is that the analyst is involved in the transference as a subject. In this perspective, which I tagged with the name Anna Freud, and which is not a bad designation for it, in effect, although she is not the only analyst associated with it, emphasis is placed on the therapeutic alliance. This emphasis is internally coherent with its correlate, namely, the emphasis placed on the powers of the ego. The goal is not simply to recognize these powers objectively, but to know what place they should be given in therapeutic practice. And what are we told on this score? That in the whole first phase of the treatment there is no question of bringing in the unconscious, since at first we are dealing with nothing but defense, and for quite some time, moreover. That is the least you might be told. Of course, this can be seen more clearly in practice than in what is doctrinally formulated, and it must be glimpsed between the lines of the theory. Now, it is one thing to bring the importance of the defenses to the fore, this is ever so legitimate, and quite another to go so far in one's theorizing as to make the ego itself into a kind of inertial mass. It is characteristic of the school of Hartmann and his associates to even conceptualize the ego as including elements that are, in the final analysis, irreducible and uninterpretable. This is what they quite clearly arrive at. I am not trying to make them say something they do not say, they say it themselves. The following step is to say that this is, in the end, fine and dandy, and that we should even make the ego still more irreducible by providing it with additional defenses. This is a conceivable way of conducting an analysis. I am not rejecting the notion at this very moment. It is what the Anna-Freudians do. But what I can nevertheless point out is that, compared to the Kleinian perspective, it does not seem that this one is the more Freudian, that is the least one can say. But I have other fish to fry, don't I, in our pursuits this year, than to once again qualify this trend, to which I gave so much importance in the first years of my teaching, as eccentric. People thought they saw some sort of polemical intention in it, whereas I assure you that such was far from my mind. What is at stake is to change the level at which the mind itself is broached. Things are no longer precisely the same today. These deviations came to fascinate the analytic community, and they went so far as to dispel the feeling that there were some questions left to be answered. Since that time we have regained some perspective and revived a certain inspiration, thanks to what is also no more than a return to psychoanalytic language, I mean to its structure, to what served to make it emerge at the outset in Freud's work. The situation is different now. The fact that even those who may feel a bit lost owing to the fact that at a certain moment in my seminar we dove straight into Claudel's work, nevertheless have the feeling that his work is closely tied to the topic of transference, proves all by itself that something has sufficiently changed for there to no longer be any need to emphasize the negative facet of one trend or another. It is not the negative facets that interest us, but the positive ones, those that can, at the point we are at now, serve as elements upon which to build. I would like to draw your attention now to the function of myth in psychoanalysis. In what way can Claudel's mythology, as I will call it by way of a shorthand, serve us? I myself was surprised, which is amusing, when I perused lately a talk I gave that I had never reread, which Jean Wall published without my correcting it. It dates back to a time when I gave some short lectures at the College Philosophique that were open to the general public. It was a lecture on obsessional neurosis whose title I no longer recall. It was something like the neurotics myth, which, as you see, brings us right to the heart of the question. In it I demonstrated the role of mythical structures in determining the rat man's symptoms. I was supposed to correct the transcribed text of that talk for publication, but I considered the task to be impossible. Bizarrely enough, having let some time go by, I reread it without too much discontent and was surprised to see, would have sworn that I had not done so, that in it I spoke about Claudel's The Humiliation of the Father. There must have been some reason for that. It is obviously not merely because I encountered the you with a circumflex over it that I have been speaking to you about Claudel's work. So let us begin anew. What does the analysand come looking for in analysis? He comes looking for what there is to be found, or, more precisely, if he comes looking, it is because there is something to be found. And the only thing to be found by him is, strictly speaking, the trope par excellence, the trope of tropes, what we call his fate destin. Were we to forget the relationship that exists between analysis and what we call fate, the sort of thing that is akin to a figure, in the sense in which in French we speak of a figure of fate or a figure of speech, we would simply forget the origins of psychoanalysis. For psychoanalysis could not have made the slightest step forward without this relationship. Parallel to this, a slippage has occurred in the course of the evolution of psychoanalysis to a form of practice that is ever more insistent, striking, and demanding regarding results that must be produced. This is undoubtedly lucky in certain respects, but it risks making us forget the weight of myth. Fortunately, people in other fields have continued to be interested in myth. There is something that, more legitimately than we perhaps think, comes back to us here in a roundabout way. After all, we are perhaps in some way responsible for their interest in the function of myth. I alluded to this a long time ago, and more than alluded to it, already articulated it in my lecture on the Rat Man. My seminar on the Rat Man had already begun and people had come to work on this with me at my home. I brought in the structural articulation of myth, such as it has since been systematically applied and developed by Levi Strauss in his own seminar. I tried to demonstrate its value to you in explaining the history of the Rat Man. For those who may have overlooked something or who aren't unaware of this, I will briefly define the structuralist articulation of myth. Taking a myth as a whole, I mean the epos or story, the way in which it is recounted from end to end. We construct a model tie is constituted solely by a series of oppositional designations of the functions that are involved. For example, in the Oedipus myth, the relationship between father and son, incest, and so on. Naturally, I am speaking schematically and boiling it down in order to indicate what is involved. We realize that a myth does not stop there, for there are the generations that follow. Since it is a myth, generations do not simply correspond to the order in which the actors make their entrances on stage, that is, to the simple fact that, when the old people are gone, there are young ones who show up for it to start again. What interests us is the signifying coherence that obtains between the first constellation and the one that follows. Something happens, for example, that you can qualify as you like, say, brothers who become enemies, and then the function of a transcendent love that runs counter to a law, like incest, appears, whose function is diametrically opposed to it. This gives rise to relations that can be defined by a certain number of oppositional terras. In a word, I am talking about Antigone. It is a game /jeu whose rules, which give it rigor, we must detect, and let us observe that there is no other conceivable rigor than the kind that is found in games. In the function and play /jeu of myth, transformations occur according to certain rules that, owing to this very fact, turn out to have a revelatory value that creates higher configurations or illuminating individual cases. In short, these rules yield the same kind of fecundity we find in mathematics. This is what is involved in the elucidation of myths. And this interests us quite directly, since we cannot possibly broach the subject with whom WC deal in analysis without encountering the function of myth. This is a fact that is attested to by analytic practice. In any case, right from psychoanalysis' very first steps, in the Traumdeutung / that interpretation of dreams and the letters to Flius, Freud relies on myth and specifically on the Oedipal myth. Today, psychoanalysts gloss over that or bracket it, and try to express everything about our practice in economic terms, as they are called, for example, the function of the conflict between primordial tendencies, including the most radical among them, defenses against the drive, that is the conflict, designated topographically in the theory of narcissism, between the ego * and the ego ideal * on the one hand, and the ID, on the other. To go in this direction, and to jettison the land. Murk of myth, must be qualified in our practice as a forgetting, in a positive sense that this word has for us. This does not stop people from practicing in a way that continues to be an analytic form of practice. But it is an analytic form of prayer, that forgets its own terms. As you see, I come, as I often do, as I almost always do, back to formulating the most basic things. It is not merely for the pleasure of spelling them out, although there is pleasure in doing so, but because it is what allows us to raise the right questions in all their density. But what are they? Does analysis involve presenting a subject with fate? Is that the true question? Of course not. That would be to situate ourselves in the position of a demiurge, which has never been that of psychoanalysis. But to remain at the level of an altogether preliminary overview, this is nevertheless a formulation that derives us value from the fact that it frees itself from the received ways of p-dotting the question, which are no better than plenty of others. This was how things stood before we believed we were strong clever enough to talk about people who were not neurotic, but normal. Personally, I have never, in fact, believed I was so strong or not to feel my pen shake a little whenever I would broach the topic of what a normal person is. But Ernest Jones wrote a whole article about it. He certainly was not lacking in courage. And it must be admitted that he managed to pull it off not too badly. Still, we can see the difficulty involved in the endeavor. Be that as it may, it is truly only through subterfuge that we can bring into play in psychoanalysis any sort of notion of normalization. It is a theoretical view that considers only part of the picture, kke when we talk, for example, about instinctual maturation, as if that were the only thing involved. In such cases we give ourselves over to the kind of extraordinary vaticinations bordering on moralizing preaching, that are so likely to inspire distrust and make people recoil. To unthinkingly bring in the idea of a normal anything in our praxis, whereas we discover in it precisely to what degree the Omicron called normal subject is anything but normal, should arouse in I'm the most radical and the most assured suspicion as to its results. We should first ask ourselves whether we can employ the notion of normal for anything whatsoever connected with our practice. Let us confine our attention for the moment to the following question: can we say that the mastery we have acquired, over the deciphering process by which we locate the figure of fate destin, allows us to obtain the least drama possible or a change of sign from negative to positive? If the human configuration we deal with is drama, whether tragic or not, can we confine ourselves to aiming at the least drama possible, thinking that a well-informed subject, one well-informed subject in the hand is worth two in the bush, will find a way to get out while the getting is good? Why not, after all? It is a modest claim. But even this has never in any way corresponded, as you know, to our practice. This is not it. I claim that the doorway through which we must pass in order to say things that make some sense, the one that gives us the sense we are on the right track, is the one I am going to indicate to you. As always, what must be seen is closer to us than the point at which we stupidly grasp what is supposedly obvious, what people call commonsensicar, namely, the point where the crossroads of fate destin begin, the crossroads of normality in this case. On the contrary, if there is something that Freud's discovery has taught us, it is to see in symptoms a figure that is related to the figure of fate. We did not know this before and now we know it. Knowledge makes a difference. It does not allow us to situate ourselves on the outside, nor does it allow the subject to place himself to one side, and for everything to go on in the same old way. That would be a crude, absurd way of conceptualizing things. The fact of knowing or not knowing is thus essential to the figure of fate. This is the right doorway. And myth confirms it. Myths are fashioned figures that can be related, not to language, but to the involvement of a subject caught up in language, and, to complicate matters still further, in the play of speech. On the basis of the relations between the subject and any signifier whatsoever, figures are fashioned in which we can observe necessary points, irreducible points, major points, or points of intersection that are, for example, the very ones I tried to depict in the graph of desire. This was an attempt on my part, And the point here is not to ask whether it is faulty or incomplete, or whether it could not perhaps have been much more harmoniously constructed or reconstructed by someone else. I am simply mentioning its aim here. The aim of a minimal structure including 8 points of intersection seems to be necessitated by the very encounter between the subject and the signifier. And it is already quite a lot to be able to maintain, by virtue of this sole fact, the necessity of the subject's spaltung splitting. This figure, graph, or set of mapped points, in addition to attention to facts, allows us to reconcile the true function of trauma with our experience of development. A trauma is not simply something that erupted at a particular moment and broke its way into a structure that we imagine to be total. Certain people thought this was implied by the notion of narcissism. Trauma is the fact that certain events come to be situated at a certain place in this structure. By occupying this place, these events take on the signifying value that is attached to this place by a specific subject. This is what constitutes the traumatic value of an event. Hence the value of going back to the experience of myth. It should be clear to you that, as concerns Greek myths, we are not terribly well situated to interpret them. We have plenty of different versions, but they are not always the right ones, as it were. We have no guarantee of their origin. These are not contemporary versions nor even local versions. They are more or less allegorical or fictionalized rearrangements that cannot be used in the same way as we can use versions collected in real time, as when we collect myths in a North or South American tribal population. We are unable to do with the Greek material what someone like Boas is able to do with the material he collects. Moreover, when I wanted to present to you the model of what becomes of the Oedipal conflict when knowledge as such comes into the myth at one point or another, I sought it elsewhere, namely, in Shakespeare's creation of Hamlet, which I examined for you 2 years ago. And I had every right to do so since, right from the outset, Freud himself had broached things in this way. I felt that I could indicate something that, in a particularly captivating way, is modified at a structural point. Indeed, it is quite an unusual, aphoretic point in the subject's relationship to desire that Hamlet spotlighted for reflection, meditation, interpretation, research, and the structured puzzle it represents. I think I have succeeded well enough in conveying to you its specificity by highlighting the following. Unlike the father who is killed in the Oedipal myth, we cannot say of the father who is killed in Hamlet that he did not know, but rather that he knew. Not only did he know, but this factor intervenes in the subjective impact that interests us here, the impact on the central character, Hamlet. Hamlet is, in truth, the only character. What we have here is a drama that is contained entirely within Hamlet as a subject. He is told that his father was killed, and he is told enough for him to know a good deal about it, even knowing by whom his father was killed. That said, I have done no more than repeat what Freud said right from the outset. This suggests a method by which we are required to gauge, regarding the structure itself, the effect of what our knowledge introduces. To make a sweeping claim, to put it in a way that allows us to locate the root of what is at stake, I would say that at the origin of every neurosis, as Freud says right from his earliest writings, there is, not what people later interpreted to be a frustration, an ill-defined but unpaid balance owed to one arrière-less overt dans form, but rather a Veragung. At the origin of every neurosis, there is, in other words, something that is much closer to refusal than to frustration, that is as internal as it is external, and that is truly placed by Freud in an existential position, to qualify it with a term that at least has some resonances popularized in our contemporary language. This position does not establish a secantile order from normal, to the possibility of Veragung, and then on to neurosis. It establishes a Veragung right at the origin, beyond which a path may lead to neurosis or to normality, neither being worth more than the other in relation to what is, at the outset, the possibility of Veragung. It is obvious that this untranslatable Veragung is only possible in the register of Sagan, insofar as Sagan is not simply the operation of communicating, but of speaking, that is, the emergence as such of the signifier insofar as it allows the subject to deny himself something, refuser. We cannot get past this earliest, primordial refusal refus, this power of refusal in what it has that is prerequisite prejudicial to all our experience. In other words, we analysts operate solely in the register of Viragung, and don't we know it? And we do so all the time. It is inasmuch as we try to skirt it, and don't we know it? That our entire technique becomes structured around an idea that is stammeringly expressed in the term non-gratification, which is found nowhere in Freud's work. We must go into what this specific Viragung is, for it implies a progressive direction, which is the very one that we bring into play in analytic practice. Consider the terms that I have just introduced to be applicable to Claudel's myth, and I am going to return to it for a moment in order to depict for you, in a spectacular fashion, the fact that we must be the messengers or vehicles of Viragung. I think you no longer doubt at this point that what occurs in crusts is the Oedipal myth. We virtually come upon my own play on words at the very moment at which Louis de Coeffontaine and Tourloure find themselves face to face. I am referring to the moment at which a kind of request for tenderness is formulated. It is the first time that such a thing happens. True, it occurs 10 minutes before Louis does his father in. Louis says to him, "Mesle père, you are my father, all the same." And this line is truly doubled by "tuer le père, kill your father," which the woman's desire, Lemire, suggested to him, and which superimposes itself here literally in a way which, I assure you, does not simply owe to a lucky linguistic accident. What does what is represented on stage here mean? It means, and this is explicitly stated, that it is at this very moment and owing to it that the boy becomes a man. Louis de Coeffontaine is told that this parricide will weigh on him his whole life long, but also that from this moment on he is no longer a good-for-nothing who botches up everything and who allows his land to be stolen from him by a bunch of meanies and clever cheats. He is going to become a fine ambassador who is quite capable of performing all kinds of dastardly deeds. This brings a certain correlation to mind. He becomes the father. He not only becomes the father, but when he talks about Tourloure later, in the humiliation of the father, in Rome, he says, "I was probably the only man who really knew and understood him, he never wanted to hear about it, he was not the man people think he was undoubtedly allowing people to think that treasure troves of sensitivity and experience had accumulated in the old hoodlum's heart of hearts. But Louis de Coeffontaine becomes the father. Moreover, this is the only way he could become the father, for reasons that are tied to things that occurred before the dramatic action begins. Things got off to a very bad start, indeed. But the construction of the plot makes it quite apparent to us at the same time that, owing to this, Louis is castrated. In other words, there can be no outlet, even if it is easy and quite simple, for the little boy's desire, his desire that is sustained in such an ambiguous way, as he says to Lemire herself. He has this outlet within hand's reach, he need but bring Lemire with him to the Mitagia plain and all will be well, they will even live happily ever after. But something happens. First of all, we do not really know if this is something he wishes to do or not, but one thing is clear, and this is that she does not want to go. She tells him, "You knock off daddy," and then she heads off toward her own fate, which is that of a desire, the true desire of a Claudelian character. This drama may, for some, depending on their leanings, be redolent of the sacristy and thus be pleasing or displeasing, but that is not our concern here. My point in presenting it to you is that it is nevertheless a tragedy. It is quite funny that this led Claudel to adopt stances that are not designed to please us, but we have to make do with them and, if need be, try to understand him. From one end to the other of Claudel's work, from Tête d'Or to the Satin Slipper, we encounter the tragedy of desire. The character who serves as its prop in this generation, Loureire, thus jilts her former partner, Louis de Coeffontaine, and heads toward her desire, one that is clearly described to us by Claudel as a desire for death. But, and it is here that I will ask you to pause for a moment to note this particular version of the myth, what is it that she thereby gives Louis? Not his mother, obviously. His mother is signed a Cofontaine, and she is situated in a place that is obviously not that of the mother when her name is Jocasta. But there is another woman, the father's mistress, the father always lying at the horizon of the story in a clearly marked way. This woman, who has herself been rehabilitated owing to the impact of desire, rehabilitates our excluded son, our unwanted child, our drifting partial object. She reinstates him, recreating with him the father who has been defeated. The result of the operation is thus to give him the father's woman. Listen carefully to what I am saying here. In Claudel's trilogy, we have an exemplary structural decomposition of the function of what, in Freud's myth, takes the form of a type of hollow or vacuum toward which things are drawn, a vertiginous point of the libido that is represented by the mother. It is getting late and I will have to stop here. Still, I do not want to leave you without indicating where we are heading. This is not such an astonishing story to us, after all, for we are already a bit hardened by analytic practice. Castration is, in short, cut from such cloth. We take from someone the object of his desire and, in exchange, we give him to someone else, in this case, to the social order. Sichel is the one who is wealthy and thus it is quite natural for Cofontaine to marry her. Moreover, Lemire clearly saw this coming. There is but one thing for you to do now, she says to Louis, and that is to marry your father's mistress P. It is this specific structure that is important. It seems insignificant because we see it all the time, but it is rarely expressed as such. I think you get the picture. The object of a subject's desire is taken from him and, in exchange, he is sold on the open market to the highest bidder. But isn't this precisely what happens at the outset, at the earlier stage, being illustrated in the first play in the trilogy in quite a different manner, designed this time to awaken our slumbering sensibility? Isn't this, I mean, what happens at the level of Signe de Cofontaine in a way that is clearly designed to be a bit more moving to us? Everything is taken from Signe. I am not saying that this is done for no reason, let us leave that aside. But it is quite clear, too, that this is done in order to give her, in exchange for what is taken from her, to what she most abhors. I am thus led to end today in an almost overly spectacular fashion by playfully proposing an enigma. What is at stake is, in fact, far richer than the question I am currently raising here. I will articulate it far more profoundly next time. In the meantime, I want to allow you to dream about it. You will see that in the third generation, it is the same blow that is to be dealt to Pensée. But here it has neither the same point of departure nor the same origin, and this is what will be instructive to us, even allowing us to raise questions about psychoanalysts. It is the same blow, but naturally the characters are kinder in her case, they have hearts of gold. Even he who wishes to deal her the same blow, namely, Orion, has one. This is quite clearly not to her own detriment, but it is not for her own good either. He, too, wants to give her to someone whom she does not want, but this time the kid does not go along with it. She grabs her Orion in passing, in secret no doubt, for just as long as he is no longer anything but one of the Pope's defenders, albeit a cold one. As for the other, good Lord, he is a true gentleman and agrees to break off the engagement without balking. What does this mean? As I already told you, it is a lovely fantasy and has not yet spoken its last word. This nevertheless suffices for me to leave you with the question of what we are going to be able to do with it in order to better discern certain effects that are based on the fact that, as analysts, we enter into the subject's fate and become involved in it. There is one more point that I must make before leaving you today. The effects on man of the fact that he becomes subject to the law cannot be exhaustively summarized by saying that everything dear to his heart is taken from him and that he himself is given in exchange to the daily grind of the plot treme that knots the generations together. In order for it to be a plot that knots the generations together, once the operation by which you see the curious conjugation of a minus that is not coupled with a plus is complete, man still owes something. This is where we will take up the question next time. May. IN Little a. XXIII. Slippage in the meaning of the ideal. Effects of the psychoanalytic group. Action as a response to the unconscious. There is no such thing as a meta-language. Love and guilt. Extrajection. How can we situate what the analyst's place must be in the transference? I told you last time that we must locate this place in two ways. Where does the analysand situate the analyst, and where must the analyst be in order to suitably respond to him? The analytic relationship, a relationship that people often refer to as a situation, as if the initial situation were constitutive, can only begin to develop on the basis of a misunderstanding. There is no overlap between what the analyst is for the analysand at the beginning of the analysis and what the analysis of transference will allow us to reveal as concerns what is implied, not immediately, but truly implied by the fact that a subject becomes involved in this psychoanalytic adventure about which he knows little or nothing at the outset. In what I talked about last time, you might have grasped that it is the dimension of what is truly implied by the opening up, possibility, richness, and the whole future development of the analysis, that raises a question for us about the analyst. Isn't it at least probable and palpable that he must already place himself at the level of this truly, that he must truly be in the place where he must arrive at the end of the analysis, which is precisely the analysis of the transference? Am thus asking whether the analyst can be indifferent to his true position. Let us clarify things more, for this might almost seem not to raise a question for you. Doesn't the analyst's science, you might say, make up for this? Yet the fact that the analyst may know something about the major and minor pathways of the analysis does not suffice, whether he likes it or not, to locate him in this place, no matter how he formulates it to himself. The divergences regarding the analyst's function in technique, once it has been theorized, bring this out quite clearly. An analyst is not the only analyst around. He is part of a group, part of a mass of analysts, in the strict sense that this term takes on in Freud's work, Mass in Psychology and analyze group psychology and the analysis of the ego. It is no accident that the topic is first broached by Freud at a moment at which a society of analysts already exists. Numerous problems connected with Freud's second topography are linked to what happens at the level of the relationship between the analyst and his own function. We have here a phase which, although it is not at all obvious, nevertheless warrants examination, especially by we analysts. I have referred to this on several occasions in my writings. However internally necessary we consider the emergence of the second topography in Freud's work to be, we certainly cannot, in any case, neglect the historical moment at which it arises. We have evidence of this. It suffices to open up Jones' biography of Freud to realize that at the point in time at which Freud developed this topography, we find it in particular in Mass in Psychology and analyze, he was thinking about how to organize an analytic society. I mentioned my writings a few moments ago. In them, I pointed out, in a more acute way perhaps than I am doing right now, the drama that this problematic posed for him. In particular, I indicated what comes out quite clearly in certain passages cited by Jones, Freud's romantic conception of a kind of Comintern, a kind of secret committee functioning as such within psychoanalysis. Freud truly gave himself over to this idea in certain of his letters, and it was clearly in this way that he in fact envisioned the functioning of the group of 7 analysts in whom he truly trusted. As soon as there is a large number or an organized mass of those who serve as analysts, all the problems that Freud mentions in this text clearly arise. As I have indicated in my writings, these are merely organizational problems of the group with respect to the existence of a certain discourse. We should re-examine Mass in Psychology and analyze in order to apply its insights to the modified theory of the analyst's function that post-Freudian analysts developed. This would allow us to see something that is almost immediately and intuitively tangible and comprehensible, the necessity or gravitational pull that made the analyst's function converge with the analyst's own image of it. This image is situated very precisely at a point that Freud teaches us to isolate, a point whose function he develops thoroughly at the time at which he articulates the second topography, namely, the ich ideal, translated as the ego ideal du moi. This term is ambiguous. For example, in an article that is very important to us and to which I will refer later, Übertragung und Liebe by Jacques and Bergler, which was presented at the Vienna Psychoanalytic Society in, published in Imago in, and is easier to find in the Psychoanalytic Quarterly where it was translated into English as Transference and Love in, Ich Ideal is translated into English by Ego Ideal. This play in the order of the words has a role that is hardly accidental. If you do not know German, you might believe that Ich Ideal means ideal ego moi ideal. I have pointed out that in the first article in which Freud talks about the Ich Ideal, on narcissism, and we occasionally come across the term ideal ich. And Lord knows that, for all of us, it is an object of some debate. Some people, such as myself, say that we cannot even for an instant overlook such a variation on Freud's part, he being so precise with his signifiers, while other people say that it is impossible, upon examination of the context, to attribute any significance whatsoever to this variation. What is clear is that even the latter are the first, as you will see in the very next issue of La Psychanalyse, to distinguish the ego ideal from the ideal ego at the psychological level. I am referring here to my friend Daniel Lagache. In his article on psychoanalysis and personality structure, he draws a distinction between them that, without diminishing it for all that, I can say is descriptive, extremely refined, elegant, and clear. Phenomenologically speaking, the egoideal and the ideal ego absolutely do not serve the same function. In a response that I wrote up expressly for the same issue of La Psychanalyse on the topic Lagache wrote about, I simply made a few remarks, the first of which is that one could object that in proposing to provide a formulation that is, as he puts it, at some distance from experience, he himself abandons the method that he had announced he would follow in his metapsychology, that is, in his structural elaboration. Indeed, the clinical and descriptive distinction he draws between these two terms, ego-ideal and ideal ego, is not sufficiently inscribed within the method he himself proposed to use. You will see all of this very shortly in the next issue of the journal. Today I will perhaps go into the thoroughly concrete metapsychological way in which we can distinguish between their functions in the grand economic perspective introduced by Freud around the notion of narcissism. I will turn to it later. For the time being, I am simply highlighting the term Ich Ideal or ideal du moi for you, inasmuch as it comes to be translated into English as ego ideal. In English, the respective places of the determinative and the determiner are far more ambiguous in a group of two terms, and we already find in ego ideal * the semantic trace of an evolution or slippage of the function attributed to this term when people wanted to use it to indicate what the analyst becomes for the analysand. It was said very early on that the analyst takes on the role of the analysand's ego ideal. This is both true and false. It is true in the sense that this sometimes happens. It happens all too easily. I would even say, and I will provide you with an example of this later, it often happens that a subject attributes both strong and comfortable positions to the analyst that are clearly related to what we call resistance. Far from it being simply an apparent or occasional position, this is perhaps how certain analyses actually get started. Which is not at all to say that this exhausts the question, or that the analyst can in any way be content with this, in other words, that he can push the analysis to its endpoint without flushing the subject out of the position he adopts, insofar as he places the analyst in the position of his ego ideal. This thus even raises the question of what this truth turns out to have to be in the future. In other words, if at the end, after the analysis of the transference, the analyst must not, which is not simply at play. This is something that has never been said before. For, in the final analysis, the article I was talking with you about earlier did not have the appearance, at the moment at which it came out, of actively seeking answers. It came out in, and, compared to the S, at which the turning point in analytic technique occurred, as everyone says, by then they had had time to reflect and to see clearly in this context. I cannot go through this text with you in detail, but I will ask you to read it and we will talk about it in future classes. We are not going to dwell on it here, all the more so because the version I want to talk to you about is the English text. This is why it is the one I have with me today, even though the German text is more incisive. But rather than talk about the main lines of the original text, I want to indicate the semantic slippage that expresses what is produced, in effect, at a critical point in the analyst. Insofar as he is an analyst, all by himself and captain of his own ship, he is confronted with his own action. What is at stake for him is the examination, exorcism, and extraction of himself that is indispensable for him to have a clear view of his own personal relationship with the function of the ego ideal, insofar as for him, as an analyst, and consequently in a particularly necessary way, this function is sustained within what I called the analytic group. If he does not acquire such a clear view, what occurs is what has effectively occurred, namely, a slippage of meaning that can in no way be conceptualized at this level as halfway outside the subject, or, to put it bluntly, as an error. On the contrary, this slippage implicates him profoundly and subjectively. In Psychoanalysts centered a whole paper on transference and love around the topic of the ego ideal. Yet, or years later, theoretically articulated articles clearly state, without any ambiguity whatsoever, that relations between the analysand and the analyst are based on the fact that the analyst has an ego that one can call ideal. In what sense is the analyst's ego said to be an ideal ego in those articles? In a sense that is quite different both from that of the ego ideal and from the concrete sense of the ideal ego to which I alluded earlier. I am going to illustrate it for you. It is an ideal ego, so to speak, that has been realized, an ideal ego in the sense in which one says that a car is an ideal car. It is not a car's ideal, nor is it the dream of a car when it is all by itself in the garage, it is a truly good and solid car. Such is the meaning that this term ends up taking on. Were it no more than that, a literary creation, a certain way of saying that the analyst must intervene as someone who knows a bit more than the analysand does, it would be situated merely at the level of a platitude and probably would not have much import. But the fact is that the very slippage in meaning of these two signifiers, ego and ideal, translates something altogether different, the true subjective involvement of the analyst in the analysis. We should not be surprised by an effect of this kind. Something is merely being plastered over here. It is but the endpoint of an adventure whose mainspring is far more essential than the simply localized, almost caricatural point where we deal with it all the time, as if we were here for no other purpose. Where did this come from? From the turning point. What did the turning point revolve around? It revolved around the fact, as the people of that time, the heroes of the first analytic generation, say, that interpretation was no longer functioning the way it had functioned prior to that. Times had changed and interpretation was no longer encountering the same success as it had. Why not? This did not surprise Freud. He had long since anticipated this. We can point to a very early passage in one of his papers on technique in which he says, "Let us take advantage of the opening up of the unconcise, because soon it will have found another trick." What does that mean to us, to we who can, based on Freud's experience, and slipping alongside him, nevertheless find our bearings? I propose that what Freud is saying there refers to the effect of a discourse, to wit, that of the first generation of analysts, that does not realize that it concerns the effect of another discourse, namely, that of the unconscious. It doesn't realize this even though the discourse of the unconscious was present already in the interpretation of dreams, where I teach you to recognize it and spell it out, for what is constantly involved there, going by the name unconscious mechanisms, is but the effect of discourse. Freud is thus referring to the effect of a discourse, analytic discourse that bears on the effect of a discourse, that of the unconscious, without realizing it, and this necessarily leads to a new crystallization of unconscious effects that renders the latter discourse more opaque. What does a new crystallization refer to? It refers to observable effects, the fact, for example, that giving patients certain insights or keys, or using certain signifiers with them, no longer has the same effect as it did before. Let us observe, however, that the subjective structures corresponding to this new crystallization need not be new. I am referring to the registers or degrees of alienation, as it were, that we can specify in the subject and qualify, for example, with the terms ego, superego, and ego ideal. These are like stable waves. Whatever happens, these effects make the subject beat a retreat, they immunize or inoculate him with respect to a certain discourse. They impede us from leading the subject where we want to lead him, namely, to his desire. This changes nothing as concerns the nodal points where he, as a subject, can recognize and instate himself. This is what Freud notes at this turning point. If Freud attempts to define what the stable points and fixed waves are in subjective constitution, it is because these are what quite remarkably seem to him to be constants. But it is not in order to consecrate them that he concerns himself with them and articulates them, it is with a view to removing them as obstacles. Even when he speaks of the ich and brings it to the fore, it is not in order to institute the so-called synthetic function of the ego as a type of irreducible inertia. This is nevertheless how it was interpreted thereafter. We must reconsider all of this as an acting out asterisk of the self-instituting of the subject in his relationship to the signifier, on the one hand, and to reality, on the other. It is in this way that we will be able to begin writing a new chapter on analytic action. Regarding what I am endeavoring to do here, one might say, with all the caveats implied by it, that I am attempting to provide an analysis, in the strict sense of the term, of the analytic community insofar as it is a mass organized by the analytic ego ideal, such as it has in fact developed in the form of a certain number of mirages. First among these mirages is that of the strong ego that has been so often pointed to wrongly in places where people think they see it. To reverse the pair of terms that make up the title of Freud's text that I referred to earlier, one of the facets of my seminar this year could be entitled Ich Psychology und Missionanalyse. Indeed, Ich Psychology ego psychology, which has come to the fore in analytic theory, has for over a decade now been constituting a barrier to and creating inertia for any recommencing of psychoanalytic efficacy. And it is to the degree to which things have gotten to this point that we should interpellate the analytic community as such, allowing each of us to take a look at it, especially as regards what comes to alter the purity of the analyst's position in relation to his analysand, for whom he serves as a respondent. For the analyst himself is inscribed in and determined by the effects that result from the analytic mass, by which I mean the mass of analysts, given the current state of their constitution and their discourse. One would not be at all mistaken were one to present in this way what I am telling you here. This has nothing to do with an historical accident, the stress being laid on accident. We are faced with a difficulty or impasse here that concerns what you heard me bring out pointedly earlier, namely, psychoanalytic action. If there is a place where the term action, which has somewhat recently been called into question by the philosophers of our modern times, can be interrogated anew in a way that is perhaps decisive, it is, as paradoxical as this assertion may seem, at the level of the person whom one might believe abstains the most from it, namely, the analyst. Over the last few years, have often emphasized in my seminar the original perspective that our very unusual experience of action as acting out asterisk in the treatment must allow us to introduce into any and all thematic reflection about action. Recall what I told you about the obsessive and the style of his performances and even exploits. You can find it in the article in which I gave definitive shape to the talk I gave in Royaumont. If there is something that the analyst can stand up and say, it is that action as such, human action, if you prefer, is always enmeshed in the attempt or temptation to respond to the unconcise. And to anyone who is concerned, for whatever purpose, with what deserves to be called action, the historian, in particular, insofar as he does not give up on the meaning of history, many formulations of which make our heads spin, I would propose that he reconsider, as a function of the articulation I am providing, occasion that we cannot eliminate from the text of history all the same, namely, that its meaning does not purely and simply drag us along as though we were caught in a riptide. but that actions occur in it. The action with which we are concerned is psychoanalytic action. And psychoanalytic action is indisputably an attempt to respond to the unconscious. It is also indisputable that, when we call something that occurs in someone in analysis an acting out asterisk, as our practice, this thing that constitutes a psychoanalyst, has gotten us into the habit of doing, we know what we are saying even if we do not know very well how to say it. What is the most general formulation that we can provide for it? It is important to give the most general formulation, because if we provide particular formulations here, we obscure the meaning of things. If we say, for example, that it is a relapse on the subject's part, or that it is the effect of something stupid we did, we veil what is involved. This can, of course, be the case, but these are particular instances of the definition of acting out asterisk that I am proposing to you. Since psychoanalytic action is an attempt, a temptation to, in its own way, to respond to the unconscious, acting out asterisk is the type of action by which, at a certain moment of the treatment, undoubtedly inasmuch as it is especially prompted, perhaps by our stupidity, perhaps by the analysans, but that is secondary and of little importance, the subject demands a more accurate response from us. All action, whether it is an acting out asterisk or not, whether it is psychoanalytic action or not, bears a certain relation to the opacity of the repressed. And the earliest action is related to the earliest repressed, that is, to the Urverdrank that which is primally repressed. Freud's notion of Urverdrank might strike you as opaque, which is why I am attempting to supply you with a meaning for it. The same thing is involved as what I tried to articulate for you last time by saying that we cannot but explore the earliest Viragum. This, too, is the same thing that is expressed on the theoretical level in my formulation that, appearances notwithstanding, there is no such thing as a metalanguage. We can speak of metalanguage when, for example, I write little signs like A, B, X, and kappa on the blackboard. That works, that functions, that's mathematics. But can there be a metalanguage as concerns what is known as speech, namely, the fact that a subject becomes involved in language? One can speak of speech, naturally, and you see that I am in the process of doing so. But in doing so, all of speech's effects are involved, which is why I am saying that, at the level of speech, there is no such thing as a metalanguage, or, if you prefer, that there is no such thing as a metadiscourse. Or, finally, that there is no action that definitively transcends the effects of the repressed. If perhaps there is, in the end, some such action, it is at most the action by which the subject as such dissolves, is eclipsed, and disappears. It is an action about which nothing can be said. It is, if you will, the horizon of this action that gives fantasy its structure. This is why my little notation for the structure of fantasy, SOA, is algebraic and why it can only be written with chalk on the blackboard. It is essential that we not forget this unsayable place insofar as the subject dissolves there and insofar as only algebraic notation can preserve it. In the article entitled Transference and Love by Jacques and Bergler, presented in When They Were Still at the Vienna Psychoanalytic Society, there is a brilliant clinical intuition which, as usual, gives the article its weight and value. The depth and tone of this article clearly mark it as stemming from the first generation of analysts, and, even now, what we appreciate in an article is when it brings out something like this. The intuition is that there is a close relationship between love and guilt. As opposed to the bucolic world of shepherds and shepherdesses where, we are told, love basks in pure beatitude, the authors bid us pay close attention to what we actually see. What we see is that love is not simply guilty in many instances, it is that people love in order to escape from guilt. This is obviously not the kind of thing one can come up with every day. It seems a bit simplistic to people who don't like Claudel. To me, it is of the same ilk. If one loves, in short, it is because lurking somewhere is the shadow of Vecchio con la barba, the old man with the beard, as an hysterically funny woman I once traveled in Italy with called it, the one we see everywhere among the Flemish or Italian primitives. The following thesis is argued for quite nicely in the article: love is fundamentally the need to be loved by the very person who could make you feel guilty. If you are loved by that person, you feel much better. This is one of those psychoanalytic insights that I would say is a top-quality truth de bon alloy /, but which is also a low-quality truth because it is an alloy, it is alloyed. It is not unalloyed, it is a clinical truth. Moreover, it is a collapsed truth, as it were, a truth that crushes a certain articulation. If I want us to separate these two metals, love and guilt, it is not because I have a taste for juvenile schmaltz. It is because the importance of our discoveries rests entirely on the fact that in reality, as they say, we constantly deal with the effects of the tamping down tassement of the symbolic in the real. It is by making distinctions that we move forward and that we demonstrate the efficacious mainsprings with which we deal. That said, even if guilt is not always and immediately involved in the triggering of love, in the flash of falling in love, or love at first sight, it is no less clear that, even in relationships that begin under such poetic auspices, in time it tends to happen that all the effects of active censure come to revolve around the beloved object. It is not simply that the whole system of prohibitions recrystallizes around that person, but that it is to that person that we come to ask for permission, a function that is ever so constitutive of human behavior. We would do well not to overlook, in truly authentic, high-quality love relationships, the impact, not of the ego ideal, but rather of the superego as such, in its most opaque and unsettling form. On the one hand, we find this clinical intuition in the article by our friends Jacques and Bergler. On the other hand, we see in it a partial and really brutal use, like that employed by the proverbial bull in a china shop, of the economic point of view that Freud theorized for us when he discussed narcissism. I am referring, in particular, to the idea that the libidinal equation aims, in the final analysis, at restoring an initial integrity, at reintegrating everything that was involved in what Freud calls, if I recall correctly, an Trennung separation, division, or partitioning, in other words, everything that experience led the subject to consider, at one time or another, as separate from himself. This notion, which is theoretical, is among the most precarious when it is applied in every register and at every level, and the function it plays in Freud's thought, at the time of his narcissism, and raises a question. We need to know whether we can use it in good conscience. As Jacques and Bergler clearly state, for at that point in time, analysts were not built on an assembly line and they knew how to outline the aporias of a theoretical position, libidinal investment in objects seems miraculous. And in fact, from their particular vantage point, it is a miracle. If the subject is truly constituted at the libidinal level in such a way that his end and goal is to be satisfied with an entirely narcissistic position, how can it be that, in general and on the whole, he does not manage to remain there? If something can make this monad quiver ever so slightly by way of a reaction, one can, of course, theoretically conceptualize that its goal is to return to its initial position. But it is not easy to see what could give rise to the enormous detour that constitutes the complex and rich structuring with which we constantly deal in reality. This is truly what is at stake, and it is what the authors of this article attempt to respond to throughout their article. They adopt this perspective, quite slavishly, I must say, following the trail blazed by Freud, concerning the mainspring of the complexification of the subject's structure, namely, the coming into play of the ego ideal, which is my main topic today. In effect, Freud indicates, in On Narcissism, that what is involved is the artifice by which the subject maintains his ideal, allow me to abbreviate it in this way because it is getting late, of omnipotence. In Freud's inaugural text, especially if one takes the trouble to read it, this is introduced and already clarifies enough things at this point that we do not ask for anything further. But given that Freud went on to rethink things quite a bit and rendered this first differentiation still more complex, the authors have to grapple here with yet another definition of the ego ideal, that of an ego ideal that restores the benefits of love to the subject. Freud explains that the ego ideal is something that, having itself originated in the first lesions on one's narcissism, becomes domesticated anew by being introjected. As for the superego, we perceive that we are forced to admit that there must be another mechanism at work, for as introjected as it may be, it nevertheless does not become any more beneficial. I will stop here today on this topic and come back to it at a later date. Jekyll and Burglar are necessarily led to resort to the whole dialectic of eros and then ethos, which, at that time, is no small matter. It gets pretty complex and is even rather nice. Have a look at the article, you will get your money's worth. Before leaving you today, I would like to propose something lively and amusing to you, designed to give you an idea of what a better presentation of the function of narcissism allows us to articulate more clearly, regarding the ideal ego and the ego ideal, and in a way that confirms all of psychoanalytic practice since these notions were developed. The ideal ego and the ego ideal are, no doubt, closely related to the need to preserve one's narcissism. But we have reason to take into account what, after first broaching the question, I propose to you by way of a necessary modification to psychoanalytic theory, given the path it followed whereby the ego was used as I indicated earlier. This is what I teach you, or rather taught you, under the heading of the mirror stage. What are its consequences as concerns the economy of the ideal ego and the ego ideal, and their relationship to the preservation of narcissism? Well, since it is late, I will illustrate this to you in a way that will, I hope, amuse you. I spoke earlier of cars. Using them, let us try to see what the ideal ego is. The ideal ego is a boy from a good family sitting at the wheel of his little sports car. With it, he's going to take you for a ride. He's going to show off. He's going to take some risks, which is not a bad thing. He's going to be a bit reckless, do sport, as they say, and the point will be to know what meaning he gives this word and whether recklessness might not also imply defiance of the rules. I don't mean simply the rules of the road, but also of safety. Be that as it may, this is the arena in which he must show, or not show, that is, show how it is suitable to show, that he is tougher than others, even if it means having people say he is going a bit too far. This is the ideal ego. Which is somewhat tangential, for what I want to talk about is its relationship to the ego ideal. Indeed, the ego ideal does not leave the ideal ego all by itself and objectless because, after all, on certain occasions, not on every occasion, if the kid gives himself over to scabrous deeds, why is that? In order to catch a girl's eye. Is it as much about catching her eye as it is about the way in which he wants to catch it? The desire itself is perhaps of less import here than the way of satisfying it. This is why, as we know, the girl can be altogether superfluous and need not even be present. In short, in this context, which is the one in which the ideal ego has just assumed its place in fantasy, we see more easily than elsewhere what regulates the tonal quality of the fantasy elements. We see that there must be something that slips between the two terms here S and A, so that one of the two can be elided so easily. We know which term it is that SHPS in. There is no need to comment on it further, it is lowercase phi, the imaginary phallus. And what is at stake here is truly something that is put to the test. What is the ego ideal? The ego ideal, which is closely related to the play and function of the ideal ego, is truly constituted by the fact that at the outset, if he has his little sports car, it is because he is from a fine family, because he is a rich man's son, and because, to change registers, if Marie Chantal, as you know, joins the Communist Party, it's to piss off her father. To explore whether she does not in fact misrecognize her own identification here with what she is trying to obtain by pissing her father off is yet another tangent that we will not fly off on. Let us say that both of them, Marie Chantal and the rich man's son sitting at the wheel of his little car, would be quite simply enveloped in the world organized by the father were it not precisely for the signifier father. For this signifier allows us, as it were, to extract ourselves from that world in order to imagine that we are pissing him off and to sometimes even succeed in doing so. This is what we analysts express by saying that, in such cases, he or she introjects the paternal image. Isn't this also to say that the signifier is the instrument thanks to which these two characters, male and female, can extroject themselves from the objective situation? Introjection is, in short, the following: to organize oneself subjectively in such a way that the father, indeed, in the form of an ego ideal that is not as mean as all that, is a signifier on the basis of which the youngster, whether male or female, can come to contemplate him or herself not too unfavorably at the wheel of his little car or brandishing her Communist Party card. In short, if, on the basis of this introjected signifier, the subject is judged disapprovingly le reprove, he thereby takes on the dimension of an outcast reprove, which, as everyone knows, is not so terribly disadvantageous, narcissistically speaking. But the upshot, then, is that we cannot so easily say, regarding the function of the ego ideal * that it brings together all that is narcissistically beneficial, as if it were purely and simply inherent to a single effect at the same point. This is what I try to articulate for you with my little schema of the inverted vase, which I will not draw on the blackboard again because I do not have time, but which is, I imagine, still fresh in many of your minds. It is only from a specific point that, around the desired flowers, one can see an image arise, that of the vase. Note that this image is real. It is produced by means of the reflection generated by a spherical mirror, in other words, by the particular structure of the human being insofar as the hypertrophy of his ego seems to be tied to his prematurity at birth. The necessary distinction between the locus where the narcissistic benefit is produced and the locus where the ego ideal * functions forces us to question the relationship of each of these to the function of love in different ways. We must not present this relationship in a confused way, especially at the level at which we are now examining the analysis of transference. In concluding today, allow me speak to you about the case of a female patient. I would say that this patient takes more than just liberties with the rights, if not the duties, stemming from the marital bond. And when she has an affair, Lord knows she is able to take its consequences to the most extreme point of what a certain social limit, that of the respect she derives from her husband's position, commands her to respect. Let us say that she is someone who knows how to sustain and deploy the positions of her desire admirably. And believe you me, she has, over time, figured out how to maintain altogether intact, in her family, I mean with her husband and her amiable kids, a force field of demands that is strictly centered on her own libidinal needs. When Freud tells us somewhere, if I recall correctly, about women's nodal moral, which literally means a morality based on dumplings, namely, satisfactions that are demanded, we must not believe that this always backfires. There are women who succeed exceedingly well at it, except for the fact that they need an analysis. What was I for this patient for quite some time? The authors of the article I mentioned earlier will give us the answer. I was her ego ideal, inasmuch as I was the ideal point at which order was maintained, and in a way that was all the more necessary since it was on this basis that all disorder was rendered possible. In short, it was essential at that point in time that her analyst not be immoral. Had I been so tactless as to approve of any of her excesses, the result would not, suspect, have been pretty to behold. Moreover, anything possibly atypical that she could glimpse in my own family structure, or in the principles by which I was raising those under my roof, did not fail to open up for her all the depths of an abyss that she quickly covered over. Don't go thinking that it is necessary that the analyst effectively demonstrate, thank God, all the ideal qualities that people attribute to him. She simply dropped hints to me on each occasion concerning what she did not want to know about me. The only thing that was truly important was the guarantee she had, believe me, that regarding herself, I would not trip up. What does such a demand for moral conformity imply? Contemporary moralists have, as you suspect, the answer: in order to lead such a fulfilling life, this person must naturally not have been from the lower classes. And thus political moralists will tell you that what was truly of the essence was to keep a lid on questions that might have been raised concerning the legitimacy of social privilege, all the more so in that, as you may well imagine, she was a bit of a progressive. But if we consider the true dynamic of the forces at play, it is here that the analyst can put in his own 2 cents worth. With the abysses open, I could have acted in such a way as to bring about perfect conformity between the ideals and the reality of the analysis. But I believe that the thing that, in any event, absolutely could not be debated was that she had the most beautiful breasts in town. Which, as you can imagine, bra saleswomen never contradict. May. XXIV. Identification via Einzigerzug. The primitive monad of jouissance. Introjection of the imperative object. The other in the mirror stage. The 3 modes. On rich people and saints. I am going to keep talking about my topic in view of arriving at my perhaps daring goal this year, which is to formulate what the analyst must truly be in order to respond to the transference, which also implies knowing what he must be and what he can be later on in the analysis. This is why I characterized my goal as daring. Last time you saw me sketch out, regarding the paper by Jacques and Bergler in Imago published in, that is, a year after they presented it at the Vienna Psychoanalytic Society, the idea that we are led to broach this question in terms of the function of narcissism, considered with respect to any and all possible libidinal cathexis. You are aware of what allows us to view the field of narcissism as having already been extensively explored. We shall see in what respect our specific position, by which I mean the one that I have been teaching you here, broadens or rather generalizes the usually received view. By generalizing it, we can perceive certain traps that are included in the peculiarity of the stance that is ordinarily recommended by analysts. I mentioned last time that one can find in Jacques and Bergler's article, entitled Übertragung und Liebe, Transference and Love, if not all the dead ends to which the theory of narcissism risks leading those who articulate it, at least some of them. All of Balint's work, for example, revolves around the notion of a supposedly primordial autoeroticism and around the way in which the latter is compatible both with the observed facts and with the necessary development of psychoanalytic practice. I have just put up on the board, as a visual aid, a little schema that is not new and that you will be able to find in a better drawn version in the next issue of La Psychanalyse. I did not want to include all the details that remind us of its relevance in the optical field in my drawing here today, both because I am not especially inclined to wear myself out and because they would have made this chalk-drawn schema more confused in the end. Let me remind you of the old story of the illusion, which is one of the amusing experiments of classical physics, of the inverted bouquet. By means of a spherical mirror placed behind a certain device, we can make an image appear that, as I would like to point out, is real, by which I mean that it is not a virtual image, virtual images being the kind that are created by ordinary flat mirrors. Assuming that we have respected certain ambient lighting conditions carefully enough, the image of a bouquet, the bouquet being in reality hidden under a stand, appears to stand straight up above the stand. See Acrits, p. Such artifices are also used in all sorts of tricks that magicians perform on stage. All kinds of other things can be made to appear above the stand, too, not just a bouquet. In the present instance, for reasons related to my presentation and to the metaphorical usage of the schema I have in mind, it is the vase itself, the material vase as an authentic piece of pottery, that is hidden under the stand. Thanks to the spherical mirror, the vase then appears in the form of a real image above the stand on the condition that the observer's eye be, on the one hand, sufficiently far away from the spherical mirror, and, moreover, situated within the limits of a cone determined by the crossing lines 15 and YY that start at the edges of the spherical mirror, intersect at its focal point, and continue on from there. If the observer's eye is sufficiently far away, the result is that small movements of the eye do not make the image itself vacillate much, and allow us to appreciate the image as something whose contours are self-sustaining and that can be visually projected through space. Although this image is flat, it nevertheless gives one the impression of a certain volume. This is what I use to construct an apparatus that has metaphorical value to us. If we assume, in effect, that the observer's eye is, owing to certain topological or spatial conditions, situated at a point in the spatial field where this illusion can be produced, then it will perceive this illusion even when it is situated at a point that does not allow it to perceive this image directly. In order to make it possible for the eye to perceive it indirectly, one can use an artifice, which involves placing at a certain location a flat mirror, that I will call uppercase A owing to the metaphorical use that I will make of it later, in which the eye will see the same illusion reflected, it will see a virtual image of the real image. In other words, the eye will see the same illusion in the reflected form of a virtual image that would be produced if it were placed in real space, that is, at a point, with respect to the mirror, that is symmetrical to the point it occupies, and if the eye looked at what was happening at the focal point of the spherical mirror, namely, the point at which the illusion formed by the real image of the vase is produced. In the classical experiment with the bouquet, the vase has its usefulness inasmuch as it allows the eye to focus in such a way that the real image appears to be located in space. As opposed to what is done in the classical experiment, I provide a real bouquet above the stand that the real image of the vase comes to surround at its base. I call this mirror A, the real image of the vase if A, and the flowers A. As you will see, this will serve us as a visual aid for explanations that I have to give concerning the implications of the function of narcissism inasmuch as the ego ideal plays the role of the mainspring of narcissism that is introduced in Freud's original text, On Narcissism, N.S. Pound 14, pp. People make an incredibly big deal about its role as a mainspring when they tell us that the ego ideal is also the pivotal point of the kind of identification whose impact is fundamental in the production of transference. I truly did not select at random the article that I spoke to you about last time. It is, on the contrary, quite exemplary, significant, and well articulated with respect to the notion of the ego ideal, as this notion was created and generalized in the psychoanalytic milieu at the time the article was written. How did Jacques and Bergler conceptualize it at the moment at which they began to theorize a notion that was quite new in psychoanalytic theory owing to its topographical function? If you peruse a good cross-section of the clinical papers, case histories, and case presentations from that time, you will get a sense of the idea that authors of the time formed of it and the difficulties they encountered in applying it. Here is, at least in part, what they came up with. If one reads them attentively enough, it appears that, in order to grasp the efficacy of the ego ideal insofar as it is involved in the function of transference, they considered the ego ideal to be a field that is organized in a certain way inside the subject. The concept of an inside serves a major topological function in psychoanalytic thinking, since even introjection refers to it. The organized field was understood quite naively, inasmuch as no distinction was made at the time between the imaginary, the symbolic, and the real. In this state of imprecision and indistinctness regarding topological notions, we are truly forced to say that we must, in general, imagine this field in a spatial or quasi-spatial way. We must, in a nutshell, imagine it. This is not indicated, but it is implied in the way these authors spoke about it, as a surface or a volume. In both of these cases, we must imagine it as a form of something that, owing to the fact that it is modeled on the image of something else, presents itself as lending its support and foundation to the idea of identification. In short, it concerns a differentiation that is produced inside a certain topographic field by the specific operation known as identification. Authors of the time wondered about these identified forms. What could be done with them so that they fulfilled their economic function? It is not my concern today, for it would take us too far afield, to bring out what made Jacques and Bergler adopt the solution they did, a solution that was quite new, or at least not yet altogether popularized, at the time. In the text by Freud to which they referred, one can find certain tangential remarks related to this and a hint at the solution that they went on to propose quite emphatically. This solution involved assuming that the field in question is characterized by the fact that it is cathected with a neutral energy. What was meant by the term neutral energy that was introduced into psychoanalytic dynamics? At the point in the evolution of the theory that we are examining, it meant nothing more than an energy characterized by the fact that it belongs to neither one nor the other. This is what is meant by the term neutral, of the two poles of drive energy. Recall that Freud's second topography made him introduce the idea of an energy that is distinct from the libido, that of the Todestrieb death drive, which is the function that henceforth came to be known by analysts as then eidos, which certainly did not help clarify things, and made him pair up eros and then eidos as opposing terms. It is in such terms that the new dialectic of libidinal cathexis was dealt with by Jacques and Bergler. Eros and then eidos were employed by them as two primordial destinies behind all psychoanalytic mechanics and dialectic. And the vicissitude, das Schicksal fate or destiny, to use the term Freud himself used regarding the drives, of this neutralized field was explained to us in their article. Their goal was to conceptualize this field and its economic function in a way that rendered it utilizable both in its characteristic function as an ego ideal, and in the fact that the analyst is called upon to function in the place of this ego ideal. This is what the authors were led to imagine. Here we are obviously dealing with the highest, most developed form of metapsychology. How are we to conceptualize the concrete origins of the ego ideal? According to Jacques and Bergler, and it is legitimate on their part, our era being no better, given what the developments of Kleinian theory have since wrought, the origins of the ego ideal are inseparable from those of the superego, even though they are distinct from the latter. In other words, they are paired together. Thus these authors could only conceptualize the origins of the ego ideal and the superego as involving then eidos. Now, if one begins with a notion like that of an initially perfect narcissism as regards libidinal cathexis, and if one thinks that the primordial object is originally included in the subject in the narcissistic sphere, which is a primitive monad of jouissance, with which the infant is identified, in a way that is quite iffy, it is difficult to see what could lead to a subjective exit from it. Indeed, the authors themselves did not hesitate to consider such an exit to be impossible. As indeed it is, unless the ravaging power of then eidos is also included in this monad. Why not consider this power to be the source of what obliges the subject, if I can put it so succinctly, to leave behind his narcissistic self-envelopment? In short, Jacques and Bergler did not hesitate to attribute all creation of objects to then eidos itself. Note that I am not in any way trying to argue in favor of their viewpoint, I am merely commenting on it, and I bid you consult their article to see whether I am faithfully reporting what they said. They themselves seemed quite struck by their claim, so much so that, in the final pages of their article, they raised a funny question: have we in fact gone so far as to say that, in short, we only truly come into contact with any object whatsoever owing to the instinct of destruction? In truth, although they raised this question in order to temper or lend a touch of levity to what they themselves proposed, nothing, after all, contradicts this feature that is necessary if one is led to follow the path that they follow. For the time being, moreover, this feature does not pose a problem for us. It seems to me that what they said is conceivable, at least locally, in a dynamic perspective, under the heading of a significant moment of early childhood experience. It is, perhaps, at a moment of aggression that the differentiation, if not of every object, at least of a highly significant object, indeed occurs. In any case, once the conflict has begun, it is the fact that this object can be so thoroughly introjected that gives it its import and value. We thus find anew here Freud's classical, original schema regarding the introjection of an imperative, prohibiting, an entirely conflictual object. For Freud told us that it is to the degree to which this object, the father, for example, in a first rough and ready schematization of the Oedipus complex, is internalized that it comes to constitute the superego. Overall, this represents progress, it being beneficial from a libidinal vantage point, for, by dint of being introjected, this object enters, this is one of Freud's first points here, into a sphere that is sufficiently imbued with narcissism, merely because it is inside, and can be libidinally cathected by the subject. Note that it is easier to get oneself loved by one's ego ideal than by the object on whom the ego ideal was at one point modeled. The fact remains that, even though it is introjected, the ego ideal continues to be an unwieldy agency instance. And it is certainly this ambiguity that led Jacques and Bergler to theorize a field of neutral cathexis. The field at stake here is occupied and then evacuated, only to be reoccupied, by eros and then eidos, one after the other, the Manichaeism of the conceptualization bothering us a bit, we must say. In the second stage, the possible function of the ego ideal in Verliethiat being in love or infatuation and in hypnosis was introduced, or more precisely, it is in feeling the need to accentuate it as a second stage that the authors realized that Freud had in fact introduced it from the outset. Hypnose und Verliethiat, being in love and hypnosis, is the title of one of the chapters in Mass in Psychology. Once it is constituted and introjected, the ego ideal can be projected onto an object. In truth, the fact that classical psychoanalytic theory did not distinguish between the symbolic, the imaginary, and the real means that the stages of introjection and projection appear to be, not obscure, but rather arbitrary, to be suspended, to be gratuitous, and to obey a necessity that can only be explained by the most absolute contingency. It is insofar as the ego ideal can be projected anew onto an object that this object, if it happens to be favorably inclined toward you or to regard you kindly, will be endowed by you with the highest degree of amorous cathexis. The description of the phenomenology of Verliethiat was presented here in a way that allowed it to be almost totally confused with the effects of hypnosis. After this second projection, nothing could stop Jacques and Bergler from proposing a second introjection, a reintrojection. In certain more or less extreme states, among which they did not hesitate to include manic states, the ego ideal itself, caught up, as it is, in the enthusiasm of the effusive love involved in the second projection, can serve the same function for the subject as that established in the Verliethiat relationship of total dependency. The ego ideal can itself become something equivalent to what, in love, can provide the full satisfaction of wanting to be loved, of gelit worden wollen. Although these descriptions, especially when illustrated, brought with them certain fragments of perspective, flashes of which we find anew in clinical work, we would not be showing some kind of exaggerated pemmicantiness in conceptual matters to feel that, in many respects, we cannot be completely satisfied with them. I am immediately going to highlight what I believe I can contribute here, and it is something that is articulated more elaborately by this little montage, i.e., the optical schema at the beginning of the present class. Like every other schema of this type, of the topographical type, like the ones Freud himself provided, it not only does not claim to represent anything at the organic level, but could not even possibly do so. It should be quite clear that I am not one of those people who imagine that with the right surgical operation, a lobotomy, for example, one can remove the superego with a teaspoon. There are people who believe that and who have written that by lobotomizing someone, one removes the superego and sets it aside on a platter. That has nothing to do with what I am talking about here. Let us observe what is articulated by the functioning implied by this little apparatus. It is no accident that it reintroduces a metaphor of an optical nature. It does so, not for reasons of convenience, but rather for structural reasons. If mirrors are involved, it is because, as concerns the imaginary mainspring, what is based on mirrors goes much further than the model. But beware, this schema is a bit more elaborate than is a child's concrete experience in front of a real surface, usually a flat mirror or a polished surface, that serves as a mirror. What is represented here as a flat mirror has a different use. The schema is of interest to us because it introduces the function of the other with a capital O, whose initial, in the form of the letter A for autre, meaning other, designates the flat mirror apparatus here, insofar as this function must be involved in the developments of narcissism that are known as the ego ideal and the ideal ego, respectively. So as not to give you a dry description of this schema, which would simultaneously risk seeming arbitrary, which it is not, I will first introduce it with the kind of commentary Jekyll and Burglar would have called for, inasmuch as they felt the need to broach a thought and mapping problem. My intent is certainly not to bring out the negative aspects of their theory, but rather what is positive about it, which is always more interesting. Let us note thus that, if we follow them closely, the object is created, strictly speaking, by the destructive instinct, Destructionstrieb, or then ethos, as they called it. Why not call it hatred? Let us follow them step by step. If this is true, is there anything left of the object after the destructive effect? It is not at all unthinkable. Not only is it not unthinkable, but we find anew here what I myself theorize in another way at the level of what I call the imaginary field and its effects. What is left of the object, what survives after the libidinal effect of the destructive trieb, after the action of then ethos, is precisely what eternalizes the object in the guise of a form. This is what forever freezes it as a fixed type in the imaginary. There is something in images that transcends the movement and changeability of life, in the sense that images live on after the death of living beings. According to Antiquity's News, this is one of the first steps of art, that which is mortal is immortalized in statuary. This is also the function that is served in a certain way by the subject's image in my theory of the mirror stage. When this image is perceived by a child, something is suddenly proposed to him whereby he does not merely receive the sight of an image in which he recognizes himself. This image already presents itself as an ideal Urbild, as something that is both ahead of him and behind him, as something that has always existed, as something that subsists by itself, and as something before which he senses his own fissures as a prematurely born being and experiences himself as still insufficiently coordinated to correspond to it in its totality. It is very striking to see a small child, who is sometimes still being supported by a little device with which he begins to try to make his first attempts to walk a sort of walker, and for whom even the attempt to take somebody's arm or hand is still characterized by dissymmetry and inadequacy. This being who is still insufficiently stable, even at the cerebellar level, nevertheless move about, lean in, and squirm, accompanying this with expressive gurgling sounds, in front of his own image in the mirror, assuming one has placed a mirror within range, and low enough to the ground for him to see it. He thus shows in a lively way the contrast between the traceable thing that is projected before him there, which attracts him and with which he persistently plays, and the incomplete thing that manifests itself in his own movements. This is my old topic of the mirror stage, which I take to be an exemplary and highly significant landmark for us. It allows us to point out the key spots or crossroads in development and to conceptualize the renewal of the possibility, which is always open to the subject, of a self-fracturing, self-tearing, or self-biting when faced with what is both himself and an other. There is a certain dimension of conflict here that has no other solution than that of an either/or. Either he has to tolerate the other as an unbearable image that steals him from himself, or he must immediately break him, knock him over, or annul the position across from him, in order to preserve what is at that moment the center and drive of his being, which is evoked by the other's image, whether it be specular or incarnate in another child like himself. The link between this image and aggressiveness is quite clear here. Is a development of the individual that leads to a sufficient consistency of the object and to the diversity of the object stage conceivable on this basis? We can say that attempts have been made to conceptualize it. Hegel's dialectic of the conflict or struggle of consciousnesses was nothing, after all, but an attempt to expound the whole world of human knowledge on the basis of a pure conflict that is radically imaginary and destructive at its root. As you know, I have already indicated on various occasions the fissures and gaps in Hegel's conception. Without revisiting that discussion today, I will simply say that it is impossible to deduce, on this radically imaginary basis, everything that Hegel believed he could deduce with his dialectic. The hidden implications of this dialectic that allowed it to function could not in any way be produced on this basis. Even when a child's hand extends toward the face of his semblable and is armed with a stone, and this can be the hand of a very young child, believe me, as the most ordinary, direct observation shows, for a child need not be very old to have, if not the Vocation, at least the same impulse as Cain, if that hand is stopped by another hand, that of the person whom the child is threatening, and they lay that stone down together and it comes to constitute an object that is perhaps agreed upon or disputed, then it will become, as it were, the first stone of the world of objects. But it will not go beyond that, nothing can be built upon it. We hear a sort of echo or overtone here of the apology of he who must cast the first stone, John, smiley face, and indeed, it is quite necessary that, in the first place, this stone not be cast. And once it is not cast, it will not be cast for any other reason. But in order that something be founded that is open to dialectical development, the register of the other with a capital O must come into play beyond this. This is what is expressed by my optical schema. It is inasmuch as the third party, the other with a capital O, intervenes in the relationship between the ego and the other with a lowercase o that something can function that gives rise to the fecundity of the narcissistic relationship itself. Let me exemplify this with a movement made by children in front of mirrors, a movement that is well known and is not difficult to observe. A child, who is being held in the arms of an adult, is expressly confronted with his image. The adult, whether he understands what is going on or not, is amused by this. We must give full weight to the movement of the child's head when the child, even after having been captivated by the first intimations of the game he plays in front of his own image, turns around toward the adult who is holding him, without our being able to say, naturally, what he expects from the adult, whether it is some sort of agreement or a testing. Referring to the other nevertheless clearly comes to play an essential role here. I am not exaggerating this role by articulating it in this way, as instituting what will become connected to the ideal ego and the ego ideal, respectively, in the child's subsequent development. What can come from this other, insofar as the child in front of the mirror turns around to look at him? I would say that the only thing that can come from him is the sign image of a specular image that is both desirable and destructive, that is effectively desired or not desired. This is what comes from the person toward whom the child turns, to the very place with which he identifies at that moment, inasmuch as he sustains his identification with the specular image. What I will call the antagonistic nature of the ideal ego is palpably to us from this early moment on. In other words, already in this specular situation, a split occurs, this time at the level of the other, for the other, and by the other, between the desired ego, by which I mean the ego desired by him the other, and the authentic ego, the authentic, if you will allow me to introduce a term which is not as new as all that in this context. Except that, in this early situation, it is the ideal that is there, am speaking about the ideal ego, not the ego ideal, the authentic ego being yet to come. It is as things evolve, with all the ambiguity the term evolution brings with it, that the authentic ego will come to light, and this time it will be loved in spite of everything, in spite of the fact that it is not perfect. This is also how the ideal ego functions in the entire progression. All of its ensuing development, which appears to be progress, goes against the tide, involving risk and defiance. What is the function of the ego ideal here? You will tell me that it is the other with a capital O. But you nevertheless sense that the other is only involved here as the locus on the basis of which the ego constantly refers, in its emotional pathetic swings, to the image that is offered up to it and with which it identifies. The ego presents itself and sustains itself qua problematic only on the basis of the other's gaze. The fact that this gaze may, in turn, be internalized, does not mean that it merges with the place and prop that have already been constituted in the form of an ideal ego. It means something else. People claim that the ego ideal is tantamount to the introjection of this other. This is quite a stretch. It presumes the existence of a relationship of feeling, understanding, empathy, or sensitivity that is as total as what is implied by the reference to an organized being, the real being who holds the child in front of the mirror. This is, as you probably suspect, precisely what is in question. Although this point must serve as our terminus today, I will tell you right away in what respect my solution differs from the one that is usually given. It is extraordinarily important to recall that, right from his first steps in articulating Identifizierung identification, which I will return to later because it cannot be avoided, Freud implied that there is a first possible identification with the father as such, prior to the very first sketching out of the Oedipal situation. Did Freud have fathers on the brain? Whatever the case may be, Freud had the subject identify first with his father, and Freud developed quite a subtle terminology by calling this identification exquisite männlich, exquisitely virile SE18, p. This undoubtedly occurs in the course of development. It is not a logical stage, but a developmental stage that is situated prior to the onset of the Oedipal conflict, so much so that Freud went on to write that it is on the basis of this primordial identification that desire begins to point toward the mother and that the father consequently comes to be considered a rival. I am not trying to say that this first stage of identification is clinically grounded. I am saying that the fact that it seemed necessary to Freud should not be considered an extravagance on his part or mere drivel. There must be a reason why this earlier stage seemed necessary to him, and this is what I will try to show you in what follows. Freud next spoke about regressive identification pound 18, pp. The identification that results from a love relationship, inasmuch as the object refuses to love one in return. Here we can already see why there had to be a stage of primordial identification, but this is not the only reason. The subject is thus able, through a regressive process, to identify with the object who disappoints his appeal for love. After having presented these two modes of identification in chapter entitled Die Identifizierung identification, Freud introduced a third mode, the good old form of identification that we have known about since the case history of Dora, hysterical identification. This form stems from the fact that the subject recognizes in another person the total or global situation in which he or she lives. Our hysteric has a fit the day that, in the common area where slightly neurotic and nutty girls at a boarding school congregate, one of her friends receives a letter from her lover SE18, p. In my vocabulary, this is termed identification at the level of desire. Let us leave it aside for the time being. Freud paused in his text to tell us expressly that, in the first two fundamental modes of identification, identification always occurs via ein einziger Zug, a single trait, stroke, or characteristic, SE18, p. This removes many difficulties, in more than one respect, with respect, first of all, to what is conceivable, which we should not disdain. Second, it converges with a notion that we know well, that of the signifier. This is not to say that this einziger Zug, this single trait, is, for all that, a signifier. Not at all. It is quite probable, if we begin from the dialectic that I am trying to sketch out for you, that it is a sign. To say that it is a signifier, something more is required. It must be used later in, or have a relationship to, a signifying battery. What is defined by this ein einziger Zug is the punctual character of the early reference to the other when it comes to narcissism. This is what allows us to answer the following question: how can the subject internalize the gaze of an other who can at any moment change its preference for one or the other of the enemy twin brothers constituted by the ego and the image of the little specular other? We must conceptualize the other's gaze as being internalized by a sign. Ein einziger Zug is enough. There is no need for a whole organized field or for some sort of massive introjection. This point, capital I, that stands for the single trait, this sign of the other's assent, of the choice of love object on which the subject can operate, is located there somewhere and is fixed in the ensuing mirror play. It suffices that the subject come to coincide with it in his relationship with the other for this little sign, this einziger Zug, to be at his disposal. We are right to radically distinguish the ego ideal from the ideal ego. The ego ideal is a symbolic introjection, whereas the ideal ego is the source of an imaginary projection. The narcissistic satisfaction that develops in the relationship with the ideal ego depends on the possible reference to this primordial symbolic term that can be monoformal or monosemantic, that is, ein einziger Zug. This will be of capital importance in all of what I will have to say about this subsequently. If you will grant me a little bit more time, I will begin to recall what I must consider to be clear to everyone here regarding my theory of love. Love, as I have said, can be conceptualized only within the perspective of demand. Love exists only for beings who can speak. The dimension, perspective, or register of love develops, unfolds, and is inscribed within what one might call the unconditional nature of demand. This is what stems from the very fact of demanding, regardless of what one demands. For in the register or order of demand qua pure, not when one demands this or that, in other words, something specific, demand is merely the demand to be heard entendu, which also means understood. I would go further still. Why does one want to be heard? For what might well be called no reason. Which is not to say, nevertheless, that this does not take us quite far, for the place of desire is already entailed by this for no reason. It is precisely because demand is unconditional that it is not a question of a desire for this or for that, but a question of desire tout court. This is why the metaphor of the one who desires le desirant, irrests, which I broached from every angle at the beginning of this year's seminar, is implied right from the outset. In love, the metaphor of the one who desires implies what it replaces in the metaphor, in other words, the one who is desired. Eromenos, what is desired? It is that which is desiring in the other. This cannot happen unless the subject himself is situated colloque qua desirable. Which is precisely what he demands when he demands to be loved. In this context, I cannot fail to recall to mind, before coming back to it later, that love, as I have always told you and we find it necessitated again and again from every direction, is giving what you don't have. One cannot love without presenting oneself as if one does not have, even if one does. Love as a response implies the domain of not having. I am not the one who invented this, Plato is. He came up with the idea that only Penia, poverty, can conceive love, as well as the plan to get herself knocked up at a party one night. Indeed, giving what you have is throwing a party, c'est la fête, not love. Hence, and I am moving along rather quickly, but you will see that we shall land on our feet, for rich people, love exists, yes, even they think about it, but loving always requires refusal. This is precisely what is annoying. It is not only those to whom something is refused who are annoyed. Those who refuse, rich people, are hardly any more at ease. The Viragung of rich people is found everywhere. It is not simply the character trait of avarice, it is far more constitutive of the position of rich people, regardless of what we believe. And the theme in folklore of Grylades, with all that she has that is captivating, whereas she is rather revolting all the same, is there to remind us of this. While I am on the subject, I will go even further. Rich people do not have a very good reputation. In other words, we progressives do not like them very much. But we should be suspicious of our dislike for them. Perhaps our hatred of rich people is quite simply, by a secret pathway, part and parcel of a revolt against love. In other words, it is perhaps tied to a negation, a vernianung of the virtues of poverty, which could well be at the origin of a certain misrecognition of what love is. The sociological result is, moreover, rather curious. We obviously facilitate in this way many of the functions of rich people, we temper our behavior at their homes or, to be more exact, we give them 1,000 excuses for avoiding their party-giving function. Which does not make them any happier. In short, it is quite evident to analysts that rich people have great difficulty loving, which is what a certain preacher from Galilee noted in passing many moons ago. We would perhaps do better to pity rich people for this rather than hating them, unless hating is, after all, merely a mode of loving, which is quite possible. What is clear is that wealth has a tendency to make you impotent. Long experience as an analyst allows me to tell you that I consider this a well-attested fact. And this explains quite a few things, for example, the need to do tilings in a roundabout fashion. Rich people are forced to buy, because they are rich. And in order to make up for this, in order to try to find potency anew, they strive to devalue things by buying them cheaply. This devaluing comes from them, they do it for their own convenience. To achieve this, the simplest means is, for example, not to pay for things. They sometimes hope to provoke thereby what they can never acquire directly, namely, the other's desire. But so much for rich people. Leon Bloy once wrote a book entitled La Femme Pauvre, The Woman Who Was Poor. I am annoyed because, for some time now, I have been referring to nothing but Catholic authors, but it is not my fault if I have, for eons, been finding very interesting things in their work. I would like it if, someday, someone would notice and put to good psychoanalytic use the extravagant things that are hidden in Bloy's book, which verges on the unbearable, and that only an analyst can understand. I have yet to see any of them take an interest in it. But Bloy would have done well to also write a book entitled The Woman Who Was Rich. It is clear that only women can incarnate the ferociousness of wealth in a dignified manner. But that is not enough, and it poses for them, and especially for those who wish to win their love, very specific problems. This would, however, require a return to the topic of feminine sexuality, and I apologize for merely indicating it to you as a toothing stone. Since I cannot go any further today, and since when I speak of love, it is very specifically in order to describe the field where I must say what our place must be in the transference, before leaving you today I would like to indicate something that bears on the topic of wealth, and to say a brief word to you about saints. This should not seem to come out of the blue, for we have not yet finished with Claudel. As you know, at the very end of the humiliation of the Father, in the solution given to the problem of desire, we have a saint. He is Orion, about whom it is expressly said that if he does not want to give anything to little Ponce, who, fortunately, is quite capable of taking it from him by force, it is because he has far too much joy, nothing but joy, complete joy. And there is no point debasing such wealth by having a little affair. This is said in the text, one of those affairs that unfolds over the course of a few short nights at a hotel strange stuffed. We would be going a bit too quickly were we to try to discuss the psychology of creation and to simply think that Orion is terribly repressed. Perhaps Claudel was terribly repressed, too. But what is signified by poetic creation, what is signified by the function Orion serves in this tragedy, namely, the fact that it interests us, is something else altogether. And this is what I would like to point out to you by remarking that saints are rich. They do all they can possibly do to seem poor, this is true, at least in varied climes, but it is precisely in this respect that they are rich, and especially filthy compared to other rich people, for theirs is not the kind of wealth that you can get rid of so easily. Saints exist entirely within the realm of having. They perhaps give up a few trivial things, but they do so in order to possess everything. And if you look closely at the life of the saints, you will see that saints cannot love God except as a name of their own jouissance. And, in the final analysis, their jouissance is always quite monstrous. In the course of our psychoanalytic discussions here, we have spoken about a number of human types, including heroes. I am merely introducing the difficult topic of saints anecdotally here, rather as a prop, it being one of those that I think is necessary to help us locate our own position. As you can well imagine, I naturally do not situate us among the saints. Still, it is worth saying so. For by not saying so, it might remain an ideal, as they say, for many people. There are many things about which one might be tempted to say that they are our ideal. What is ideal is at the heart of problems related to the analyst's position. We'll return to this notion in what follows and you will see what it is about this category that we should abandon. June. XXV. The relationship between anxiety and desire. The place of anxiety as a signal. Alpha. The unbearable object. The place of pure desirousness. Desire as a remedy for anxiety. The beginning of the class is missing. We shall immediately turn to the heart of a problem mentioned by Freud, that of the meaning of anxiety-angoisse. We will go further still, since we will begin with a question that arises from the economic standpoint, which is that of figuring out, as Freud tells us, where the energy for anxiety as a signal comes from. We find the following sentence on page of the German edition of Freud's Inhibitions, Symptoms, and Anxiety: Das Ich sieht die, Vorbeaussehend, Besetzen von der Sie verdrängenden Triebrepresentensabende verwendet sie für die Unlust Angst, Entbindung. Translation: the ego withdraws the preconscious cathexis from the Triebrepresentens, that is, from what, in the drive, is a representative that must be repressed. It transforms it in order to release unpleasure and angst. We must not alight upon a single sentence in Freud's work and immediately begin to excogitate about it. It is only after a good deal of reflection that I am asking you to turn to it now. I have carefully chosen it in order to incite you to reread Inhibitions, Symptoms, and Anxiety as soon as possible. To return to my own topic, let us turn now to the crux of the matter. I have said enough about it for you to suspect that the formula, so A, must somehow be involved in the stage of the orientation we are at, where fantasy is not simply formulated but brought up, broached, and tracked down in every possible manner. In order to grasp the necessity of this formula, you must realize that in this prop for desire, the respective functions of the two elements and their functional relationship cannot in any way be verbalized by any exhaustive attribute, which is why I must abbreviate them with two algebraic terms and amass their various characteristics around them. Cis related to the fading asterisk of the subject, whereas A, the little other, is related to the object of desire. The effect of this symbolization is already to show you that desire does not involve a simple subjective relationship to the object. It is not enough to say that, in the subject's relationship to the object, desire implies a mediation or a reflexive intermediary, if it merely involves, for example, the subject thinking of himself the way he thinks of himself in his knowledge relationship to the object. The whole theory of knowledge has been founded on this, which is precisely what the theory of desire is designed to call into question. This would have us shaking in our boots if others before us had not already called into question Descartes' I am thinking, therefore I am. Let us consider the sentence by Freud I mentioned earlier and try to apply this to it. This does not mean that I am immediately conveying you to the endpoint of my thought process. With the following questioning, I am conveying you halfway there. It is a problematic question, designed to orient you, to give you the illusion that you are the ones who are in the process of seeking, an illusion that will, moreover, be promptly realized, for I will not give you the final answer. It is not solely my question, but my method, too, that is heuristic. What does it thus mean to decathect the Triebrepresentens if we apply it to my own formulation? It means that anxiety is produced when the cathexis of little a is transferred to SS, however, is not something graspable, it can only be conceptualized as a place, since it is not even the subject's point of reflexivity, that is, the place where the subject could grasp himself, for example, as desiring cum desirant. The subject does not grasp himself as desiring. Nevertheless, in fantasy, the place where the subject could, as it were, grasp himself as such as desiring is always reserved. It is reserved so thoroughly that it is usually occupied by something homologous that is produced at the lower stage of the graph, I, A. It is not necessarily occupied by that, but it is ordinarily. This is expressed by the function of the real image of the vase in the inverted vase illusion. The image of the vase is produced there in such a way that it seems to surround the base of the stems of the flowers that elegantly symbolize little a. This is what is involved in the narcissistic image or phantom that comes to serve, in fantasy, as the illusion of aligning oneself as ecoapter with the object of desire, the illusion of having one's object in hand. If S is thus a place that can, from time to time, be empty, namely, a place where nothing satisfying happens as regards the arising of the image, we can theorize that anxiety as a signal is perhaps produced in response to the call for something to fill it. I am going to try to demonstrate this exceedingly important point. One can say that Freud's last work on the subject inhibitions, symptoms, and anxiety gives us almost everything we need to resolve it, without quite giving it the final quarter turn, strictly speaking. In his text, the nut is never completely tightened. Following Freud, let us say that anxiety as a signal is produced at the level of the ego. However, thanks to my formalizations, we shall perhaps be able to say a bit more about what is meant by the level of the ego. My notations will allow us to break down the question, to articulate it more precisely, and to thereby go beyond certain points at which the question leads Freud to an impasse. Here I am immediately going to make a leap. When Freud tells us about the economic transformation necessary for the signal to be produced by saying that it must not require very much energy to produce a signal, he already indicates that there is a relationship between the production of the signal and something like a verdict, a renunciation, not that different from a Vereinigung, owing to the fact that the subject is barred. The Verdrängung of the Triebrepresentens, the repression of the drives representative, also connotes the slipping away of the subject, which truly confirms the accuracy of my notation S. My leap involves designating for you what I have been announcing here for a long time as the place where the analyst is truly situated. Which does not mean that he occupies this place all the time, but it is the place where he waits. The word waits takes on its full import here, given what we will find anew here related to the function of waiting or erwartung, anticipation or expectation, in order to structure the place of S in fantasy. I said that I was making a leap, in other words, that I would not immediately prove what I am asserting. Let us now take the steps necessary to understand what is involved. One thing is given, which is that anxiety as a signal is produced somewhere, in a place that can be occupied by the ego insofar as it is the image of the other, the ego insofar as it is, fundamentally, the function of misrecognition. It occupies this place not inasmuch as this image occupies it, but qua place, in other words, inasmuch as this image can, on occasion, be dissolved there. Note carefully that I am not saying that it is the absence of the image that provokes anxiety. I am saying what I have been saying forever, namely, that the specular relationship, the subject's earliest relationship to the specular image, arises in the so-called reaction of aggressiveness. As I already indicated in my article on the topic, the mirror stage is not unrelated to anxiety. I even indicated that we can acquire a cross-sectional handle, as it were, on aggressiveness by orienting ourselves via the temporal relationship. Indeed, there are not only spatial relationships that refer to the specular image when it begins to come alive and become the other incarnate, there is also a temporal relationship. I hasten to see myself like the other, failing which where will I be? If, however, you take a look at my articles, those who keep abreast of my work know that I discuss the function of haste in logic in a little sophism, the three prisoners problem. You will see that I am being more prudent here. I have my reasons for not taking the formulation all the way. The function of haste, namely, the way a man runs headlong toward his resemblance to another man, is not anxiety. In order for anxiety to be constituted, there must be a relationship at the level of desire. This is why I am leading you by the hand today to the level of fantasy in order to broach the problem of anxiety. In order to show you where we are headed, I am going to get well ahead of myself, after which we will backtrack, darting hither and thither like jackrabbits. Where is the analyst situated in the subject's relationship to desire, in his relationship to an object of desire that we assume, in this case, to be an object that brings with it the threat in question, the threat that determines the Verdrängung, the fact that it must be repressed? It goes without saying that none of this is definitive, but since we are broaching the problem in this way, let us raise the following question: when faced with a dangerous object, since that is what is involved here, what would a subject ordinarily expect from someone who would dare occupy the place of his companion? The subject would expect his companion to give a danger signal, a signal that, in the case of a real danger, would lead the subject to get the hell out of there. Capital and little a. What I am introducing here is something that people complain that Freud did not include in his dialectic, for it was truly something that needed to be done. I say that the internal danger is altogether comparable to an external danger, and that the subject strives to avoid it in the same way that we avoid external dangers. Look at what this provides us by way of an effective articulation if we consider what actually happens in animal psychology. Everyone has heard about the role played by signals among social animals like those that live in herds. When a predator shows up, the cleverest animal, or the one in the herd that is keeping watch, notices, smells, and locates it. Gazelles and antelopes raise their muzzles, make a little bellowing sound, and without delay the whole herd dashes off in the same direction. A signal as a reaction to a danger in a social complex, at the biological level, can thus be grasped in an observable society. Well, the same is true of anxiety as a signal. The subject can receive the signal from the alter ego, from the other who constitutes his ego. You have heard me warn you at length against the dangers of altruism. I have explicitly told you to beware the pitfalls of mitlead or pity, that which stops us from harming the other, the poor girl la pauvre gosse, leading us to marry her and to both of us being bored for a long time to come. Am abbreviating here. However, if it is merely humane to alert you to the dangers of altruism, it does not mean that this is the final mainspring, and it is, moreover, in this respect that I am not, with respect to whomsoever I am speaking on a particular occasion, playing devil's advocate. The latter would bring him back to a healthy egoism and steer him away from this truly likable direction that involves not being mean. For, in fact, this precious mitlead or altruism merely covers over something else, and you can always find it, assuming that you look at it psychoanalytically. He who is suffocated by this mitlead is the obsessive, and the first step is to notice, using what point out to you and what the whole tradition of moralists allows us to assert in this case, that what he respects, what he is unwilling to violate in the other's image, is his own image. If the inviolability of this image were not carefully preserved, what would arise would truly be anxiety. Anxiety when faced with what? Not when faced with the other in whom he sees himself, the one called the poor girl earlier, who is poor only in his imagination, for she is always much tougher than you might think. When faced with the poor girl, he is scared to death of being faced with the other, not the image of himself, but the object of his desire. I will illustrate this with the following point, which is quite important. Anxiety is undoubtedly produced topographically in the place defined by I, in other words, as Freud articulated it in his last formulation, in the place of the ego. But there is no anxiety as a signal except insofar as it is related to an object of desire, inasmuch as the latter disturbs the ideal ego, that is, the I, that originates in the specular image. Anxiety as a signal has an absolutely necessary connection with the object of desire. Its function is not exhausted in the warning that one must take off. Even as it serves this function, a signal preserves one's relationship with an object of desire. This is the key to and the mainspring of what Freud accentuates in this text, as well as elsewhere, repeatedly and with the same accent, with the same choice of terms, and with the same incisiveness that is illuminating in his work, by distinguishing the situation of anxiety from that of danger and from that of Hilflosigkeit, helplessness or distress. When in Hilflosigkeit or distress, the subject is purely and simply overwhelmed by a situation that erupts, which he cannot cope with in any way. Between that and taking flight which, not to be heroic here, Napoleon himself considered the truly courageous solution when it came to love, there is another solution, and it is what Freud points out to us by underscoring the Erwarten character of anxiety. This is its central feature. True, we can secondarily construe it to be a reason to take off, but that is not its essential characteristic. Its essential characteristic is Erwarten, and I designate it by telling you that anxiety is the radical mode by which a relationship to desire is maintained. When the object disappears, for reasons of resistance, defense, or other ways of cancelling out the object, there remains what can remain, which is Erwarten. In other words, what remains is a pointing toward the object's place, a place where the object is now missing, where we are no longer dealing with anything but an unbestimmt object, an uncertain, undecided, or indefinite object, or again, as Freud says, an object with which we are in a relationship of Losigkeit, not having it. When we are at this stage, anxiety is the final or radical mode in which the subject continues to sustain his relationship to desire, even if it is an unbearable mode. There are other ways to sustain one's relationship to desire that concern the unbearable nature of the object. This is why I tell you that hysteria and obsession can be defined on the basis of the two statuses of desire that I call unsatisfied desire and impossible desire, that is, desire instituted in its impossibility. But it suffices that you cast your eyes now on the most radical form of neurosis, phobia, around which all of Freud's discourse revolves here, to see that it cannot be defined otherwise than by the following: phobia is designed to sustain a relationship to desire in the form of anxiety. There is but one thing that must be added in order to fully define it, just as in the complete definition of hysteria and obsession one must add the metaphor of the other, at the point at which the subject sees himself as castrated, confronted with the other with a capital O. In the case of Dora, for example, it is by means of Herr K that Dora desires, yet she does not love him, she loves Frau K. It is by means of the man she desires that she finds her way toward the woman she loves. We must, similarly, complete our formulation of phobia. Phobia involves the maintenance of a relationship to desire through anxiety, with a more precise supplement: the place of the object, insofar as it is aimed at by anxiety, is occupied by what I explained to you at length regarding little Hans, the function of the phobic object, namely, phi, capital Phi. In the phobic object, it is clearly the phallus that is at stake, but it is a phallus that takes on the value of all signifiers, occasionally even the value of the father. What is remarkable in the case of little Hans is both the absence carens and the presence of the father, absence in the form of the real father, presence in the form of the symbolic father, who is invasive. If all of this can take place at the same level, it is because the phobic object has the infinite possibility of serving a certain missing or deficient function. The latter is precisely what would make the subject succumb were anxiety not to arise in that function's place. Having taken this roundabout pathway, we can now grasp in what respect the function of anxiety as a signal warns about something very important in psychoanalytic practice and clinical work. The anxiety to which your patients are exposed is not at all, or is not only, as people think and as you always seek to confirm, as it were, internal to the subject. What is characteristic of the neurotic is to be, in this regard, according to André Breton's expression, a communicating vase. The anxiety your neurotic has to deal with, anxiety as energy, is an anxiety that he is in the serious habit of seeking with a magnifying glass, to the right and to the left, in one or the other of the others with a capital O he deals with. Their anxiety is just as valid and useful to him as his homegrown variety is. If you do not take it into account in the economy of an analysis, you will go very far astray. In many a case, you will be scratching your head, trying to figure out where a little resurgence of anxiety comes from when you least expect it. It is not necessarily his, and is not necessarily the anxiety you are already aware of owing to the prior months of analysis. There is also the anxiety of his neighbors that counts, not to mention your own. Naturally, you imagine that you will find your way. You know that you have already received warnings on this score. I'm afraid that this does not alert you too much, for what these warnings imply is that your own anxiety must not enter into the picture. The analysis must be aseptically free of your own anxiety. What can this mean at the level where I am trying to get you to stay this year, the synchronic level which does not provide the same ease as diachrony? The fact that you have largely gone beyond anxiety in your own prior analysis resolves nothing, for what we must know is in what current state you must be, as concerns your desire, so that not only anxiety as a signal, but anxiety itself does not arise from you in an analysis. For if it arises, it is quite capable of being transferred to your patient's economy, and this all the more so the further along he is in his analysis, in other words, the more he seeks out the path of his desire at the level of the other with a capital O that you are for him. Be that as it may, in order to come full circle, we have to bring in the function of the other with a capital O concerning the possibility of the arising of anxiety as a signal. My earlier reference to animal herds clearly shows that signals operate within a necessary function of imaginary communication, and it is here that I want you to sense that, if anxiety is a signal, what this means is that it can come from someone else. The fact remains that, insofar as what is involved here is a relationship to desire, a signal is not exhaustively covered by the metaphor of the danger posed by the herd's enemy. Indeed, what distinguishes a human herd from an animal herd is, as everyone, except for the shakers and movers in group collective psychology, knows, that each subject himself is the enemy of the herd. We find an interesting transposition, in this reference to the reality of the herd, of what Freud articulates for us as an internal danger. We find here the exact confirmation of what I always tell you: the universal, individual, and collective are situated at one and the same level. What is true at the individual level, this internal danger, is also true at the collective level. The danger that is internal to the subject is the same as the danger that is internal to the herd. This is related to the originality of the very nature/position of desire. Insofar as desire emerges in order to make up for a lack of certainty or for the lack of a guarantee, the subject finds himself confronted with what is significant to him insofar as he is not simply an animal in a herd. He may be an animal in a herd, except that every elementary action on his part, which surely exists, is seriously disturbed owing to the fact that it is included, both at the collective and at the individual level, in his relationship to the signifier. At the moment at which a social animal takes off upon hearing a signal given by a guard animal or some other animal, he is the herd. A speaking being, on the other hand, is essentially the want-to-be that has arisen out of a certain relationship to discourse, that has arisen from a kind of poetry, if you will. The subject can only fill this want-to-be, as I have already indicated, through an action that, you will sense this better in the context of the parallel I am drawing, very easily takes on, indeed perhaps always radically takes on, the quality of a headlong flight. But this action, which involves neither the level of coherence nor that of collective defense, does not in any way help out the herd. In short, the herd does not take very well to the subject's action, in theory, not to say that it wants nothing to do with it. And it is not simply the herd, reality wants nothing to do with his action either, because reality is precisely the sum total of certainties accumulated by adding up a series of prior actions. A new action is always unwelcome. This is what allows us to correctly situate, in other words, in a way that intersects psychoanalytic practice, the nevertheless surprising fact, which is still more or less obvious, of the slight lifting of anxiety that occurs every time the subject's desire is truly at work. Here we are dealing both with the everyday level of experience and with what is essential, that is, with what is at the heart and root of our practice. If psychoanalysis has not succeeded in getting men to understand that their desires, first, are not the same thing as their needs and, second, are in themselves of a dangerous nature, threatening to the individual, this is shed light on by the fact that their desires are obviously threatening to the herd, then I wonder what purpose psychoanalysis has ever served. The point is to follow a certain upward path, and since we are already on our way, we are going to continue by raising an insidious question: what must the analyst's Viragung be? Here, frankly, I haven't yet taken things much further, but I ask you this: doesn't the analyst's fruitful Viragung consist in the fact that he refuses to give his own anxiety to the patient and leaves empty the place he is called upon to occupy as the other who is expected to give anxiety as a signal? We can see highlighted here what already pointed out last time when I said that the analyst's pure place, insofar as we can define it in and through fantasy, is that of pure desirousness, desirant per. The function of desire is always produced somewhere, whether the subject comes to occupy the place of Eumenos or Iramenon. This is why I had you engage in extensive deciphering of the theory of love in Plato's Symposium at the beginning of this academic year. We must now manage to conceptualize how a subject can occupy the place of pure desirousness, in other words, abstract or subtract himself, in the relationship to the other, from any supposition of being desirable. What you have read of the statements made and responses given by Socrates in the Symposium must give you a glimpse of what I am telling you now. If something is incarnated in and signified by the episode with Alcibiades, it is clearly the following. On the one hand, Socrates asserts that he knows nothing except about matters of love, and everything we are told about him is that he is desirous through and inexhaustibly so. Yet, on the other hand, when it comes time for him to take up the position of he who is desired when faced with Alcibiades' public, scandalous, out of control, and drunk aggression, he literally is not up to it. I'm not saying that this resolves the matter, but it at least illustrates what I am talking to you about. It has a meaning that was at least incarnated somewhere. I am not the only one to whom Socrates appears to be a human enigma, a one-of-a-kind case about which we know not what to do, with what kind of tweezers we can try to pick him up and examine him. Everyone has thought as much, whenever they genuinely raised the following questions: how was this guy put together? And why did he create such chaos wherever he went simply by showing up and telling little stories that seem to be about everyday matters? I would like us to dwell a little while on the status of the place of the desirer-desirant. It resonates or rhymes with what I will call the place of the end-reader orant in prayer, for in prayer the end-reader sees himself in the process of praying or. There is no such thing as a prayer in which the end-reader does not see himself praying. This morning I thought of Priam in the Iliad. He is the very epitome of end-readers, having demanded that Achilles give him back the body of the last, or almost last, of his sons. In any case, he is attached to Hector. What does he tell Achilles? He does not say much to him about Hector, first of all because it is not easy for him to talk about Hector given the state he is in at that moment, and second because it seems that whenever the living Hector is at stake, Achilles, who is hard to handle, not being master of his own impulses, begins to grow furious, even though he has received divine instructions via his mother, Thetis, who came to tell him the following: the big boss came to see me expressly to tell me that he wants you to return Hector to his father, Priam. Priam is not very sophisticated, psychologically speaking. Owing to the fact that he is in the position of the end-reader, he exemplifies in his request the very figure of the end-reader. His prayer has resonated since the beginning of our age, for even if you have not read the Iliad, the episode cannot be utterly unfamiliar to you given all the other models it has engendered. In his prayer, Priam's character is split in two, being accompanied by another who is described and inserted into his prayer in the form of someone who is not there, namely, Peleus, Achilles' father. It is Priam who prays, but his prayer must necessarily involve another person. He does not simply invoke Achilles' father, but the figure of a father who is, perhaps, quite annoyed at that very moment because his neighbors are harassing him, but who knows he at least still has one son left, Achilles. In every prayer, you can thus find what I call the place of the end-reader within the very discourse of the person who prays. The desirer-desirant is not the same, which is why I am taking this roundabout route. The one who desires desirant as such can say nothing about himself without abolishing himself as desiring. This is what defines the pure place of the subject qua desiring. Any attempt to explain oneself is, in this context, futile. Even a breaking off of speech can say nothing. Syncope du langage est impuissant à dire because, as soon as the subject speaks, he is no longer anything but a beggar quamanger. He shifts to the register of demand, which is a horse of a different color. This is no less important when the point is to formulate what traces out the specific form of the analyst's place in the response to the other that psychoanalysis constitutes. I will end today on a point that will perhaps add yet another dead-end formulation to all those that I seem to have already served up to you. Here is the formulation, and it is of some interest since it brings together the elements I have just gone over. If anxiety is what I told you it is, a relationship that props up desire where the object is lacking, then by inverting the terms, we see that desire is a remedy for anxiety. We observe this constantly in psychoanalytic practice. Anyone who is slightly neurotic knows as much about it as you do, if not even more. The support found in desire, as awkward as desire may be given all the guilt that accompanies it, is still much easier to maintain than the position of anxiety. The upshot is that, overall, for someone who is a bit astute and experienced, I am speaking here about the analyst, it is good to always have within reach a little well-polished desire so as not to be prone to bringing into play in the analysis a quantum of anxiety that would be neither opportune nor welcome. Is this where I mean to lead you? Certainly not, for it is not easy to locate the walls of a hallway by feeling our way along with our hands. Our concern here is not with desire as an expedient but, rather, with a certain relationship to desire which must not be sustained merely from day to day. Next week, I will return to the distinction, which I began talking about last time, between the subject's relation to the ideal ego and to the ego ideal. This will allow us to find our way in the true topography of desire, thanks to the function of the Einziger-Zug, which fundamentally characterizes the ego ideal and thus allows us to define the function of the object in relation to narcissism. This is what I hope to be able to accomplish in the next class, placing it under the heading of Pinder's formulation, a dream of a shadow is man, as he writes in the last verses of his 8th Pythian Ode. June. XXVI. A dream of a shadow is man. A fly in the field of the other. With an analyst, man awakens. Abraham and partial love. From narcissism to the object. The fox and the tip of his nose. Today we are going to try to talk a bit about the subject of identification inasmuch as we are led to it, as I hope you have figured out, as the terminus of the precise question around which my attempt to elucidate transference this year has revolved. I announced last time that I would take things up again this time using as an epigraph Pinder's famous ejaculatory proclamation, found in his 8th Pythian Ode written for Aristomenes, the wrestler from Aegina who was the winner at the Pythian Games. Epsilon pi mu epsilon rho omicron iota tau delta delta omicron tau iota, sigma kappa iota omicron nu alpha rho nu theta rho omega pi omicron. Creatures of a day. What is someone? What is no one? A dream of a shadow is man. I intentionally stress the need to distinguish between two different concrete levels of identification, making an obvious distinction that is phenomenologically within everyone's ken. The ideal ego is not to be confused with the ego ideal. Psychologists like Lacan can discover this all by themselves, and they do not fail to do so. Moreover, the fact that this is just as important in the articulation of Freud's dialectic is confirmed, for example, by the work I mentioned last time by Conrad Stein on primal identification, which ends with the recognition of something that is still obscure, namely, the difference between the two series of identifications that Freud distinguishes and accentuates as ego identifications and ego-ideal identifications. A dream of a shadow is man. Let us thus turn to the little optical schema see chapter XXIV above that you are beginning to become familiar with, and that you will come across again when you work at your leisure on the 6th issue of the journal La Psychanalyse, which will be published shortly. The illusion that is represented here, known as that of the inverted vase, can only be produced for eyes that are situated somewhere within the cone produced by the point that joins the edge of the spherical mirror with the focal point where the illusion is produced. You are aware that this illusion, which is a real image, serves to metaphorize for us what I call / of a, written I, which designates the specular image as a function. In other words, it is the specular image as such, imbued with the tone and specific accent of the power of fascination, with its own characteristic cathexis in the libidinal register, that is clearly distinguished by Freud with the term narcissistic cathexis. This function, I, is the core function of narcissistic cathexis. These words do not suffice to define all the relations and impacts in which this function appears. What I will say today will allow you to approach more closely what is at stake, for it is also what I call the ideal ego as a function insofar as it is distinct from the ego ideal as a function and is, indeed, opposed to it. I trace out the operationalizing mise en function of the other insofar as he is the other of the speaking subject, the other insofar as through him, as the locus of speech, the impact of the signifier comes into play for every subject we deal with as psychoanalysts. We can pinpoint there the place of what will begin to function as an ego ideal. In my little schema, as you will see it published in the journal Crits, p. You will perceive that S, which is there to figure the subject as a function, is purely virtual. This function is, as it were, a necessity of thought, the very one that is at the crux of the theory of knowledge, namely, that we cannot conceptualize anything as an object that is not propped up by a subject. But, as analysts, we call into question the real existence of this function. Indeed, we bring out the fact that the subject we deal with, owing to the fact that he is essentially a subject who speaks, cannot be confused with the subject of knowledge. It was truly a case of stating the obvious on my part when I reminded analysts that, to us, the subject is not the subject of knowledge, but the subject of the unconscious. We must not speculate about him as some sort of pure self-transparency of thought, since this is precisely what we contest. The idea that thought is transparent is a pure illusion. I am aware that some of my comments get philosophers up in arms. Believe me. I have already had discussions with defenders of Descartes' position that went far enough for me to be able to say that there is room for possible agreement among us. But I will leave this debate to one side, since it is not what I am interested in today. The subject who is indicated in my schema is thus in a position to accede to a grasp of the real image that is produced at Ive, only by means of an artifice. This is so because he is not there and because it is only by means of the other as a mirror that he can come to situate himself there. As he is nothing, he cannot see himself there. Thus it is not he himself qua subject that he looks for in this mirror. A long time ago, shortly after the war, in my paper on psychical causality delivered in the town of Bonneville, I spoke of a mirror that shows him a surface in which nothing is reflected. Crits, p. At the time, this enigmatic comment led people to confuse what I was saying with some kind of more or less mystical ascetic exercise. You should now realize what I meant, or more precisely, you should begin to sense that in the analyst's function as a mirror, it is not the mirror of specular assumption that is involved. I am speaking of the place that the analyst must occupy, even if it is in the mirror that the specular, virtual image must be produced. The image that is found at I, is truly what the subject sees in the other, but he only sees it insofar as he is situated in a place that cannot be confused with the place of what is reflected. No condition requires him to be at I, in order to see himself at I. Certain conditions nevertheless require him to be in a certain field, the field traced out by the lines delimiting a certain conical volume. Why then, in this original schema, did I place S in the spot where you will find it in the published figure? Nothing implies that he is there rather than elsewhere. He is there in theory because, with respect to the orientation of the figure, you see him appear in some sense behind I, and because this position is not without having a phenomenological correspondent that is expressed rather well in the French expression, and it is no accident that it exists, une idée derrière la tête literally, an idea behind the head, figuratively, an idea in the back of one's mind. Why would ideas that are generally the ones that sustain us be qualified as ideas behind the head? It is no accident that analysts sit behind their patients. We will turn again later today to the topic of what is in front and what is behind. Be that as it may, the position of S in the field of the other, that is, in the virtual field that the other develops, owing to its presence, as a field of reflection, can only be located here at the point designated by capital I, insofar as it is distinct from the place where I, is projected. It is inasmuch as this distinction is not merely possible, but ordinary that the subject can apprehend what is fundamentally illusory about his narcissistic identification. There is the shadow, der Schatten, as Freud says somewhere pound 14, p. Precisely as regards the Verloren's object, of the lost object, in the work of mourning. If der Schatten, the shadow or essential opacity that narcissistic structure brings to the object relationship, is surmountable, it is insofar as the subject can identify with something else. I have figured the other here in a form in which it is legitimate for us to figure it, as a mirror. It is the form in which existentialist philosophy grasps it, grasping it in that form to the exclusion of any other, and this is precisely what constitutes its limitation. The other, that philosophy tells us, is he who sends our own image back to us. Now, if the other is nothing but he who reflects my own image back to me, I am, in fact, nothing but what I see myself as. Literally, I am the other with a capital O insofar as he himself, if he exists, sees the same thing as me. He, too, sees himself in my place. How am I to know if what I see myself as over there is not all there is? It is truly the simplest hypothesis to assume the other to be a living mirror, such that when I gaze at him, it is him in me that gazes at himself, and who sees himself in my place, in the place that I occupy in him. Assuming he is nothing but his own gaze, he is the one who grounds the truth of this gaze. In order to dissipate this mirage, something suffices, something is required, and something occurs every day that I represented to you earlier on as the movement of the small child's head when he turns around toward the person who is carrying him. It doesn't take much, a lightning flash, but that is already saying too much, for flashes of lightning have always been taken to be no less than emblematic signs of the Father of the gods, and I am not bringing this up at random, or even just a fly buzzing about that passes into this field, for me to locate myself elsewhere, to lead me outside of the conical field in which is visible. Don't think that by bringing in a fly, wasp, or anything else that makes noise and surprises us, I am just kidding around, because, as you very well know, even such a diminutive insect can be the elective object that suffices to constitute what I call the signifier of a phobia. Such an object can take on the altogether sufficient, operative function of calling into question the reality and consistency of the ego as an illusion. It is enough for anything that serves as a prop for the subject to move within the field of the other for the other's consistency, or more precisely, the consistency of what is there qua field of narcissistic cathexis, to be called into question by one of these deviations écarts. Indeed, if we rigorously follow Freud's teaching, although the field of narcissistic cathexis is central and essential, and it is around this field that the entire fate of human desire is played out, it is not the only field. The proof thereof is that, at the very moment at which Freud introduces this field in his Einführung on Narcissism, he distinguishes it from another field, that of the relationship to the archaic object, the nourishing field of the modern NAL object. This other field, which, in Freud's dialectic, takes on the value of being of an altogether different order, and which is, if I understood Conrad Stein correctly, what the latter identified in his work by the term primal identification, is, to my way of thinking, and this is something new that I am introducing, structured in an original, radical way by the presence of the signifier as such. If I am introducing this notion, it is not for the sheer pleasure of contributing a new articulation of what is truly still the same field, but because the function of the signifier is decisive here. It is thanks to its function that what comes from this field allows the subject the possibility to exit from his pure and simple captivity in the narcissistic field. And it is only by pointing out that the function of signifying elements is essential that we can introduce clarifications and make possible distinctions that are imperiously necessitated by clinical questions that are as concrete as possible, as I will show you. It is only by introducing the articulation of the signifier in structuring the field of the other that clinical questions can be resolved that have hitherto remained unresolved, leading for this reason to irreducible confusions. In other words, sigma kappa iota nu alpha rho nu theta rho omega pi omicron, a dream of a shadow is man. It is on the basis of my dream, it is by moving about in the field of dreams insofar as it is the field of the wandering of signifiers, that I can glimpse the possibility of dissipating the effects of the shadow and know that it is merely a shadow. Naturally, there is something that I may for a long time still not know, which is that I am dreaming. But it is already at the level of dreams and in the field of dreams, assuming I know how to question them and articulate them, that I can not only triumph over the shadow but that I have my first access to the idea that there is something more real than the shadow, that there is, first of all and at the very least, a reality real / of desire that this shadow separates me from. You will tell me that the world of reality real / is not the world of my desires. But Freud's dialectic also teaches us that I only proceed in the world of objects along the pathway of the obstacles placed before my desire. The object is OB. The object is found through objections. If the first step toward reality is made at the level of dreams and in dreams, I still have to wake up to get to this reality. But it does not suffice to topologically define this awakening by saying that what wakes me up is when there is a little too much reality in my dream. In fact, I awaken when the satisfaction of demand appears in my dream. It is not the most common occurrence, but it happens. The psychoanalytic path toward the truth about man has taught us what awakening is, and we glimpse what becomes of demand. The analyst articulates what man demands. With an analyst, man awakens. He realizes that for the million years that the human species has been here, it has not ceased to be necrophagous. This is the final word of what Freud articulates with the term primal identification, the first type of identification. Man has never ceased to eat his dead, even if he dreamt for a short space of time that he had definitively repudiated cannibalism. It was important here for me to point out that it is precisely along the pathway whereby we are shown that desire is an oniric desire, that desire has the same structure as dreams do, that the first correct step was made regarding the pathway toward reality. It is because of dreams and in the field of dreams that we first prove to be stronger than the shadow. Now that I have articulated the relations between I, A, and I, although I'm sorry that I have done so in such a way that you cannot already see their clinical implications, I am going to show the relations between this couple of terms and little a, the object of desire. This is what is important to me, and my prior discourse implies it, inasmuch as it suffices to guide us in the relations between A and I, A. I will return later to what, apart from the overall experience of dreams, justifies the emphasis I have placed on the signifier's function in the field of the other. Whenever identifications with the ego ideal are mentioned, for example, in the introjection involved in mourning around which an essential part of Freud's conception of identification revolves, you will see that, if we look closely at the clinical picture, we never encounter a global identification, the kind that would, with respect to the narcissistic identification that it combats, involve the enveloping of one being by another. In order to illustrate what I have just said, consider the image we find in Christian icons, the mother with the child that she holds before her on her lap. Believe me, this figuration of the mother enveloping her child is no accident. If this were the crucial opposition between identifications, then compared to narcissistic identification, anaclitic identification should be like a vase containing within it a more limited world. I will tell you right away that one of the most demonstrative texts on this topic is the Versuch einer Entwicklungsgeschichte der Libido by Karl Abraham. You must read his short study of the development of the libido, which came out in his article, What is Constantly at Stake, is to draw out the consequences of what Freud had just contributed regarding the mechanism of mourning and the identifications that it involves. Among the very numerous clinical illustrations Abraham provides of the reality of this mechanism, there is not a single example that does not unambiguously give you the impression that the kind of introjection involved is not the introjection of the reality of another person as enveloping, overflowing, or all-inclusive, or even as a hodgepodge at times, but always the introjection of ein einziger Zug, a single trait. The illustrations of this that he supplies go very far, since in reality, despite his title, Versuch, an essay or short study on the development of the libido, what he talks about is the function of that which is partial in identification, and he does this alongside his study of development and under the aegis of this study, unless the latter is merely the excuse for the former, or perhaps even a subdivision of it. Indeed, it is in this article that Karl Abraham introduced the notion that is incorrectly referred to as that of the partial object, which has since circulated throughout psychoanalytic work, becoming the foundation on which quite a lot of theorization concerning the neuroses and perversions has been constructed. I will show you what it is actually about before returning to the brilliant illustrations he provides of it. It will suffice for me to indicate to you exactly where you can find these things in the text, and you will see that there is nothing to object to in what I am formulating here. For Abraham's article has no meaning or import except insofar as it illustrates on every page what characterizes identification. Inasmuch as it is an ego-ideal identification, it is an identification via isolated traits, each of which is unique and has a signifying structure. This is also what obliges us to look a bit more closely at what must be distinguished from it, assuming we wish to see clearly. Indeed, in the same context, and for good reason, Abraham introduces what is designated as the function of the partial object. This is precisely what is involved in the relations between I, A, and A. If you read Abraham's essay, you will find the following term, partial Liebe, partial love, used in connection with the object, partial love for the object. The object of this love, the more than exemplary object, the only true object, although others can be inscribed in the same structure, is the phallus. This is what Abraham stresses. How does he conceptualize in his text the break or disjunction that gives the phallus its value as a privileged object? On every page, he manages to produce for us what is at stake in the following manner. What does partial love for the object mean according to Abraham? It is not love for what goes by the name phallus that falls away in the process. It is truly love that is close to acceding to the normal object, love for the opposite sex, the kind of love tied to the capital, structuring, and structural stage that we call the phallic stage. It is truly love for another person, a person who is as complete as possible, minus the genitals. By way of clinical examples, Abraham provides two cases of hysterical women pp. Who have with their fathers certain relations that are entirely based on variations in the relationship to the object. In the first case, following a traumatic experience involving her father at age 6, she witnessed her parents having sexual intercourse and saw her father's naked body, p. The father was no longer apprehended by the patient for anything other than his phallic value, but later on in the treatment, he appeared in her dreams with his complete image, except that this image was censured at the level of the genitals, he appeared devoid of pubic hair p. All of Abraham's examples run along these lines. Partial love for the object, that is, love for the object minus the genitals, provides a foundation for the imaginary separation of the phallus, insofar as the latter intervenes henceforth as a central and exemplary function. The phallus is the pivotal function, I would say, in that it allows us to situate what is distinguished from it, namely A and, in little a, the general function of the object of desire. At the heart of the little a function, allowing us to group together the different modes of possible objects that intervene in fantasy, is the phallus. The latter is the object, as I have said, that allows us to situate the series of possible objects, their point of origin, what comes before and what comes after. The crucial point is articulated on page of the original edition P in the English, where Abraham points out in a footnote that love for the object, with the exclusion of the genitals, appears to analysts to be the stage of psychosexual development that temporally coincides with the stage of phallic development. He adds that the two are linked not only because they coincide temporally, but also because they have much closer internal relations. In addition, he indicates that hysterical symptoms can be understood as the negative of the function that is defined as the exclusion of the genitalia. I had not reread this text in a long time, having left it to two of you to do so for us. Perhaps it would not be a bad thing for you to realize that the algebraic formula that I gave for the hysterics fantasy is manifest in Abraham's text. For the time being, it is something else that I wish to get you to see, which is also found in the text, but which I think no one has thus far noticed. Abraham raises the following question: whence comes the struggling reluctance and, in short, raging will rage, a term that I am introducing, but that is justified by his preceding lines, to castrate the other in the living flesh, a raging will that already wells up at the imaginary level? He answers this by saying, wir müssen außerdem in Betracht ziehen, das bei jedem Menschen das eigen genital starker als Irgendian anderer Körperteil mit narzisstischer Liebe besetzt ist. We must thus take into consideration the fact that in every man, the genitals, strictly speaking, are more cathected than any other part of the body in the narcissistic field. And so that there will be no mistaking what he thinks, Abraham indicates that this corresponds precisely to the fact that anything but the genitals must be cathected when it comes to the object. I am not sure if you truly realize what such a modification implies, a modification that is not isolated here as if it were a mere slip of the pen. Everything goes to show that this is what underpins all of Abraham's thought. I cannot in good conscience quickly glide over this point as if it were an everyday truth. Despite the obviousness and necessity of such an articulation, I do not believe that it has hitherto been pointed out by anyone. Let us try to understand this with the help of the blackboard. Lacan begins drawing a schema. Here is the field of one's own body, in other words, the narcissistic field. The only reason for having brought in narcissism here is to show us that the process of cathexis progress depends on the transformations of narcissism. Let us try to draw something that corresponds to what Abraham tells us, namely, that cathexis is never stronger than when it comes to the genitals. We arrive at the following graphic representation, where the uppermost squiggly line represents the profile of narcissistic cathexis. Now what can we say about object cathexis? Abraham's sentence, if we are to take it seriously, implies that, as opposed to what we might at first think, the energy that is going to be transferred to the object is not subtracted from the summit, from the spot where there is maximal cathexis. It is not the regions that are the most cathected that lose some of their charge in order to begin to provide a little cathexis to the object. In Abraham's conceptualization, insofar as it is necessitated by the whole of his book, otherwise his book has no meaning whatsoever, it is, on the contrary, at the lowest levels of cathexis of one's own body that energy is taken so as to be used for object cathexis. Abraham explains this to us in the clearest manner possible. It is inasmuch as the subject's own genitals remain cathected, that the object's genitals are not cathected. There is absolutely no other way to understand what he says. Doesn't it seem, if you give this a little thought, that it leads us to an observation that has far more importance than we might think? Indeed, there is something that it seems people don't realize about the mirror stage and the function of the specular image. If the kind of communicating, reversal, deflection, diversement, or interchanging of libido that takes place between the narcissistic object and the other object is regulated at the level of specular relations, mustn't we show a bit of imagination and give importance to what results from it? If, in the imaginary, the organizing center of the relationship to the other as sexual, or as not sexual, is situated in man at the specular stage, isn't it worth our while to dwell for a moment on the following point, that no one ever mentions? This economy has an intimate relationship with faces, with the face-to-face relationship. We often employ this term, emphasizing it in a certain way, but it does not seem that we have ever entirely emphasized what is original about it. We call the genital relationship that takes place at Tergo a relationship more canis. It should not be good enough for cats, if you catch my drift. It would suffice for you to think of cat-like women to tell yourself that there is perhaps something decisive in imaginary structuring which is such that, for the vast majority of species, the relationship with the object of desire being structurally destined to come from behind, this relationship consists in covering or being covered. Rare are the species for which this thing must take place from the front. In our species, the sensitive moment of the apprehension of the object is decisive, assuming you lend credence to both the experiential results of the mirror stage and what I have tried to find in it. I am speaking of an object that is defined by the fact that, in animals that have an erect posture, something essential happens with the appearance of their ventral side. This is of capital importance. It seems to me that people have never yet clearly brought out the full range of consequences of what I will call the various fundamental positions of eroticism. It is not that we do not see features of them here and there, or that psychoanalytic authors have not for a long time observed that almost all primal scenes evoke and reproduce the witnessing of coitus that occurs at ergo, and are connected to that. Why? I will not dwell here on a certain number of notations that could be put into some kind of order in this way, because want to indicate to you that it is rather remarkable that the objects that turn out to have an isolated value in the imaginary composition of the human psyche, especially as partial objects, are not only situated in front, but stick out, as it were. If we take as our frame of reference a vertical surface that is parallel to the surface of a mirror, and gauge in some sense the depth of what is at stake in the specular image, we can measure what comes forward with respect to this depth, as emerging from libidinal immersion. I am not speaking merely of the phallus, but also of the essentially phantasmatic objects known as the breasts. I recently remembered, in this context, an episode in a book by the marvelous Madame Gyp, which is entitled Petit Bob. In it, Little Bob, who is an inimitable clown, notices two little sugar loaves, as he puts it, on a woman who is floating on her back in the water at the seaside. He discovers their appearance with wonder, and we sense some indulgence here on the author's part. I believe that it is never a waste of time to read works by authors who take the trouble to transcribe for us what children say. This comment was surely a direct quote. The fact that Madame Gyp, who was the mother of a late lamented neurosurgeon, who may well have been the prototype of Little Bob, was, we must admit, a bit of an idiot, certainly does not mean that reading her work is any less profitable to us, quite the contrary. We will thus perhaps see better now the true function that should be ascribed to the object relation to the nipple. The tip of the breast also has a gestalt-like relationship insofar as it is set off from or isolated against a background. Owing to this, it is in a position of exclusion with respect to the profound relationship with the mother which is that of breastfeeding. Were it not so, perhaps one would not so often have such trouble getting infants to latch onto their mother's nipples. And perhaps the phenomena of anorexia nervosa would also take a different shape. You should thus keep in mind the little schema concerning the mainspring of the two-way link between narcissistic cathexis and object cathexis, a link that justifies its name and allows us to isolate its mechanism. Not every object must be defined, purely and simply, as a partial object, far from it, but the central characteristic of the relationship between one's own body and the phallus conditions the relationship to the most primitive objects after the fact, nachträglich. The fact that they are separable objects, that they are objects that can possibly be lost, and that they function as lost objects, all of these features would not be laid out in the same way were there not at the center the emergence of the phallic object as a blank spot on the body image. Think of the islands you see on sailors' maps. What there is on the islands is not represented in the slightest, but merely the outlines. Well, the same is true for objects of desire in general. I will try to show this to you next time. The genital is like an island, and it is not enough to say that later on we will sketch in what there is on the island, that the thing will be taken care of, and that we will then enter thoroughly into genitality. No one has ever done the drawing. To characterize the object as genital does not suffice to define its relationship with the body, nor does it suffice to qualify one's entry into the genital stage as post-ambivalent. No one has ever entered into it. I will conclude here with a little image designed to get you to remember what is new in what I wish to add to your mental imagery today. While I was contemplating the relationship between men and animals, it occurred to me that I should read up on hedgehogs to find out how they make love. It is clear that to do so at ergo must be rather inconvenient for them. I must give Jean Rostand a call to ask him what they do. But I will not dwell on this point. Hedgehogs figure in literature. Archilochus says the following in his Epodes. The fox knows lots of tricks, the hedgehog only one, but it's a winner. Well, what is at issue here concerns the hedgehog. Whether or not he was thinking of Archilochus, Jean Giraudoux reveals the lightning flash style of someone who also has a winning trick up his sleeve, which he attributes to the fox. He says, and it is possible that an association of ideas played a role here, perhaps the hedgehog, too, knows this particular trick. It would, in any case, be urgent for him to know it, for it has to do with the way to get rid of vermin, an operation that is more than merely problematic for the hedgehog. Giraudouz's fox proceeds in the following manner. He wades very slowly into the water, going in tail first. He slips in slowly, letting the water envelop him until nothing remains above the surface but the tip of his nose. Then he dives in order to be thoroughly washed clean of everything that has infested him. I hope this image will illustrate for you the relationship that I brought out today, namely, that everything that is narcissistic must be conceptualized as at the root of castration. June. XXVII. Am earning the loss of the analyst. The little of desire. The Sadian line. I desire. The relationship between I and A. As I was preparing this last class of the year for you, Plato's invocation at the beginning of the Critias came to mind. He speaks there about tone as an essential element in the measure of what must be said. Would, indeed, that I could know how to maintain the right tone. In order to do so, Plato mentions the topic he is going to discuss in this unfinished text, which is no less than the birth of the gods AB. This coincidence of topics did not displease me, since, tangentially no doubt, we came quite close to the same one, to the point of hearing someone, who professes, you may think, to be an atheist in certain ways, speak of the gods as that which is found in the real. It turns out that, every week, more and more of you hear what I tell you as especially addressed to you. Not that I privately address whomsoever I please, since many of you, if not all of you, hear it. Nor is what I say addressed to you as a group either, for I observe that what each person hears leaves room among yourselves for dissent, if not discordance. A lot of room is thus left for different views. Perhaps this is what is known, strictly speaking, as a voice crying in the wilderness parlor dans le desert. I can certainly have no reason to complain about having been deserted this year. As everyone knows, there can practically be a crowd of people in the desert, for a desert is not constituted by emptiness. What is important is the following: that I dare to hope, that it is to some degree in the desert that you have come to find me. Let us not be too optimistic, nor too proud of ourselves, but let us say, all the same, that you have had, all of you have had, some concern about where the desert ends. This is why I ensure that what I tell you is never, in fact, cumbersome as concerns the role that I must play with some of you, which is that of your analyst. This is precisely related to what my seminar this year aims at, namely, the position of the analyst. We are concerned with what is at the heart of the response that the analyst must provide in order to be equal to the power of the transference. Characterize this position by saying that the analyst must abstain from having any notion of an ideal analyst in the very place that is his. I believe that respecting this condition is likely to permit the necessary reconciliation of the two positions I hold for a number of you, being both your analyst and someone who speaks to you about analysis. In various ways and under various headings, one can of course formulate something along the lines of ideals as regards the analyst. There are qualifications the analyst must have, and they already suffice to constitute a core of ideals. The analyst must not be altogether ignorant of a certain number of things, that is for sure. But this is not at all what is involved in his essential position. Naturally, the ambiguity of the word knowledge nu/r comes in here. If, in his invocation at the beginning of the Critias, Plato refers to knowledge as the sole guarantee that what he will broach will remain measured, it is because at his time, this ambiguity was much smaller. The meaning the word knowledge has for him is much closer to what I am aiming at when I try to articulate for you what the analyst's position is, and it is here that the choice I made this year to begin with the exemplary image of Socrates is truly justified. Last time I arrived at what I believe to be a turning point in what I will have to articulate hereafter, the function of little objecta in my schemas. It is, indeed, the function that I have thus far elucidated the least. I broached it last time regarding the object qua part, a part that presents itself as separate, the partial object, as they say. And, directing you to a text that I entreat you to peruse carefully during the upcoming summer vacation, I pointed out that Carl Abraham, he who introduced the notion of the partial object, quite categorically means by it a love for the object from which a part is excluded. A partial object is an object minus this part. Such is the foundation of the experience around which the introduction of the partial object revolves, and you are aware of the interest that has since been granted it, in particular in Winnicott's speculations, those that are related, in the final analysis, to the meditations of the Kleinian circle. Those who listen to me, assuming they hear me, have been able to have for a long time, it seems to me, more than just a suspicion of the formal fine-tuning that we can perform regarding the partial nature of the object, insofar as it is very closely related to the function of metonymy. The latter lends itself to the same equivocations in grammar. There, too, you can hear that metonymy is the part taken for the whole, a definition that allows for everything, both truth and error. Truth, if this part taken for the whole is transformed in the process in order to become a signifier. Error, if we consider only the part like face, in other words, if we look only to a reality-based reference in order to understand it. I have already underscored this elsewhere sufficiently not to return to it here. What is important is that you recall to mind the schema I presented last time, as well as the schema of the mirror, the optical schema in chapter XXIV, which I am going to take up again today in a simplified form. It is important for you to know what relationship there is between, on the one hand, the object of desire, whose essential feature in psychoanalytic practice, namely, its structure as a partial object and its function as fundamentally obstructing, I have always stressed, and, on the other hand, what libidinally corresponds to it. The latter is what brought out last time, it is what remains most irreducibly cathected at the level of one's own body, the basic fact of narcissism and its central core. The sentence by Abraham that I discussed involves this: it is inasmuch as the real phallus remains, unbeknown to the subject, that around which the maximum cathexis is preserved, that the partial object turns out to be elided or left blank in the image of the other qua cathected. The very term cathexis investissement takes on all of its meaning from the ambiguity that we find in the German term Besetzung. What is involved is not merely a charge, but something that surrounds a central blank. If we must, in this context, latch onto something obvious, then let us take an image that seems, we might say, to stand erect at the height of desire's fascination, the image that is renewed with the same form of Plato's theme by Botticelli's brush, the birth of Venus, that is, heavenly Aphrodite, Venus rising from the waters, her body erect above the waves of bitter love. Venus, or even Lolita. What does this image teach us as analysts? We have been able to identify it with the symbolic equation, to employ Fenichel's words, girl equals phallus. Asterisk, the phallus is not articulated here in a different way but, strictly speaking, in the same way. Where we symbolically see the phallus is precisely where it is not. Where we assume it to be behind a veil, having manifested itself in the erection of desire, is to the left side of the mirror in the following schema. If it is there before us, to the right, in the dazzling body of Venus, it is precisely insofar as it is not there. Whereas this form is invested, in the sense that I mentioned earlier, with all of the attractions, all the Triebregungen that surround it on the outside, the phallus, along with its charge, is located to the left of the mirror, within the narcissistic enclosure. This is why where it is also where it is not. What emerges as a fascinating form turns out to be invested with libidinal waves. These waves come from the place where the phallus was withdrawn, namely, from the narcissistic foundation, as it were, from which everything that comes to form the object's structure, as such, we might say, on the condition that we respect its relations and elements, is drawn. What constitutes the Triebregung at work in desire, desire in its privileged function as distinguished from demand and need, has its seat in the remainder, to which the mirage corresponds in the image, the mirage owing to which the image is identified with the part that is missing from it and whose invisible presence gives beauty its shine brilliance. This is what is meant by antiquity's term mu epsilon rho omicron, chimeros, which I have mentioned many times here, going so far as to play on its equivocation with eta mu rho alpha, imra, meaning day. This is the central point around which what we must conceptualize as regards the function of little a is played out. Be so kind as to recall the myth that I devised for you when we were talking about the symposium, the myth of the hand that reaches out toward a log. In order for the myth to be true, this hand must bring some rather amazing heat with it if the object is to burst into flames at its approach. It is a pure miracle, against which all kind souls rise up in protest. For however rare this phenomenon may be, it must still be considered both unthinkable and nevertheless unstoppable, in any case. It is indeed an utter miracle that, at the level of this induced fire, another hand appears. It is quite an ideal image, a phenomenon one can only dream of, like that of love. We all know that love's fires burn invisibly, we all know that a damp wooden beam can bum on the inside for a long time without anything being revealed on the outside, and, in short, we all know that, in the symposium, it is left to the most complete simpleton Eric Simicusje to articulate in an almost derisive way that the nature of love is the nature of that which is humid, which essentially means the same thing as what is shown here on the board, that the reservoir of object love, insofar as it is love for what is alive, is the shaitan, the narcissistic shadow. I announced the presence of this shadow last time, and I will go so far today as to call it a moldy stain tach de moisy. This is perhaps a better name for it than we might think, since the word moimi or ego is included in it. I would go so far as to intersect tender Fenelon's speculations on the ego. He, too, was wavy or slippery ondoyant, as they say. He makes the ego into the sign of some sort of political maneuvering between the MRP and God. Would be just as capable as anyone else to take this metaphor very far, even so far as to make of my seminar a message for your bedsheet. Must we not see an essentially human sign in the smell of dead rats that emanates from your laundry if you leave it on the edge of your bathtub for too long? If my style as an analyst emphasizes more willingly what people qualify or stigmatize with the term abstraction, it is not simply the effect of a preference but perhaps simply in order to accommodate your sense of smell that I could tickle as well as anyone else. Whatever the case may be, you can see behind this the outline of the mythical point of libidinal development that psychoanalysis, without ever really knowing how to situate it on the scale, has termed the urinary complex, with its obscure relationship to fire. These are antinomy terms, the one struggling against the other, which animated our primitive ancestors' play. As you know, psychoanalysis discovered that man's first playful reflex when faced with flames must have been to piss on them, an exploit that we find anew in Gulliver's Travels. The profound relationship between I am burning, and urine, is inscribed in the foundation of childhood experience, the operation of drying the sheets, dreams of laundry that is enigmatically starched, or erotic thoughts about the laundress, which are familiar to those who were able to go see the splendid staging by Visconti of all possible whites blancs, which also means blanks, materializing for us the fact that Pierrot is dressed in white as well as the question as to why. In short, it is a small, clearly human environment that sets off a chain reaction around the ambiguous moment between enuresis and the first stirrings of the phallus. It is here that the dialectic of love and desire, in its most palpable roots, is played out. How does the central object, the object of desire, present itself? Not wishing to take any further here the myth that is placidly incarnated in what we call the little geographical map, or little Corsica, that every analyst knows well, let us say that the object of desire presents itself, at the center of this phenomenon, as an object that has been saved from the waves of your love. Its place must be situated precisely, and this is the function of my myth. In the midst of the same burning bush in which I am what I am was one day announced, in the form of an opaque answer, at the very point we are still at when, not knowing who is speaking, we hear the question "Ca voi?" proffered by the strange head of a metaphorical camel, out of which might just as well come the little faithful dog of desire. This is the acme around which revolves what we deal with as regards the little a of desire. We deal with this little a throughout the structure of desire, for it is never superseded as regards its libidinal attraction. Let us consider what precedes it in development, namely, the first forms of the object qua separate. Breasts only take on their function in desire naturlich. After the fact, inasmuch as they have already played their role in the same place in the dialectic of love, on the basis of early demands, on the basis of the trieb drive involved in feeding, which is instated right from the outset because the mother speaks. At the level of oral demand, there is, in effect, an appeal to something beyond what can be satisfied by the object known as the breast. And the breast, which is quickly distinguished from its background, immediately takes on an instrumental value. It is not simply that which is taken, but also that which is pushed away or refused because one already wants something else. I have already demonstrated what comes before what in the anal relationship, where the appeal to the mother's being goes beyond anything she can provide by way of an anaclitic prop, a function in which being and having meld. Lastly, it is on the basis of the advent of the phallus in this dialectic that the way is paved for the distinction between being and having, precisely insofar as they previously were combined. Beyond the phallic object, the topic of the object opens up, and this is the right word for it, otherwise. To consider this emergence of what I would almost call the most sublime island, this fantasy, reflection, or image, in which the object is incarnated as an object of desire, the one that I brought to the fore earlier, it is clear that the phallus is incarnated precisely in that which is lacking in the image. The entire subsequent relationship between the subject and the object of desire originates therein. The horizon of the relationship to the object is not, above all, that of a relationship that preserves. The point is to investigate what the object has under the hood, so to speak, from what cloth it is cut. This can be done along the lines by which we try to isolate the function of little a, the characteristically Sadian un, whereby the object is investigated to the very depths of its being, and made to turn itself inside out to show what is most hidden inside it, in order to fill in this empty form insofar as it is fascinating. To what degree can the object bear such questioning? Perhaps to the point where the final want to be is revealed, to the point where the questioning merges with the very destruction of the object. Such is the end point, and this is why there is a barrier here that I situated for you last year, the barrier of beauty or form. The requirement to preserve the object reflects back on the subject himself here. Rabelais shows us Gargantua leaving home for war. "Keep this, which is most beloved, safe," his wife says to him, pointing with her finger at what, back then, it was much easier to designate unambiguously than in our own times, since the piece of clothing known as the fly or cod piece was quite glorious at the time. This means, first of all, that it cannot be safeguarded at home. But the second signification is just as full of the sapience that we never fail to find in Rabelais' statements: throw all of your forces into the battle, but keep this irreducibly at the center. Do not place this at risk. This allows us to change the course of our dialectic. Indeed, all of this would be very pretty were it so easy to conceptualize desire on the basis of the subject, and we had to find anew at the level of desire a myth that developed at the level of knowledge, to turn the world into a sort of vast web extracted from the stomach of the subject qua spider. Wouldn't it be simpler for the subject to say "I desire"? But it is not so simple to say so. It is much less simple, as you know from experience, than to say "I love," oceanically, as Freud expresses himself so prettily in his critique of religious effusion. I love, I soak, I wet, I flood, and I drool to boot, all of which is, moreover, pure drivel, and most often barely enough to moisten a handkerchief, especially since such a fusion is becoming rarer and rarer these days. The great crybabies Humids have been disappearing from this earth since the middle of the 19th century. If anyone can show me someone today who is like Louise Colette - I would go out of my way to see her. It seems, rather, that this truly leaves the eye in abeyance. It leaves it so well glued Colette, in any case, in fantasy that I defy you to find this slash of desire anywhere else than where Jean Genet points it out in the balcony. I already spoke to you about Jean Genet, dear Genet, one day when I discussed him at length here seminar v. pp. You can easily find the passage where he admirably indicates what call girls know full well, namely that, whatever the fanciful ideas of men may be who are thirsting to have their fantasies fulfilled, one feature is common to all of them, in the enactment, there must be one feature that seems untrue, because otherwise, perhaps, were it to become altogether true, they would no longer know which way is up. The subject would perhaps no longer have any chance of survival. This is the place of the bard signifier, which is necessary in order for us to know that it is merely a signifier. This indication of something inauthentic is the place of the subject qua first person in fantasy. The best way I have found to indicate it, as I have suggested several times, is to restore the subject to his true form. The cedilla of ca in French is not a true cedilla, but rather an apostrophe. It is the apostrophe from se, the first person of the unconscious. You can even cross out the t at the end. Ces is a way of writing the subject at the level of the unconscious. We must not say that this is well designed to facilitate the shift from the object to object relatedness objectate. As you know, people even speak, on this score, of the shifting of certain lines within the spectrum. In fact, the gap between the object of desire and the real object, insofar as we can aspire to it, is fundamentally determined by the negative non-included or included nature of the appearance of the phallus. I was aiming at nothing else earlier when I sketched out for you a brief trajectory of the object from its archaic forms to the horizon of its destruction, that is, from the orificial or anofficial object, were I to dare to put it thus, of our infantile past, to the object of the fundamentally ambivalent aim that persists right up to the endpoint of desire's aim. It is a pure lie, which has no theoretical necessity whatsoever, to speak as Abraham does about a supposedly post-ambivalent stage in our relationship to the object of desire. It is thus solely by establishing an order in the ascending and concording scale of objects with respect to the phallic summit that we can understand the link between the different levels involved, for example, in sadistic attacks, insofar as they in no wise involve the pure and simple satisfaction of a supposedly elemental aggression, but rather a way of questioning the object as to its being and drawing forth from it the split, the either/or, introduced between being and having on the basis of the phallic summit. The fact that we find ourselves, after the phallic stage, highly ambivalent like before, is not the worst outcome imaginable. Looking at things from such a vantage point will never get us very far. There is always a moment where we lose our grip on the object, qua object of desire, because we do not know how to take the question any further. To force a being, because this is the essence of little a, beyond life is not within the grasp of all and sundry. This is not simply to allude to the fact here that there are natural limits to coercion and to suffering itself. Even to force a being to have pleasure is not a problem that we can solve so easily, and for a very good reason. We are the ones who run the show and we are the ones who are involved. Everyone wonders at the fact that Sada's Justine is able to indefinitely bear up under all kinds of ill treatment, to the point that Jupiter himself must intervene, supplying a thunderbolt to put an end to it. But the fact of the matter is that, in truth, Justine is but a shadow. Juliet is the only one who exists. She is the one who dreams, and as such, as dreaming, she is the one who must necessarily read the story, run all the risks endemic to desire, which are no slighter than those that Justine runs. Obviously, we hardly consider ourselves to be worthy of such company, for she takes things very far. We should not make too much of them in high society conversations. People who care only about their own little selves can find scant interest in this. Which brings us back to the subject. How can the whole dialectic of desire be based on the subject if the subject is nothing but an apostrophe, inscribed in a relationship that is, above all, a relationship to the other's desire? It is here that the function of capital I, the function of the signifier of the ego ideal, comes in. The ego ideal as a function preserves the ideal ego. What is involved? What is involved is the precious thing with which we try to capture moisture dehumide, a ceramic bowl or a little pot, which has always been the symbol of that which is created by humankind, in which everyone tries to give himself some measure of consistency. Many other shapes and models help out here /y concurrent. A prop must necessarily be constructed in the other who determines whether the flower is enclosed or not by the opening of the vase. Why is this? It is because there is no other way in which the subject can subsist. Doesn't psychoanalysis teach us, in this regard, that the radical function of the image in phobia is clarified analogically by what Freud uncovered in the ethnographic work of his time under the heading of totems? The latter has undoubtedly been considerably revised since then, but if something remains of it, it is the following: we are willing to risk everything for pleasure, for a fight, or for prestige, including life itself, but we are not willing to risk a certain liminal image, not willing to risk the dissolution of the very riveting, the dissolution of that which rivets the subject to this image, a fish or a tree. The fact that a borora is not a macaw is not a macaw-phobia, even if it apparently involves similar taboos. The sole common factor between phobia and totemism is the image itself in its function of isolating and discerning the object, namely, the ideal ego. The metaphor of he who desires desirant in just about anything can always, in fact, become urgent again in an individual case. Think of little Hans. It is at the moment at which he who is desired finds himself defenseless, with respect to the other's desire that threatens that is the riveting or limit that the eternal artifice reproduces, that the subject pulls himself together and appears to be locked in the bearskin before having killed it. But in reality it is a bearskin that has been turned inside out, and it is on the inside of it that the phobic defend the other side of the specular image. Of course, the specular image involves cathexis, but it also involves defense. It is a dam against the Pacific of motherly love. Let us simply say that the cathexis of the other is, briefly stated, prohibited defended by the ideal ego. The final cathexis of the phallus itself is, in a certain way, defended against by the phobic. I would go so far as to say that phobia is the luminous signal that appears to warn you that you are running on the last little bit of libido left in the tank. You can keep driving for a little while on it. This is what phobia means, and this is why the phallus as a signifier is its prop. I need not remind you of everything that, in our past discussions, illustrates and confirms this way of envisioning things. Recall simply the dream related by Ella Sharp that I commented on for you. Remember the little cough with which the subject alerted his analyst to his presence before entering her office, and everything that was hidden behind it, and which came out along with his usual reveries. What would I do, he said, if I were someplace where I would not want people to know I was? I would make a little barking sound and the people there would tell themselves, oh, it's only a dog. The patient had this association to his cough also owing to a dog that once began to masturbate on his leg pp. What do we find in this exemplary story? That the subject, who was more than ever in a defensive posture at the moment he entered the analyst's consulting room, was pretending to be a dog. He pretended to be one, but it was everyone else who was a dog before he entered, and he was wanting them to don anew their human appearance before he entered. Don't go imagining that this suggested some kind of special interest in dogs on his part. In this example, as in every other, to be a dog had but a single meaning: it meant that one goes bow wow, and nothing else. I would bark and the people would say to themselves, it's a dog. The words it's a dog had the value there of an Einziger Zug. Consider the schema in Freud's Masson psychology group psychology and the analysis of the ego with which he shows us the origin of the kind of identification that is characteristic of the egoideal. How does he do so? He does so via group psychology. What thus happens, he asks, prefacing in this way Hitler's grand explosion onto the scene, such that everyone enters into a sort of fascination that allows them to be taken as a mass, as a kind of amorphous gel, as what is known as a crowd. In order for all those subjects to collectively have, at least for a moment, the same ideal, which allows virtually anything to happen for a rather short period of time, all external objects must, he explains, be taken to have a common trait, an Einzigerzug. Why is this of interest to us? It interests us because what is true at the collective level is also true at the individual level. The relationship between the subject and outside objects revolves around the function of the ideal. In the world of a subject who speaks, in other words, in what we call the human world, we purely and simply encounter a metaphorical attempt to attribute a trait in common to all objects. It is purely and simply by decree that we can try to attribute a common feature to their diversity. As concerns the animal kingdom, in which the psychoanalytic tradition has shown the exemplary play of defensive identifications, the subject can, in order to subsist in a world where his is respected, decree that everything, whether dogs, cats, skunks, or deer, goes bow wow. This is the function of the Einzigerzug. It is essential to keep it structured in this way, for outside of this register, it is impossible to conceptualize what Freud means when he talks about the psychology of mourning and melancholia. What distinguishes mourning from melancholia? In mourning, it is quite clear that its length and difficulty stem from the metaphorical function of the traits attributed to the love object insofar as they are narcissistic privileges. In a manner that is all the more significant, since he says it in a way that seems to surprise even him, Freud clearly emphasizes what is at stake. Mourning consists in authenticating the real loss little by little, piece by piece, sign by sign, element capital I by element capital I, until they are all exhausted. When that is done, the mourning is over. But what does this imply if the object was a little a, an object of desire? The object is always masked behind its attributes, it is almost trivial to say so. Naturally, the matter only begins to become serious when it becomes pathological, in other words, when we are talking about melancholia. There the object is, curiously enough, much harder to get a handle on, even though it is certainly present and triggers infinitely more catastrophic effects. For these effects go so far as to dry up what Freud calls the most fundamental Trieb, the one that makes you want to go on living. It is necessary to study this text and grasp what Freud indicates in it regarding some kind of disappointment that he is hard-pressed to define but that is nevertheless there. With an object that is so thoroughly veiled, masked, and obscure, what traits show through? The subject cannot investigate any traits of an object that cannot be seen, but we analysts, insofar as we work with the subject, can identify some of them via those that he criticizes in himself. I am nothing but rubbish. Observe that his specular image is never involved in his self-criticism. The melancholiac never tells you that he looks bad, that his face is at its worst, or that it is contorted. Instead he tells you that he is the lowest of the low, that he brings on one catastrophe after another for his entire family, and so on. In his self-accusations he remains entirely within the realm of the symbolic. Let us add having to the list, he is broke. Doesn't this help put us on the scent? I will merely indicate it to you today by designating a specific point which, in my eyes, at least for the time being, is a point where mourning and melancholia meet up. It is a question of what I will call, not mourning, nor depression owing to the loss of an object, but remorse of a certain type triggered by a denouement that involves something along the lines of suicide on the part of the object. Remorse, thus, regarding an object that has entered in some way into the field of desire and that, owing to its own actions or some risk it took in a venture, has disappeared. Analyze such cases. The path is traced out for you by Freud when he indicates that, already in normal morning, the drive that the subject turns against himself could well be an aggressive drive toward the object. Plumb the dramatic remorse when it arises. You will perhaps see that it turns against the subject a maelstrom of insults that may be akin to what we find in melancholia. Its source lies in the following: if the object who has thus disappeared went so far as to destroy himself, it was not worth my while to have taken so many precautions with him, it was useless for me to have turned away from my own true desire for his sake. As extreme as this example may be, it is not so very rare. The same disposition is encountered when a certain loss arises after the long embraces between desiring subjects that we call the oscillations of love. This brings us to the heart of the relationship between capital I and little a, at a point of fantasy where the safety provided by the limit is always called into question. We must know how to get the subject to stay away from this limit. This requires, on the analyst's part, a complete comprehension of the function of the signifier, regarding which he must grasp by what mainspring or means, in what roundabout manner, the function of the signifier is always involved when the position of the ego ideal is at issue. But there is still something else that, arriving now at the end of my talk today, I can merely indicate, which concerns the function of little a. What Socrates knew and what the analyst must at least glimpse is that at the level of little a, the question is entirely different from the question of access to some ideal. Love can only surround this island, this field of being. And the analyst cannot help but think that any object whatsoever can fill it. This is where we analysts are led to vacillate, regarding the limit where, with any object whatsoever, once it has entered into the field of desire, the following question arises. What are you? There is no object that is of any greater value than another. This is the morning around which desire for the analyst le désir de l'analyste also means the analyst's desire is centered. At the end of the symposium, consider who Socrates is going to praise. He is going to praise the idiot of idiots, the most idiotic of them all, and even the only thoroughgoing idiot con in the place agathon. And think about the fact that this idiot is the one who was given the job of saying, in a ridiculous form, what is truest about love. He does not know what he is saying, he utters stupidities, but no matter, he is nevertheless the beloved object. And Socrates says to Alcibiades, everything that you have just said to me was for his ears. This is the analyst's function, along with what it brings with it by way of a certain morning. We meet up here with a truth that Freud himself left outside of the field of what he could understand. Oddly enough, and this is probably owing to reasons of comfort, the reasons that I expose to you today by formulating the need to preserve the pot or vase potiche, people do not seem to have realized that this is what is meant by thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. People do not want to translate this, because it probably would not be Christian, in the sense of a certain ideal, and believe me, Christianity has not yet said its last word, but it is a philosophical ideal. This means that, regarding anyone, you can raise the question whether desire is totally destructive. With anyone, you can try to determine how far you will dare to go in questioning a being, at the risk to yourself of disappearing. June.